under 3 minutes or so to start for the round of 48 heat number 1 for our ladies. We are so excited to get going. The sun is rising here in Ballito. There's a low tide out there. We still have a couple little waves, so there's some temperature conditions out there. And we're excited to get underway with the competition. Heat number 1, we'll see Yolanda Hopkins, Evan Wong, Jesse Ballito, and Zoe Kane. That's your heat number 1. It's 50-minute heat circuit, so this will have about 50-minute heats. We are going to be starting at 7:25, so it's a 7:25 start. We'll take place first.
Sorry, bro, that umbrella needs to be somewhere here. So where's it going to be best to use it?
So welcome, if you guys are just coming down to me,
I can't have it in the middle of two openings.
followed by the ending round of 80. Then through 50-minute heats and repeat that 50-minute heats.
But in line with these rocks, because the guys hardly ever serve past the rocks.
Well, but when I'll be on this, I'll be in it.
I know it's tricky, I'm sorry, bro. But
No, I understand. I work in film as well. That's my main job. So I understand that you need that, but I need to keep the brands stoked as well. So it's kind of juggling between the two.
it's tricky, bro. Unless, I mean, where is it now? So if you could...
Because the thing is, at the moment, it's sitting in between two oak trees.
What if
and I've got three that side, so I can't...
What if you were to put it next to that oak tree? That work for you?
How far to the side can I come?
I mean, if you were to put it more in front of this gazebo, this way. So if it's in line with that oak tree this way, it's definitely gonna block my shot.
Okay.
But if it's this way, but a bit towards the gazebo.
Okay, and if I...
Sure, Baka.
Maybe I can pop it that side.
Yeah.
That first stanza, heat number 1.
Said Duzewabla right next to my platform. Pe ube imina, then it's the guys, the medics. The medics.
Listen out for all competitors. There will be a 1 minute 30 second round. 1 minute 30 seconds. 90 second countdown time between heats. So it's low power out there. There will be a 1 minute and 50 second countdown time between those heats. The circles covering up before the heat, take note of that. So cut off before one to get out into the line, just maybe 90 seconds to get you guys to cut it out. So I'm looking at this side.
So, uthukhithi bethu uyabezwa lapha. So let's angazi ikhebula yakhona uma izofika yini.
Thank you to all of our supporters down here. So if you guys just pull in, make sure that you have a coffee. Maybe you can breakfast in the retail area. Certainly for the people starters with retail trade. We're really excited to get underway with conditions. We've got a low tide out there. It's low tide, and the tide is going to be pushing the after course of the day. So welcome, the sun is shining, and it's a beautiful day on the north coast of Tanzania, South. So a big thank you to South Tourism Municipality. There are partners and supporters, including O'Neill and many more. So we're checking in here for a good day. We do have some competitive conditions out there. Some sections on the lower side. So beautiful news to start. Stand by there for the official heat start soon. All those two stages, if you guys could start clearing the lineup, please. Two stages, please start clearing the lineup.
mic has moved. But we'll need.
I think it's something.
Shy phone call, yeah, and my phone call
The Challenger Series touches down in Africa. Good morning and welcome to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Day 2 of our waiting period here this morning. And that sunrise about an hour ago gave us some first glimpses of this beautiful lineup here at Ballito, where the best aspirant surfers from across the planet, well, they'll be looking to put in big performances, get themselves crucial Challenger Series points. Of course, not everyone this morning was admiring the sunrise. There's some game faces on as our surfers arrive in the athlete village here, just sizing up conditions, trying to figure out from past experience at this venue and some warm-up waves they've had in the last couple of days how exactly they're going to attack this. And when they do get on the tools, here to talk you all through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Emma Smith and Gig Silius. Good morning. What's your vibes?
Good morning. Morning. Good to be back with you guys. Good vibes.
Morning.
Gigs?
Yeah, morning Paul, morning Emma. As you mentioned, everybody touching down here. World Surf League back in Ballito. It's always a great part of the story for the year, and we're looking forward to seeing some action this week.
Not quite enough in terms of energy in the water yesterday. We had a bit of free surfing going down out here. It was a very nice day, not much wind coming up. And we're expecting maybe similar sort of stuff today, maybe a little bit more energy out there.
Well, when we looked at that Surfline report yesterday, noticed that as we go through the week, a little bit more action, and as I say, it'll ramp up considerably as we get deeper into the rounds. Maybe there's enough energy to get going this morning. We'll talk about all of that. But, Paul, yeah, everyone's excited to be here. As I say, stop 3 with 6 on the schedule this year. It's going to be a big week in Africa.
Yeah, high stakes, Emma, on the Challenger Series, of course, but it's just another surf. You've got a couple of other athletes in the water in singlets, but it's all about going and getting a couple of waves. Anything specific about this wave? What's key to success here? I mean, it's a beach break. It's got a bit of power. It's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, so Ballito is obviously a beach break, but, I mean, as we've seen in previous years, when it's big and good, it can almost look like a point running off the rock. But over the last week, we've kind of seen it's breaking a bit further wide, almost off that, like, middle rock. Yeah, so I think we've got some good opportunities. Hopefully the waves kind of just line up.
Yeah, Gigs, we were having a discussion a little bit off air. Maybe some similarities to what we saw on the Championship Tour in Rio. Similar kind of wave, a little bit bouncy, but something for everyone. Maybe some tubes, some airs as well, some big turn sections.
Yeah, an El Nino year. So first, just to make mention to that the sand is still in movement. Normally by now it's all packed in place and the south swells are grooming them. We're kind of late in the south swell season. We are expecting this week. So that sand will move around a bit, as you mentioned. Peaky beach breaks, I think, will be the theme for the first couple of days, but Ballito can throw you anything. I mean, we've seen over the years stand-up pits here, so you've got to bring everything, and also on equipment. You've got to bring your small wave and your step-up boards to Ballito.
All right, well, that's the view from the studio. You know what? Let's get down the beach and get an update from the sand with the Fru Brew. Mike Fru, good morning.
It's day 1 of the Ballito Pro. It's going to get going with the ladies' heats this morning. You were on a free surf. Tell us about the conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely better than yesterday. I feel like the swell has a lot more push behind it. It's a bit broken up and junky, but I feel like there's a lot of opportunity out there and there's a lot of different spots that you can choose from in a heat. So it's going to be exciting. There'll be a lot of waves ridden in the heats, and it'll just be a matter of like finding the steepest section, I think, today.
Tell us about the board that you're riding out there for these conditions.
I rode the wrong board this morning. I rode like a good wave board. I think I'd ride something a little bit flatter today just to like push me through the dead sections, especially since high tide would be like around midday. So, I mean, you can really ride anything here. I feel like the waves have so much push that it doesn't really matter what board you ride as long as you feel good on it.
Good luck for your heats when you go into competition. We look forward to seeing you surfing in the Ballito Pro again.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thanks, Mike. Great updates there from Bella Nichols. And you probably have to say one of our favourites coming into this. We talked about that quality of surfers that are coming just back from the Championship Tour, didn't make the cut, should be looking to make serious inroads here in Ballito gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Sally Fitzgibbons, a number of surfers fall into that topic of category. And that's what we love about the Challenger Series, is you've got those CT surfers that bump down from the mid-season cut. You've got all the young talent pushing through, and it all goes in the pot here. And we'll see what cooks this week.
Yeah, speaking of young talent, Emma, coming up in our very first heat this morning, we're on with the women. We're going to be having a look at Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal, of course, an Olympian. She'll be heading to Tahiti real soon, taking on from Hawaii, Eva Wong. And then a couple of South Africans, Jessie Van Niekerk, Zoe Stain. So two surfers that you'll know plenty about.
Yeah, definitely. Jessie and Zoe, no stranger to any contest in South Africa. I think, Ballito is one of those waves where, like we were saying, it's like a bit of a fickle type of beach break where I do think some local knowledge can come into play. Especially Zoe. I know she's someone who is willing to stick it out on her strategy, not get flustered, and kind of, stick to that. So I think it's going to be a good heat. All
right. Well, thanks very much for your insights this morning, guys. We're underway here. Half-hour heats. 4 surfers in the water. Of course, only 2 can advance from this. So no backup if you don't get the scores required. It is brutal on the Challenger Series, and it's all about going deep into these events. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series here in Ballito, and really that midway point of reckoning. Back-to-back events in Australia gave surfers who are in form and rhythm to try and put some distance in terms of those ratings point, but now it is a series of individual stops at varying locations around the world. One of the very finest of them is here in the beautiful surfer nation of South Africa. These 4 at the moment sticking pretty close together out there, really trying to figure out this peak. And it will be the local knowledge which will pay. Obviously, some of the laps you've done in free surfing too. Speaking of local knowledge, let's bring in a South African expert who knows plenty about the waves up and down this beautiful surf-blessed coastline. It's time to say good morning to Greg Elmsley. How are you, mate?
And good to be in the studio. Good to have a day off. We're busy here with the first, the QS event 1000. And getting the day off. A little bit tricky out there, smallish conditions. Just come off a low tide at 7 o'clock. So good news is we should see that tide pushing through the morning and probably give the best opportunities in the next hour or 2. So women are in first, and it's a very strong heat on paper. There's all these surfers have had moments of brilliance, and looking forward to the start.
First heat. Is that something you enjoyed surfing in? Get it out of the way? I mean, no one wants to be in first, do they?
I loved it. It depends if you're a morning person or not.
Yes.
If not, you'll prefer the afternoons. But someone if you're up early and you've had a couple of coffees, you can sort of knock off a win quite quickly early morning while the others are sleeping. Hopefully.
She's a morning person, Yolanda Hopkins. Absolutely. She sort of prides herself generally on being first person down, always down in the dark, getting the waves in. And then has breakfast around about 4 a.m. after her first surf. So by the time most of us are just getting up, she's on surf number 3. So she'll be fired up here this morning. She was actually a touch miffed to be in this round. She wanted to be coming through in the next round. But hey, that's the way the seedings worked out for Yolanda. She's going to have to go out there and do damage. Fresh back, of course, from warming up in Tahiti. She'll be representing Portugal in the Paralympics. It's coming up in a few weeks' time. And just over there, getting some warm-up done. She enjoyed herself at the end of the road. Learned a lot about that wave and that lineup, she said, but a very different skill set here in Ballito, and it's going to be about hitting the lip this morning.
Yep, Yolanda, the impression I get from her, and what I've watched her a lot, I've had to focus on her because the previous Olympics in Japan, I was coaching Bianca, and she did come up in the quarterfinals against Yolanda. Very tight heat. Yolanda fell on one huge 8-footer on a massive turn. Had she made that turn, I fear she would have knocked out Bianca. But she's sort of a dark horse that's very, very dangerous. You've got to watch her. Like you say, she said yesterday, I'm the first person in the water every morning, and I reckon she'll be battling that out with Zoe Stein, because Zoe is also an early morning surfer. But we'll see how this battle goes. It's I would have expected in these conditions you want to get fairly busy. There's probably 2 peaks on this beach in front of us. You're not really covering much distance on this bank at the moment. When I say distance, moving forward on the wave, it's sideways movement. So you need to be paddling very hard, 1 or 2 really quick pumps, and then try and get one major maneuver. If you get more than that, 2 major maneuvers, you're going to be looking pretty strong out here, Paul.
A little bit of action on the peak. Let's see who's in position here. Looks like we've got our first wave of the event. We're up and going. And here is Eva Wong, who surfed really well here last year. Linked up the turns beautifully. He gets a stab in the pocket and throwing a bit of spray as well. So just that nerves and all that kind of built up tension and excitement. They would have been down here yesterday ready for a call. And then had to just kind of put that on simmer, bring it back this morning. And that'll feel good to get a wave on the board. It's not going to be a monumental score, but first blood of sorts is drawn by the Hawaiian, Eva Wong. She'll make her way back out. Half an hour heats, 4 surfers in the water. These are, as you mentioned as well, relatively short rides with a short paddle back. So generally we'd be expecting to be quite busy in terms of calling waves, because usually this kind of frequency, it's not the longest period swell. We're expecting to get a lot of waves ridden, Greg.
Definitely. And we do see a couple of surfers paddle, and Yolanda Hopkins up. And you see just a little bit slow. There's not much time to move on this wave. Your paddle in is going to be exceptionally important. Creating your own paddle speed, getting ahead of the wave, getting that pump. And if you get caught behind on any sections, you're pretty much done. You've got to get ahead straight away on these waves to try and find that attacking section.
Hopkins not the entry she wanted into that wave. Just got a little hung up on it. Had to just drop straight down. So she'll get back in the lineup. It's a very short paddle back out. As you were mentioning, Greg, some of the unique characteristics of this wave, just a bit of power, different from what we kind of expect from a lot of waves in South Africa. You think of those long open kind of points that bend in on this coastline. This one, there's deeper water offshore. It does feel like one of those steep beach breaks with a bit of swirling around going on, but we've seen in the past, particularly last year, some deep barrels going down. Beautiful waves, plenty of power as well. Good air sections too, so really a chance to use the entire repertoire. But this morning with a little bit of bump on the face, it's proven tricky thus far. No one really able to open up as yet.
Yeah, I would almost be in the mindset of looking for probably around 6 waves in this heat, because they're not all going to work out. I'd get fairly busy. I definitely, under priority, wouldn't go near the other surfers. I'd try and find a peak. There are sort of 2 or 3 peaks up and down the beach. But it is the first heat of the morning. I think also we'll see the judges take a bit of time to set the scale for the day. And this is almost basically the shore break of Ballito. It can have many different faces. It can look like that perfect point break. At the moment, smaller swell on this little inside sandbar. It comes onto that sandbar very quickly. A bit dumpy, so you've got to be quick. The other thing is, let's definitely not going to write off, the sand movement and that. We'll wait and see as the week progresses. I know I've been looking at Surfline quite a bit. Good news, what I see is lower tides in the morning coming up for the next couple of days. So we do see a paddle here, Paul.
Here goes Eva backhand, this time from her. She wanted that wave committed and then gets a little extra section on the double up inside. So tagging it again. She's been busy, a 4 in for her early. And then possibly something of similar order as well on that wave right there. But just showing that little extra desire, because in terms of a left, there was actually someone deeper than her there. And she was going, you know what, I'm going. And maybe if you're a little touch hesitant, as you said, even from catching the wave, but even just deciding whether it's a right or a left and what way you're going, you can't afford to be out here. It's pretty quick. And some authoritative stuff there from Wong. She'll extend her lead. Am I right in thinking, Greg, you've been doing a bit of work with Zoe Stein? Tell us a little bit about her.
Yeah, so I have done lots of work with Zoe over the last few years. She's taken a step back. She's gone over to Stellenbosch University, a really bright girl. and she is studying a BCom in industrial psychology. So quite intense course she's doing there. And she gets to surf. There's a few waves around there, Strand and Coco Bay, and we see Zoe paddling into this one.
There she goes.
Yeah, so up and riding. A little bit rushed into that turn. So she definitely likes to get a bit more space. She loves the reefs and point breaks, loves a big right-hander. But, yeah, very, very chilled. She's very precise on what she wants in a heat. If she doesn't see it, she just won't go on that wave. So possibly for these sort of conditions, she may need to look at getting a bit busy, because not every wave is going to work out for you. And we look at either her start, a 4 and a 3.9. I would be pretty happy with a start like that in these sort of conditions. You're definitely controlling early on.
Those are good numbers in the context of even just the amount of energy we've seen in this. That's a little sluggish there from Zoe, wasn't it? Not loads of paddle speed and not loads of impetus in the surf. And a small number, 1.5 for her. But thinking about that 4 and that 3.9 for Eva, she's just kind of forced those numbers out of nowhere. She's kind of just created them. And I think that pragmatic approach, pretty smart in what we've seen in terms of that amount of energy. That will change throughout the day and throughout the week as we do get a bit of a jump up in terms of what the Indian Ocean is going to serve us up. And Zoe will think on. But at the moment, with still plenty of time, but surface those three really close together. So it's kind of restricting themselves in terms of wave choice. If a set comes through and having to decide to stay out of anything awkward in terms of that priority, which is now established. So it's Jessie van Niekerk, one of the South Africans. She's got first priority. Let's see if she can use it here. Quite surprised as well to see Hopkins with nothing on the board, with over 10 minutes gone in the Challenger Series heats. And just as we say that, here she goes and gives that a tag. And it's very quick waves, not a lot of time on the board, but the crucial part of that is give it a crack and get the completion grade.
Yep, yeah, so one maneuver, but in my opinion, the best maneuver of the heat so far. So up much quicker there. She saw that section, smashed it very strong, and she'll be feeling confident. She'll be feeling like the best surfer in the heat, especially coming into this event, number 7 on the Challenger Series. That's a strong position, and she'll have that confidence up and riding blue.
You guys even want again, so third wave for her, a little slash high in the pocket. See how steep that double up is. She gets caught a little high, and she knows it too. So a chance for an improvement there possibly will slip by. So that will be deemed incomplete for her, but certainly the busier, and we talk about rhythm and how to find it, and surfers that can get it, particularly in heats where there's not loads of energy coming through. She's definitely got the wave catching rhythm so far this morning. Yeah,
Eva's working. She's got a set plan. You can see her strategy, get a couple of scores. And if you're sort of getting anywhere near that 10-point total, I reckon today you're doing very good. It's going to be tough. But I do feel there's going to be that odd wave that will pop up sort of for you if you sit wide and move around. And it might just give you that option to get 1 or 2 good turns. We see up and riding Yolanda again. And just not rotating that board enough off the top, not getting the rails facing the beach nice and clean, so catching basically that outside rail. She would have done well just to just push a little bit harder on that back foot, make sure that board's facing the beach nice and clean, and she could have had a decent backup score there.
Van Niekerk with the priority, hasn't used it yet. She's going to have to soon. 17 minutes and 40 to go in this. She's still really waiting for her opportunity. You'd have an idea in your mind the ideal wave you want to catch, and then there's the actual waves that are out there. Here's a left from Hopkins, again incomplete. She'll be starting to get a touch rattled with herself, I reckon, right now. That last right she had, a missed opportunity with the incompletion now on the left. Timing a bit off. Greg, your point you mentioned, just how quick these waves are moving sideways down the line. You don't have a lot of room in terms of where you do your bottom turn. You want to kind of keep it on the wave and just almost flick it back up and let the wave do the work. And she's maybe just trying to force things a little bit. Just looks a touch off the pace so far.
Yep, definitely. She would have done well to make those last 2 turns. It would have put her in some sort of position, probably an advancing position. Although she is in an advancing at the moment, but it would have just extended that position. Instead, a bit flustered now, but probably the right approach. Under priority, take those opportunities, keep swinging for the hills. you mentioned, Paul, it's not a long paddle out. So under priority, you see that opportunity, you've got to fire away. And just, for me, I would just try and get in as hard as possible into these waves and just do the hardest windscreen wipe possible. Try and catch the judges' eyes and sort of just look stoked on your surfing. Like, you're going to have to force it a little bit, show the judges you want to get through the heat and work really hard at it.
Yeah, good indication there of relatively short periods as well. You see these lines pretty close together. Here goes Zoe Stain on the backhand. Gets a little more of that, but a very quick wave. It's very rapid up and down. It'll count for it. Is her second wave. Just got a small number on the first one. She'll want a bit more where that came from. At the moment, though, no one running away with this by any means. We're all caught up with that second throwaway number. It'll be for Hopkins, just a 0.7. She does have the 3-3. That's why she's in second currently. Still waiting for Van Niekerk to make a move. Haven't seen much from her yet. 15 minutes and 40 to go. Quite tense and nervy, this one, as is often the way. First heats of the morning of the event. And no one really able to express themselves and really kind of exert any sort of dominance over the lineup thus far. Yeah,
absolutely. We haven't seen too many open face opportunities. We see Yolanda just a little bit late on that takeoff. Goes for that one maneuver, rides out of it. Just thinking back to Eva Wong's first two waves, I thought, smaller waves, we weren't quite set for the day, but she got little double up reforms, and so she got more than one maneuver on both that first right and that left. And thinking about that, it's just going to give the judges something to think about. She's worked her way through, found those little reforms, got the finish. The one basic maneuver is going to get, maybe a little bit static for the judges. They're going to want to see you really punch a good maneuver, or maybe find a combo of two maneuvers if you're lucky enough.
And that replay there, you see the determination from Hopkins with the paddling. Meanwhile, live action on a rail, nice and loose with good flow. And that double up section just killed her speed. She was looking at her lip to try and hit as she transitioned into that last section. They just grabbed the board a little bit, not unable to tee off, but nice flow already from Wong. And she's looked just in a bit more rhythm, just overall around the lineup. Even the way she's paddling into the waves, she's got a bit more time when she gets to her feet rather than kind of having to snatch at it. Bigger wave here, and here we go. Here's Stain. And a nice backhand section from her. Good spray and recovery in a steep pocket. That inside section, it drains out here pretty hard. It gets steep really quick. So good first backhand turn from her. Crucially, it's a complete one as well. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise. We're waiting for a wave for Hopkins. Here's Wong again and gives that a good hit. And so good enough to get that board up, hit it, and then get out just in front of that white water, just enough to show the judges that it's a completion. And they've got a little bit of work to do, our judging panel, as has Jessie Van Niekerk. Still no ride from her. What's she thinking? She's been too selective, Greg?
Yeah, especially you saw that last set. That was definitely the biggest set of the morning. We saw that coming. You could see it coming through from quite a way out as well, and they would have seen that jet ski sort of bobbing up and down, and that's a good indication for our surfers. Have a look at that ski when it rises into the air. There's something coming. So we do see Zoe Stain and Eva Wong getting those set waves. I really liked Eva's turn. She got very strong off the top, and she swung that tail. I thought there was a point of difference. Zoe's turn was nice, but just a basic strong backhand turn. But judges will probably also look at the size of those two waves and possibly give a couple more points for that.
Here goes Hopkins in live action. She's got a bit of work with here. First crack, and goes back up for a second turn. It's a little bit bouncy, but it's complete, and she gets it done. So Hopkins looking to try and consolidate, get out second into first. She'll definitely improve on that small number she's got.
Yeah, so Yolanda working that way very well. She came out of that first turn, set the rail, and even though that second section was already at her, she attacked straight up into it over the foam, but at least a point of difference, two turn combos, and working the system.
Under 12 minutes to go here. We'll wait for that score to come back in on the other side of a quick commercial break. We're underway at the Ballito Pro. More live action right after this.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito Challenger Series underway here in South Africa. We're delighted to be back and to get things going. Day 2 of our waiting period sees the women and the water at the moment out of Hawaii. Eva Wong with the lead in this. She's been pretty good value for that, actually. They're not massive numbers on the board, but in terms of just her read of the ocean and her management of the lineup, it's been good. She got her work done relatively early in this. Chasing her down at the moment in second, the South African Zoe Steyn. And she jumps up over Hopkins by virtue of that right-hander she rode before we went to break. One backhand turn, bit of spray off the rail. Gets her into second. It is tight. Look at those numbers. They are really close together. Meanwhile, in third, and very much in this heat, is Van Niekerk as well. Live action here from your heat leader, Wong. Look at this. Open left-hander and a combo of moves. And Greg, to exactly the point that you mentioned, those one-hit turns, there'll be maybe a little one-dimensional for the panel. They'll enjoy seeing multiple manoeuvres there from Eva.
Absolutely. Eva, finding those lefts, normally I would sort of advise to steer away from the lefts here at Willard Beach. They do break themselves up a bit tricky, but maybe today there's an opportunity. Those were the first 2 clean open-face turns that we got, not overly rushed. We still are waiting for a score for last of Yolanda Hopkins with her 2 turn combos. I think that's going to factor in and shuffle up our leaderboard a little bit here. But that last wave from Eva Wong, I liked it. It was clean. That first turn, she really pushed the tail, got nice rotation. As we see this replay right there, just a point of difference back to the whitewater. And then those rails nice and clean for the finish. I think for me, that's going to be the best wave. And then this was Jessie Van Niekerk's first wave. So slicing off the top there, through to the inside, and yeah, gets the finish. So Jessie opening up with that first score, 3.2. She's on the board. She's in the game.
She's in the heat, absolutely. It's so tight out there. We are going to get an improvement. Just stretch out the scoreboards soon enough. When this number comes through for Hopkins, it will be the high score of the heat. But Wong, actually, with that number currently, the 4.73 for the 2-turn combo. But it is so close, and this is anyone's game. Still got over 7 minutes and 40 here. Number in for Hopkins, 5-1. Better quality for Yolanda. That's what we've been waiting for. Meanwhile, that was a nice hit from Jessie. And she was too patient at the start of this heat. We're wondering what exactly her tactics were. But right now, with a couple of waves, she's back at this. She'll just want to keep catching waves here. Greg, stay in rhythm.
Yep, now it's, very patient. The last 7 minutes, you're going to have to attack these waves, find some sections. And Eva Wong up and riding. She's been very busy on plenty of waves already. And she's just going to keep hammering away at that scoreboard, looking for more opportunities, try and keep herself in an advancing position. Not huge scores, as you mentioned, so anyone can get through this heat. If they find that a decent set wave and it opens up for 2 big turns, it's really going to push that scoring potential up for sure.
She's looking light on her feet here this morning, and that sort of rhythm She's got to a surf that is matching quite quick waves that are kind of small and steep at the same time. It looks like one of those days. It's actually quite hard to surf relative to here. You're sitting there, you're seeing sections, and you're just kind of hitting them as you mind surf them. When you're out there, just getting across to find the right bits to hit. That's the job of work-facing surfers like Hopkins, and that was a big hit from her. Now, the work that was done was impressive in terms of how big the amplitude of the turn was. Was it completion, though?
I think it wasn't. She didn't ride out of the front of the whitewater that clean. I think it's going to not be completed. Did exceptionally well with how that wave bowled out. There wasn't much space for a surfboard to actually fit in that section for the landing. You would have thought she would have possibly nosedived. So pushed hard on that tail to get that nose up. Disappeared in the foam for a bit, came out. If she could have just kept control of that board, one pump in front of the whitewater, show the judges it's complete, I think that would have looked at a really good number. But I think they'll be quite critical on that and probably deem it incomplete.
There'll be a throwaway for Hopkins come through. She did get the 5-1 prior to that. And put her back into second. Trying to put some pressure on Eva Wong. She's about 0.3 behind her in terms of the totals at the moment. Those two in the 8s as their combined two-wave totals. And a South African pair chasing down. They're not massive requirements that they need at the moment. We're looking at 5s in terms of doing it with a single ride. Here goes Yolanda from way too deep, really, and maybe just a touch rattled from not getting completion on that last wave. But you could see as she was paddling into that, there was no way she's going to be able to get to her feet and be able to beat that section. But she just wants to keep catching waves. That was wave number 9 for Yolanda Hopkins. And I think she's identified, Greg, the fact that sitting out there and waiting for a perfect-looking triangle to come through, that's not going to happen. And you just got to kind of roll up the sleeves in conditions like this.
Absolutely. And we see Zoe Steyn finding a little bit of a open-face wall, gets a snap up into the second turn and a little snap off the last maneuver. So getting 3 little turns in there, smaller wave. Judges will compare that to one single maneuvers and Eva as well. Just finding some nice open face, incomplete. I think what we're going to see, your competitors, you ride a few waves, you establish your positions, you'll see surfer in blue and red, Wong and Hopkins, probably starting to get a little bit more tactical now, the last 5 minutes. Time to look at the scoreline. What do the other girls need in the heat? Do I sit with priority, maybe keep them off a few waves and try and focus on closing the heat out and advancing?
See where this number goes for. Well, not sure she'll get an improvement. We actually have a few scores to drop in for her. But she is leading this one at the moment. She has looked light on her feet and sprightly. Not really too many missteps as well. Just in terms of the way she's taken, she hasn't got many closeouts. Everything she's stood up on, even if they've not necessarily been scores that count, she's made the waves. She's finished her turns. That's crucial. Nervous moments before a heat, you get your game face on, you're thinking about going out there. And in terms of watching the heat before, trying to see where the scores are, you wouldn't have gained loads of intel from watching this one go down, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to sort of get a feel for it because you've got a mix of scores. We see Eva up and riding. That was a really nice snap and up into the second turn. So Eva Wong's just been super busy and she just keeps finding those opportunities and building on the good structure she set up at the start of the heat. But for me, I would probably look at the way Eva and Yolanda, they're advancing what they've done. They've both been fairly busy. They've made 1 or 2 mistakes here and there, but, their opportunities have come by hunting up and down this lineup.
On the hunt, Hopkins goes out of section with that trademark aggression and gives it a hit. And a little bit of vim and vigor as well in the kick out from her. And she's just really trying to displace some water and impress the panel with her power, with that spark and aggression that she brings, that busy approach. To your point, Greg, I mean, look at Hopkins, wave number 10, that was for her. We've also got a 9th wave to drop in for Eva Wong. So they've ridden over twice as many waves as surfers, chasing them down. But you know what? On the scoreboard, Van Niekerk score in 4th, 3-3 for her. And from almost nowhere in this heat, she waited an eternity to get her first wave. Right now, she's in second place. She's advancing.
Yep, and she had that one turn that was very strong. We see Zoe Steyn. That was a nice turn off the top. Oh, spins a tail. So Zoe's been a little bit quiet in this heat, to be honest. That she really pushed on those 2 turns. So that's going to definitely be Zoe's best ride. But Jessie van Niekerk, took long to start. That first wave, 2 turns, nice and strong. But then that second wave, the one maneuver, Jessie really pushed hard, and that's put her into an advancing position for now. And what a seesaw battle this heat's been.
It's all going to crunch down in these last 90 seconds. And Zoe Stein's back out and work a lot more in those turns. She was cruising a bit. I felt early on, but that one, those 2 turns, a lot more power. As you mentioned, the board doing a bit more as well. She's just giving it a bit more punch. Let's see what the panel make of that down towards the final minute here. And at the moment, Hopkins, she is needing a number. We're waiting for a score to come through for her. It's not going to be, it's a 3, so not the, she needed a 3.86, not what she needed. She'll remain with 50 on the clock in 3rd place and heading out of competition here at Ballito. She had a similar story last year. It was a disappointing result for her. She's got a little bit of time to turn that around. Meanwhile, in 2nd place, Van Niekerk. Nice slash, high in the pocket again. Just snaps out that tail and then get a little cupped out section on the inside to tag. And that is precision surfing from her. Good read on the wave. Waiting for those sections to stand up and then good enough to swing the board around and meet them. Thinking about her 4s. Let's see if she'll get an improvement there and try and hold off a potential late charge. Can't see Hopkins with a wave at the moment with 10 on the clock. You're looking at the leader, Eva Wong there. She's in the lineup motionless and we'll be out of time here. And it looks like the only real decision from our panel is, well, there's a wave to come in for Zoe, that right-hander. And the requirement, Greg, of 5.73 is what she needs.
It's going to be close. You think about the 5.67 from Eva Wong. 2 good turns, 5.67. I've got a feeling Zoe's going to be right there somewhere, but I also think Jessie could be improving on her wave, so that could all be thrown out the window. The requirement may be a bit stronger, but it's all going to be right there.
Yeah, I mean, as is often the case in these low-scoring heats, you feel like it's a bit of a slow burn throughout, and then all of a sudden it's fast and furious and frenzied at the end, and scores coming in and situations changing. Wait for those numbers to come through as we just recap this heat and remind ourselves how we got down to business here on the Challenger Series at the Ballito Pro. And it was Eva Wong who looked sprightly early on.
Yep, Eva did strong work and she just found lots of 2-turn combos. And that was definitely a point of difference. Yolanda was strong, she worked hard. But the South African girls came back at the end of the heat, really finding some nice open face waves. Eva just multiple waves with 2 to even 3 little turns on them, and that's why she's sitting in the top.
Big scoreboard news in a 5.93, the highest score of the heat to the goofy Zoe Stein as she jumps up to 2nd place, keeping a cool head, bringing her best surfing for last. The South African contingent will enjoy that. It's bad news for a compatriot. Van Niekerk will drop down to 3rd. And a bit of an upset to see number 7 in the world on the Challenger Series. Yolanda Hopkins bowing out of competition at this stage. Well done. Wow. We've got another number in actually on our score screen. It looks like Van Niekerk, in fact, jumped to 1st. We'll update that when we come back from break. We're underway here at the Ballito Pro. Women out in the water. When we come back from break, we'll bring in Gig Cilliers into the studio for the call. Stay tuned.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
The Challenger Series is back in Africa. So much to unpack here at stop 3 of 6 in 2024. You're with us with the morning scenes here. First morning of competition at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And we'll go straight into the second heat of the proceedings this morning. Top left of screen for Laura Ropp taking on Suzuki Vite and, of course, Echebarri from the Basque Country. It's a very good morning as we go just past 8 a.m. local time. And we are moving through into the remaining heats of this round. Discussion perhaps that we'll get into men's round 1 of surfing as well. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, joining Greg Emsley in the studio. Greg, great to work alongside you in 2024. And we're going to have fun this week unpacking all of the delights and action that's going to come our way.
Absolutely, Gigs. Looking forward to it. And it's great to be underway here with action.
Well, as we mentioned early in the morning here, the tide just starting to push this morning as the young Spaniard, it looks like, has found a solid number already. We'll try and fetch that for you. We're already seeing a 7.17. We haven't seen a score that high. It's only the second heat of the morning, but we're touching on some good category numbers here, Greg.
Yep, that we'll get that replay, but a 7.17, very strong number for the morning. We saw our 2 best numbers of that previous heat coming from Jessie van Niekerk and Zoe Steyn, right in the last dying seconds, and just finding a little bit more open face and some bigger turns, a couple of the combos, maybe with a slight pushing tide. We'll get to see, and here is a replay of Jania, and really strong on that opening turn, and she's looking alive. She's come here to surf, and getting 3-turn combos. So there we see where that those 7 points come from.
Well, we'll take a lesson from that here, Greg, because that is a good set. And she's backed herself up as well, by the way. So 11.84 total out from the rest of the pack early on, within literally the first 3 minutes. A young surfer from the north coast of Spain getting into the gates real early here. There's your overview of the lineup this morning. It's just after 8 a.m. It's warm climates here. Chilly start to the mornings, but the water is warm. Temperate climate around 21 degrees, probably high 70s Fahrenheit for the water temps. And certainly beach days are the order here in Ballito. And already a wave 3 coming at us. So quick rapid fire here. And Greg, that first heat as well, you mentioned that heat turning over a number of times. It's a small lineup this morning. It's not a big playing field. Predominantly having a look at the takeoff zone is pretty compressed into, it is a wide beach. There are multiple peaks, but we're noticing most of the scoring rides in that first heat coming out of a single takeoff zone.
Yeah, a couple of things for me to look at is obviously your set waves. Keep an eye on that, on the water safety, the ski bopping up out of the water a little bit higher. That's a sign that there might be a nice bump coming towards you, possibly a wide bump. And you can hunt up and down this beach break. That first heat, a little bit slow at the start, the surfers, a bit slow into their paddle, a bit slow off the top. Then they warmed up into it. And I think these surfers would have looked at that. And we saw Jania with that 717, really attacking into that one and swinging off the top on those turns. So you've got to get lively, you've got to be amped, maybe listen to some heavy rock and roll music before your heat, and just get out there. And it's a bit of a grind. It's small, but you've got to go and grind hard if you want to get through day one.
Around 3 feet of swell coming in at around a 10-second period is going to give surfers opportunity. A little bit of Amuro Suzuki in 2024. Of course, her campaign down in Australia, not that overwhelming. Early round loss at Snapper Rocks, and well, it made a few heats for a 17th place finish. Our surfer in blue, no rides yet for her. In fact, 3 rides on the card for our Spaniard, but well, nothing for anyone else just yet. There's plenty of time, and here's that wave 4 already for our heat leader. Again, 2-turn combo there, Greg, but geez, that 717 setting the pace for the heat early on her very first ride.
Yep, this is a good position to be in. So she won't have priority. So under priority, she's just going to move down the beach away from her competitors. Look, she's in such a strong position with those 2 scores early on. She can pretty much, she doesn't have to mix it up with the other girls, move down the beach under priority and just keep swinging for the hills, find those waves and just try and improve that scoreline. It's pretty much going to be a battle between red, blue and white on our screen. They're pretty much fighting for second at this point unless they really find some good set waves. But Jania Gonzalez, Itzaberry is just in she had the perfect heat start for these conditions. She's got to be smiling inside.
Well, I mean, there's so much to the modern stage of the sport now. There's so much training, there's so much coaching, but yet you still get these heats that just sort of separate themselves for no reason. Just someone's exactly in the right place at the right time and does the right things. And, well, that's how the numbers have been built so far.
Yeah, and remember the next competitors also train just as hard.
Exactly.
So they're all good. We were sitting watching a bit of Wimbledon and going, well, why is the ball gone out? They've hit a million of these shots in probably just this year. Why would you go? But that's what pressure when you're competing against someone equally as good as you, and that's when they're also making decisions. So it's you got to get a strategy. Back yourself, and even if you come in and you've lost, you got to go, okay, well, you know what, my strategy didn't work, but I still backed my strategy that I had.
Well, something's in the breakfast of the young Spaniard from the Basque Country, in and out repeatedly. No rides yet for Laura Ropp representing Brazil. Of course, a young crew of Brazilian ladies making the push out in the lineup, as we mentioned. Laura Ropp, she'll be here along with Sofia Medina. Good to see the younger Brazilians starting to respond. There was a time there,
Oh, absolutely. We do see another paddle for Jania, and just finding multiple open face waves. Another 2-turn combo, and there was good open face on that wave. But Giggs, I was actually down this morning in the competitors area, and I had a chat to the Japanese contingent, and they're just so supportive of each other, so friendly. Chatted to all of them, and I said, you guys train together. A lot of them spend time in, of course, Chiba and that area where the Olympics was. And I mean, the upliftment of the surfers in that area from the Olympics has to be massive. And they've got a very, in my opinion, what I'm seeing, a set way of training. They seem to be pushing very hard, very critical on their surfing. Hard hitting in the pocket. They all seem to be following that suit, and that's what the judges are looking for. So I'm keen to really keep an eye on the Japanese contingent through this event and see how those scores go for them. But very supportive, and you can see that training, and they're on the move for sure.
We've had the Japanese in Ballito over the last few seasons, also on the Challenger Series, but particularly a couple of them making the trips for the JQS and the Rookie Rippers. So we're waiting to look for breakthrough results for the Japanese in Ballito. Meantime, a replay for, well, what is the first ride for our surfer in white, Amura Tsuzuki. And we'll just go through a few breakdowns here as well, Greg.
Yeah, and that second wave almost caught a bit of the rail, but on that bottom turn, but it actually set her up a little bit deeper and steeper on that turn. Jania and just getting another huge score, 7.1 for those two big turns. And I mentioned to you, she snuck away from the pack a little bit to the left of competition. There is a peak that stands up a little bit bigger down there. It does head towards the rocks in the middle quite quickly. And we see paddling again. It's just unreal how these waves are coming to her.
Well, there's only one person in this heat right now. A couple of strong forehand snaps already a pair of sevens on the board for Janier Etcheberry. Of course, been great to see the women's talent from the bus country really making a push. Think of Nadia Aristaba sitting fourth on the Challenger Series. And, well, definitely something stirring on those northern coast of Spain region as well, Greg.
Yep, and definitely something happening down there. They're surfing well, and we are going to...
So, 18:20 on the clock. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that first heat this morning. Get some words from her.
Okay. Definition of the Challenger Series is literally fighting till the last minute. Jessie, that's exactly what you did. Tell us about that 6-point ride you got.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very tricky start. Like, I didn't get a wave to start the heat that I was expecting because it's been slow for the sets. But I was like, God, just please show me which wave now, because the girls were starting to build scores and I was holding priority. So you kind of have to choose, do you try and get a small one, or do you wait for that wave that you're hoping for? So I was just glad to keep busy in the second half of the heat so I could try and build scores and like find the waves that give you a bigger section. So yeah, I'm just grateful I finally got some scores going.
And also, I know you had to dig deep. You've got an allergic reaction from a bee. How are you feeling health-wise?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine, but I did get stung by a bee on my cheek 2 days ago, actually, in the surf. It sat on me and I didn't know what to do, and it stung me. So my face has been ridiculously swollen for 2 days. So just trying to get it down.
Nice. Well, you've got some time to get it down, and good luck for the next heat.
Thank you so much.
Well, a wider smile than usual, but good heat performance from Jessie van Niekerk. That first heat this morning, just rapid fire. And well, when the numbers finally settled, Jessie van Niekerk getting that win with Eva Wong progressing at the expense of Zoe Steyn and Yolanda Hopkins, as you and Paul were talking about. It was just strange to sort of see us lose Yolanda Hopkins so early in the draw. Meanwhile, Laura Ropp's going to peg her first wave on the cards, and it's taken nearly half the heat to do that, Greg.
Yep, so slow start for Laura. She'll be feeling confident out here. She took the win in the JQS a couple of days ago. Similar conditions. We've had small surf pretty much on tap for multiple days. So she would have got very used to this lineup. And
Laura Ropp, the Brazilian, just having a quick look at stats, and we love doing that with the Challenger Series, because it is the qualifying series regionally that feeds to this Challenger Series level. This tier of competition, of course, is producing top results to attack the championship tour. But Laura Ropp back on the qualifying series. She's been making repeated finals in 2024. A QS 5000 win in Saquarema as well. We've just seen a very riveting and entertaining championship tour stop there last week. So looking forward to seeing what Laura Ropp brings for us. And let's go to some more replays with heat leader. Just keep building the wave count.
Yep, she's been gifted multiple waves in this heat, and a dream start. And this is Laura with the replay. So her first wave, taking a note out of Jessie van Niekerk's book, possibly a slow start and then fire at the end. But we'll see where that first score comes. Of course, besides Janier, not much on the cards for our surfers.
Well, here goes the opening ride for Suzuki. Notice she's riding EPS equipment there. You can see that carbon spine. Some surfers bringing small grovel boards to the game here. And as we mentioned, with the surf forecast the way it is, that Surfline forecast showing a smaller surf for the beginning of the period, and then we could have some solid, well overhead surf for later in the game. So expecting a wide range of quiver, and certainly a small wave groveler under feet there of Amara Suzuki, and we'll wait for her opening score, Greg, as we've slipped into the second half of the heat.
Yeah, it's and looking at this round of 48 of the women, it is the first round. It's incredible how competitive all these heats are. When you talk about the wins and what the year's produced, a lot of QS events, and you go through the list of the opening round, there's multiple QS wins spread amongst the surfers, so very competitive. This replay, I love that last little turn where she pushed hard on the tail, like that Q turn.
The judges didn't. They gave it a 1. What are you thinking of this one, Greg?
Well, a point of difference as well, getting a little bit of a layback in there. There's not going to be much space for turns like that, so the judges will go, well, it's your basic turns, whack, whack, 2-turn combos, and she's finding...
I'm baffled at the fact that there's 8 waves on the scorecard for Jania Gonzalez Echeverry from the Basque Country, of which a pair of them are 7s. Well done for that. But nobody else really building any wave repetition in the lineup here, Greg. I'm not quite sure how the other 3 surfers not sort of read the rhythm of the heat leader.
Well, she's just moved away from them. Wherever she's figured out, okay, wherever they are, the waves are not coming, so I'm going to go somewhere else. And, and that's what it's like in a free surf too. How often do you go out there and you're the man that just, the waves are coming to you, and then other times you can't buy a wave.
Yep, unpacking the stories of competitive surfing here at Stop 3 on the Challengers Series. We'll take a quick break and we'll continue with more on the opening day of the Ballito Pro. Welcome back to the opening day of competition. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Gig Saliers alongside Greg Emsley for the call as you join us in the second heat of the morning. It is the opening round of women's competition, round of 48, second heat, and it's been a one-way traffic for the heat leader, Jania Echeverry. She's really just stomped the field. But while we were gone, judges started throwing a few scores around, and one of them for a single maneuver turn from our Japanese competitor, Greg, and that went into a good number of a 4.63.
We spoke about that, and Amora Suzuki, just getting that first wave and getting enough speed and enough open face to push on that one solid turn. She got a nice layback snap. And it was a point of difference. We did speak about it. And she didn't, she could have maybe tried to rush for 2 smaller turns, and she figured, what, let me just push and get one solid turn here. Let's get a solid score on the board. She would have looked at Jania with such a strong lead, factored her out. She's getting through the heat. I'm fighting the other 2 goals.
So that 4.63, I just want to go back to that conversation, Greg. An epoxy board underfoot of the Japanese surfer. She sort of floated and floated that section, didn't slam into it. I'm noticing, I don't know if you've picked that up, where epoxy and EPS boards, they don't slam the lip as hard. It's almost like you can just bury a rail just a touch harder like that. There's the spray flying for our Brazilian competitor, Laura Ropp. And I've always sort of questioned, how hard does the board sink on a turn between the EPS and the PU? And I just noticed that board really flowed, didn't throw a lot of spray, but the judges still went 4.63, so they appreciated it.
Yeah, it's always a debate, and that's between surfer and the coach, I guess, on what they're wanting to ride. Definitely the epoxy floats a little bit more on top of the water, up and over the sections. You can, in the smaller waves, cover quite a lot of distance across the waves because you get a nice float over little whitewater sections and that. But definitely you get a point of difference from a normal PU. You're getting a bit more rail in, but maybe a touch harder to gather speed from the wave. But if you can get it right, you can really slice in the wave. So it's just the decision you got to make. What sort of surfing are you wanting to do in these smaller waves? We can debate this. It's quite interesting.
Well, smaller waves it is, Greg. 2 foot, the odd, hardly 3 foot set, but it is enough to get competition underway. So if you're just joining us, we're unpacking the second heat of the morning, and still a story to tell with 8.5 minutes to go. All 4 our surfers don't have 2 rides each. Priority is in favor of the young Kiwi surfer, Safi Vete. Of course, she's starting a campaign on her path as a professional surfer. Think of the inspiration of Paige Harrop, who is coming up next, by the way. So the New Zealanders have made the trip here. There she is in screen, young Safi. Just a little bit of a slopey one. It seems, Greg, and your easy topic to talk about, you want that end section to slam. You've got to get something. You can't just do a little tapered couple of turns and kick out. You need the end section hit.
Absolutely. You want to really stamp that end section. You want it to be dramatic. Throw a couple of pizzas maybe with your hands. Show the judges that you're feeling it, you're happy, and you've just got to throw a bit extra on these waves. Push as hard as you can on every section you can get, and just get that point of difference.
Well, that sting in the lip for Laura Ropp, the number comes in at a 4.7, so almost a single maneuver contribution for score there. But still, no one knocking on the good category scores that our heat leader achieved with that pair of 7s.
Yeah, the 2 best scores of the morning so far, and she's just been in an incredible rhythm with this ocean today, just moving. Wherever she's gone, the waves have just popped up at her, and she's got priority again. After getting all those waves, she can now sit tight and wait for that next good wave and just enjoy, I guess, the last 7 minutes of this heat.
Well, she can enjoy, and she has been enjoying. Of course, making the finals of the Ballito Open, presented by Flowhose on the weekend just past. And a good opportunity for the young kids in the area and the younger travelling surfers to get involved in those junior platforms, and, of course, the qualifying series event as well, Greg.
Yeah, and the amount of internationals just surfing those 2 events, it was, great, like you said, great for our local community and a perfect warm-up for these surfers, and just before a challenger. You don't get much warm-up before a challenger. It's an added bonus, and it'll be interesting to take note through the competition how the surfers had performed well in the Ballito Open, the 1000, and there's that nice smack, how they end up within the Challenger Series and how much of an advantage it was.
Well, we saw Sierra Kerr on screen getting ready. Father Josh, both of them just teamed up for the year, just doing a few laps around the planet. Recently in Nias, go and pull some of that footage up if you've missed it somehow. The Kerr family just having a great Indonesian experience. And wow, wasn't that just a showstopper qualifying series event over in Indonesia? Of course, both dad and daughter making finals days and really enjoying that trip. And here they are now in Africa. We saw them in the speciality event a week back in J-Bay. So looking forward to seeing what Sierra Kerr brings, not only to the heat, but to the rest of the season, Greg. And is she going to knock on the door of qualification?
Definitely. She's got such a good support team. You'll see every event. You saw her dad tying the vest there. Her mom ties her hair up before the heat. It's a real support crew. And imagine having family traveling with you, and especially the knowledge that Josh has. Every heat you're going to go in with the best coach, basically, and knowledge from your dad.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in picture for you folks. Heat leader not going to challenge her already. Heat score totals with that pair of 7s. But Greg, as you mentioned, just keeping busy. It is that smaller, compact beach break situation. Looking a little waft of wind now as well. Of course, we are on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. It is the east coast of South Africa. So sunrises are over the sea, sunsets are behind us. And behind us are a big set of hills. And beyond that, into the Midlands, and an hour or two's drive, even some snow-capped peaks of the Drakensberg mountain range. And we get these little wafts of offshore winds all the way, almost every winter morning, Greg.
Oh, it's beautiful. The Dolphin Coast, nooks and crannies everywhere. Gigs took us on a guided tour yesterday afternoon. A couple of the commentary team and the producers, and really cool just checking out the little bays and Sharkers Rock and The Kwalakuza region is just so beautiful. The Dolphin Coast, straight off Sharkers, we saw those dolphin coming to say hello, and it really shows off, doesn't it?
Yeah, we love the Dolphin Coast. We love sharing it all with you. We trust that you're enjoying the show on day one of the Challenger Series. Just waiting to catch up a couple of numbers here to tighten the picture. There we are, situation change. Laura Ropp, back-to-back, single strong turns, exactly what we were talking about, Greg. You've got to hit the lip, you've got to hit the impact zone and find those numbers, and a good set of numbers in for the last two efforts of Laura Ropp sees her jump to second.
Yep, strong surfing, and we did mention she's been here for a good couple of days. She's been working this lineup. She'll feel comfortable out there. She'll have planned strategies that have worked through her win, for instance, from the JQS, and feeling comfortable. It's a strong second place position she just got at the moment.
Here's your second place surfer now, looking to just perhaps nudge a number higher than her low score of 4.7. That won't happen, and I'm just noticing sharking around the lineup is our surfer in white. Here's that impact turn we spoke about, almost cut copy-paste. This one a little more dramatized than the earlier 4.63, and I think Suzuki, our Japanese surfer, is going to say goodbye to the 257. Is that going to challenge Laura Ropp here, Greg?
Absolutely. That, for me, is possibly the turn of the heat. Really compacted into that lip, exploded off it, and I mean that landing just free falling out of it. We'll get that replay shortly and just discuss it. And I like her tactic of focusing on one big maneuver on a wave. She's like, everyone's talking about trying to fit in two turns. She's gone, I'm going to just focus on really taking my time, setting up and putting everything into one solid maneuver. It's a strategy she's obviously got. Let's see if it works out.
Waiting for that score, a 5.47 requirement for the cut-off third place position. We're noticing our surfer in white, Safi Vete, just moving around the lineup, really not unlocking anything. So frustration perhaps for our New Zealander. But Suzuki now right in the mix, and we're still waiting for that score. We'll see if we can get another look at it. Meanwhile, live action as we go under 2 minutes on the clock. And Laura Ropp trying to almost respond without the score landing just yet, Greg. She knows that there's a number on the way. And there it is. Situation change. Last of blue in at a 6.73, Greg, almost to the good category score. And on a single turn, 6.73. That's a good number.
Yep, and I like it. I like that the judges have rewarded that single maneuver. It was really explosive.
Well, heat leader from the very outset. She'd about 7 or 8 waves before anybody else had got to their feet. It is clearly out front. Shania Gonzalez, Echebarri, and Greg. She's put together a number of hammers and finding that pair of sevens. Laura Ropp hanging on to that second for most of it, Greg, but then, well, we'll see a late push from Amori Suzuki to flip the heat over.
Yep, and, Laura putting together a couple of scores, and then this was Amori. That was that turn. It's just solid, getting that big number, and I loved how much spray came off that turn, how compact she hit that lip, and just free falling out. And she took note of how dumpy it is. So early on with that sort of cute turn, she had that board facing the beach for the landing, the heavy landing, and rode out perfectly.
Technically perfect from Suzuki on a single turn, gets her up into second, and with 20 seconds to go, we're not seeing a lot of movement in the lineup, and that could be the final picture here, but really everything absolutely copybook perfect for our heat leader in green, Greg.
Absolute perfect. The start was amazing. The two highest scores of the day so far, and a dream heat for Jania Gonzalez Echebarri. So, and I'm so excited to see her through the rest of the event.
We'll lose Laura Ropp and Safi Vete in the opening round of the women's, and they will be packing their bags and thinking about the US Open of surfing. On to the next round. Great performances from, there's your official results. Shania Gonzalez Echebarri, pair of sevens for the heat win, and a last gasp run for Suzuki. Great action, and we trust that you're enjoying it with us. Stay with us, because we'll go move into heat 3. It's going to be a big one. Couple of big names to talk about. We'll be getting Mike Frew in for the call. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
It's a Sauerborner greeting as you're with us for the opening rounds of competition. It is the 3 stop of 6 on the Challenger Series. Very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Mike Frew as we unpack another exciting heat here, round of 48. Opening morning, Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, is going to have her job put out for her. Paige Harab, there's a name we love to see. Of course, lots of history from the New Zealander. And, well, Sierra Kerr, there's been a lot to talk about with her. And, of course, another Japanese talent in the form of Minami Nonaka. It's a very good morning from Ballito. And it's a good morning to you, Mark Frew, as we get underway with Heat 3 of the morning.
Good morning, Gigs. Great to be here. And real punchy little conditions out there. I'm really glad to see that the wave has a little bit more energy than what we saw yesterday. And that last heat, wow, had some pretty solid scores there, and great to see the morning unfold here in the Quatacuza region.
Yep, Surfline forecast right on track. Yesterday, of course, a lay day for the opening day of the waiting period. We knew there was a small bump in the water, and, well, we woke up to a relatively easy call this morning. Let's get competition underway. Women's opening round of 48. You are with us here in the third heat of the morning. Mentioned Paige Harab, former championship tour surfer, qualified back in 2008, was already making semi-finals in 2009 and onwards. She came onto the scene sort of just a year after Steph Gilmore. Different journey for her. Let's have a look at Paige as she uses that former championship tour experience just to try and build a couple of scores early on, and she has done that already. A pair of 417s for the 8.34 total top left of screen as we build our numbers early here. As I say, you mentioned conditions there, Mike. 2 to 3 foot punchy conditions. We saw a couple of excellent scores come from single turns in that last heat.
Yeah, and I think that I was speaking to some of the surfers on the beach prior to coming in here, and all of them commented on the extra little bit of power that you are feeling out there, or that they're feeling out there on their waves gigs, which was not evident yesterday. Looking at the Surfline forecast, I wasn't sure if they would run today, but what you're seeing on your screen there is a low tide going high at 11 minutes past 1 this afternoon. So that little bit of water on the bank there, it'll start filling in, and we might even see the swell fill in a little bit more as that onshore wind picks up over the lunchtime period.
Yeah, 8:40 a.m. here in South Africa. That low tide exactly on sunrise at 7 a.m. And just noticed a massive splash from a whale jumping out the back on the horizon there. You can see a puff just if top left of screen where the numbers are. That whale was just really busy in the background, and someone busy in the foreground is this young surfer. We saw excellent contribution from the Japanese visitors in the previous heat, and now Minami Nonaka will pick up on that theme, and she'll be posting her opening ride for us. So already a couple of scores in the hat for Daniela Rosas. One of them is a throwaway score, and a single ride for Sierra Kerr. So early days here. We trust that you're enjoying it with us, as it is beach break conditions, smaller beach break conditions. And Mark, as you said, even though it is only in the 2.5 foot range, 3 foot on the odd set, Ballito does pack a punch, and you will see our surfers really exploding into those lips when the opportunities come around.
Yes, Giggs. And the other interesting thing this morning, chatting to some of the surfers, was the type of boards they're riding. I would imagine that you would look at possibly taking a groveler or a small wave type of board out there, but they were saying they generally today and in the free surfs are riding their
just
normal
your regular
boards.
board, yeah. Let's have a look how regular boards perform. Frustrating moment there. That could be a little discussion point here as we early on in the third heat of the morning. Paige Harrop paddling. We saw Sierra Kerr riding. So try and unpack that moment, maybe bring back a replay of that. But right now, everybody just scratching away to try and build a set of 2 numbers each and look to improve on that. Let's have a look at this. We are waiting for some scores. And that is live. We are with Paige Harrop there again, just solid, rock solid, just getting a couple of hits in. Already, as we mentioned, the 417s, a pair of them. Not sure if she's gone over the 417 on that one. What are we thinking here, Mike?
Giggs, the QS 1000, which was run prior to this event, the surfers that were able to get a mid-range score, 1 or 2 of them, within the first 5 to 8 minutes, almost every single time they were the ones making it through the heats. And Paige Harrop, that's exactly what she's done to start this heat. So she's got a great foundation. These heats do go very quickly. There's four surfers in the heat. There's a lot going on out there, so the time winds down quite quickly. And if you can get that sort of mid-range score, 2 of them within the first 5 to 8 minutes, you have a great platform to build the rest of your heats on.
Well, that was our previous heat winners story. Wow, I mean, a pair of 7s pretty much early on. And you mentioned rapid fire there, everybody trying to just build some numbers. We saw a couple of replays there. 417 in for 403 didn't make the top 2 for Paige Harrop in that recap. Saw a couple of replays, but Daniela Rosas did manage to find a 3.9 in that, Mike. And, well, the best of it, the Japanese surfer, lovely end section slam for the 533.
Our Japanese competitor already with a QS win on her scores over the year. She has a win. It's quite a loaded heat here. We've got Danielle Rosa from Peru. She has 2 QS wins this year, Giggs. We've got Paige Harrop, the most experienced competitor. She's 34 years old. She was actually recently at that event in Nias where they had those perfect waves in Indonesia. So she would have come from the Southeast Asia region of the world here to Ballito. And then we've got young Sierra Kerr, also with 2 QS regional qualifier wins coming into this event. And, of course, this year she's also won the World Junior title.
Yep, World Junior champion to hang on the mantelpiece for young Sierra Kerr. She also was part of that finals day over at Nias, just thumping waves. I mean, Dad just ripping the bag out of it to inspire her for her future career. Can speculate, as you know, as we have done in previous seasons with Caitlin Simmers was a good example in the years previous. This year, Erin Brooks, there's a strong argument that she will qualify. And, can Sierra Kerr get close to that set of discussion points in 2024?
So Paige came from Nias straight to Ballito. Sierra Kerr had a little bit of a detour gigs via J Bay. And it was great to see Sierra and Josh Kerr down in Jeffreys Bay prior to this event. By contrast, this year, J Bay was before the Ballito event. So there are a number of surfers in the draw that were in J Bay before the Ballito Pro. Then they would have spent at least 2 weeks in South Africa now acclimatizing.
Absolutely. A wonderful speciality event successfully hosted by the Clark family and the WSL over and further down the coast in J Bay. And wow, it was just so much value. Josh Kerr absolutely ripping on his twin pins in the lineup. Of course, Mark Okilupo, Adriana De Souza. And we saw Matt Wilkinson make a return to J Bay. And just a low-key but absolutely fun speciality event and so much value from that. And Steph Gilmore also laying her lines there for the local crowd to appreciate. And it really has added that, you know, what is our we call it our carnival surf season. So it hasn't felt like we didn't have a championship tour event somehow down here in Africa with that speciality event filling the calendar. And, well, of course, an Olympic year. So as we were talking, Mike, But certainly there's this festive atmosphere in and around the coastlines of South Africa, and everyone happy to be part of it again in 2024.
So our Peruvian competitor, Daniela Rosa, just opting for a left there. Today is very peaky, gigs. We had a northeasterly wind blow in the night, and what that means is the wind is blowing from the left to the right on your screen, and it's blown in a little bit of a wind swell. It's a very short period, like 8-second wind swell. But what that does here at the beach in Ballito is, with the direction of the swell, it offers up some left-hand braking waves like we saw there from Daniela Rosa from Peru. And I think today those lefts are going to come into play and potentially be some of the surface top scores, where in the last few days and in the QS 1000 building up to this event, it was mainly rights. It was a southerly swell. But over the next couple of days, I think, especially with a very strong northeast predicted today, that easterly swell direction is going to start filtering in. We're going to see more lefts as part of the scoring rides in this event.
And Michael, you mentioned the high tide. The tide is pushing in here. It is a smaller swell. Certainly those left-handers do tend to open up and roll a little bit with that northerly wind direction as the tide fills in. 18.5 on the clock. Trust that you're enjoying the show with us. Let's have a look back at Sierra Kerr and her successes. Mentioned her win in the Sambazon World Junior Championships earlier this year over on the west side of the Californian coast. And she got that win over Zoe Benedito in the final. But strong performances, and expect much from this name, Sierra Kerr, as we move forward through the year. On point surfing as usual, as you'd expect. Groomed on the Australian shores. Sierra Kerr on her way to some bigger things in the future, but a World Junior title in the hat. Of course, that always is a barometer for talent. I love going back to that World Junior Championships winners list. So many names to talk about. Macy Callahan's one of them as well. And, as we transition back to live surfing, 17.5 on the clock. Our Japanese surfer, who has the single best score of a 5.33, trying to back that up now. She's going to have to dig a little deeper than that. You mentioned the wind just starting to ruffle it. It's almost a tangible look to the lineup changing now, Mark.
Yeah, you are going to get a little bit of chop coming across the face, small little corduroys on the waves as the wind picks up. But importantly, it's quite punchy out there, and the wave on the north coast of KZN, this Quadakuza region, is generally a lot more powerful than it does look, gigs.
Yeah, there is a feel of the north shore of Hawaii, north shore of Oahu particularly. That comparison is made. It is a deeper drop-off out the back. A lot of marine life swimming past out the back, but that is in the deeper water, and that deeper water allows the swell energy to travel from all directions, by the way. So on a day like today, Mark, you mentioning perhaps a crossover of swell, some more easterly and northeasterly type swells coming from the left of screen, and then those longer range southerly swells coming from the right. And it all mixes up here, and there's always something. It's really the fact that we had a lay day yesterday is a very rare occasion, especially in the winter here in KZN.
Yes, we generally don't get under 3 to 4 foot through the season, and it has been a bit of an unusual year, gigs. We had a massive easterly swell. It was probably 10 to 12 foot for a good 2 weeks around the Easter period here in KZN. And what that did is it scoured a lot of sand out of these beaches in the KZN area. And it hasn't been back, it hasn't kicked into the winter season yet, which is traditionally these big southerly swells that come up from the Cape. What that does is brings the sand back, and we're still kind of waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, good point you make there, Mark. I mean, it's not a standard issue year for us. We're very spoilt here with the winter surf season. But as you mentioned, Olympics has taken the championship to a stop away, and that's all right. We had fun with that. But certainly the El Nino year just, I feel, has... And the other thing, Mark, I look at sand at every beach around the world. Not all sand is the same size. This is quite granular. It's quite big, so the sand can move back. I think the bigger the sand pebbles, the easier they move, right?
Yes, like the Cape beaches where you're from, gigs, especially around, say, that Hermanus area, the sand is very, very fine and very compact. You can feel it. It feels like concrete when you walk on it at low tide. Whereas here, if you walk along the sand line, your feet are actually sinking into it.
Well, we're talking all things on sand. And talking about sand, let's go down to the sand and hear from the winner of that last heat. An outstanding performance for our Spanish surfer.
Janire, you're a little bit of a local here at Ballito. You and your sister making finals of the QS, the Pro Junior. What was your strategy? You looked so solid and strong in that heat and winning from so early.
Well, I just wanted to take a couple of ways like I made in the QSs and then juniors, just have fun and show my surfing. And I've been injured like for 5 months now. So yes, I want to get some rhythm to the follow of the year.
Amazing. And you know, between you and your sister competing together, are you sharing some secret sister tips or is it strictly business?
Not really. It's like each other makes his life and like just share out the experience and have fun. But like when she's in the heat, I am like quiet to not stress her. So yeah, not really.
That's cool. Well, good luck and see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Well, the young generation of Spanish talent making their mark here at the Ballito Pro. Outstanding effort and a great set of scores for highlight score of the morning thus far. It's only heat 3, but a 14-point total is a good number to work with, and she's on her way to the next round. And as we wait for a few more sets to roll in, it is the opening morning of competition. Stay with us here at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the remaining 11 and a half minutes of the third heat of the opening round this morning. Gig Saliers and Mark Frew breaking it down for you. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. The World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito. And, well, on screen, heat leader just going down, the young Japanese surfer, Minami Nonaka, just trying to up her numbers here. Mike, 5.33. We saw a strong start from her, but 3.9 to back it up for now. There's the numbers top left of screen, but she's just trying to nudge that lead a little bit ahead because there's a ton of experience in the lineup with Paige Harrib and, of course, the young up-and-coming talent of our World Junior champion, Sierra Kerr, with a little grab there, and she's just trying to nudge that scorecard forward herself.
I really like that little frontside grab. We haven't seen a lot of airs in the surfing this morning, and that is what Sierra's renowned for. Gigs, a lot of youngsters have come through to watch the heats this morning once they heard the women were on because they knew that Sierra Kerr would be in. I know that a lot of the young girls from the eThekwini Surf Riders Association region and the local Ilembe surfers, a lot of those youngsters have come to see Sierra Kerr. She is obviously a very high profile and talked about name in young women surfing circles.
Mark, a heat that's got a vast spread of stories as well. And think of Paige Harrib making the championship tour. She's now probably around 34 years of age. And, well, here comes the young talent of Sierra Kerr. So that's what we love about the Challenger Series. It kind of puts it all in one space for us.
Sierra up and riding there on another punchy little insider. Just getting 2 regular turns in. It didn't offer up too much on the end section. And she didn't quite drive into that one, Giggs. It was more sort of just pivoting with the board through the turns. I felt like that previous wave of hers was maybe a bit better than that.
Well, former championship tour surfer Josh Kerr loved his years on tour and what he brought to the table. Of course, the corrupt flip amongst so many other entertaining moments in his illustrious career. Now chaperoning his daughter around the planet. Of course, it's great to see the experience of former championship tour surfers and the second generation. I think of Shane Dorian and young Jackson. Perhaps we'll see that story unfold in the next season or two. And yeah, it's just great to see the value that these former championship tour surfers can bring, Mark.
It's great to see the dads of a lot of the youngsters competing in the events coming through to Ballito. Jason Kenworthy, who was a big name in Surfer Magazine, and along with the likes of Andy Irons and that back in those heydays. Great to see Jason Kenworthy here with his family. I saw Charlie down on the beach. So it takes to the air. That pace and innovation on that type of wave is obviously what the judges are looking for as she locks in her highest ride there. I like to grab 2, Giggs.
Yeah, Greg would like it too. But that's okay. We love having Greg Emsley in on the story. Isn't he just a character as well? Greg Emsley, of course, with that story of dads behind their kids. Greg Emsley's sprouts starting to surf really well. His son David making the national team. And we love the story. It's a theme around the world. And, yep, let's all keep surfing as families and making memories. We love it. Just over 7 minutes to go. Sierra Kerr just moving through the lineup here now for her to perhaps look for a heat win here. Meanwhile, Daniela Rosses will have nothing to do with it. She's going to keep working as well. And Paige Harrop somehow, Mike, is still waiting for a score. I know it's rapid fire. I mean, all surfers. There's another little pop to the air there for Sierra Kerr, who's coming in with a plan here, plan B for the back half of the heat. And let's see if she nudges her numbers. Sierra Kerr, one of her scores right now, 3.77. So tactics to get rid of that lower number.
Interesting, using a bit of technicality in the airs there and really bringing a bit of, I suppose you could call it new school or innovation into this heat is Sierra Kerr. It is what she's known for and has practiced that in wave pool events and all over the show. And it's rare that a punchy little beach break heat will happen without Sierra Kerr taking to the air.
We see Sierra Kerr sitting wide of screen. There's your overview of the lineup. We see Sierra Kerr way over to the left. So she's just going to work that peak by herself. Let's see if her numbers land in the right direction. As we mentioned, trying to get rid of a 3.77.
So she generates a lot of speed down the line. You see she grabs it with her right arm there. That's called an indie grab. And so she does a big straight air with an indie grab. If she'd grabbed it with her left hand, that would have been a mute grab, Giggs.
Well, it's all very tech these days. We love it. But let's not discount the solid approach to the heat for Minami Nonaka. And she's found that 5.33 for her opening ride with a big slam to the lip. Let's see if these approaches unlock numbers, Mark.
So that time, going for the 2 turns, with Ballito in the conditions that we're seeing today, generally with Ballito, when it's more like this, you really have to paddle in quite fast into the wave. And what that does is it generates speed into that opening turn because the wave's not going to give you a lot of open face to massive gouge or anything. So the harder you paddle into it, the faster you're going, it's going to project you faster into that bottom turn. Then once you pivot off that, you can get into that first snap. So important to paddle in super quickly here. And sometimes you'll see, even at this level, the surfers get a little bit caught up or caught behind the section on that first turn. You really have to paddle into these things quite quickly because the wave breaks quite fast, Gigs.
Well, the other thing that's fast is the repetition in the lineup. 4 surfers, everybody pulling the triggers here. Some surfers are on their way to 10 rides each. And that does tend to just backlock the judges a little bit. Doesn't often give them time to, they have the facility to do reviews. But certainly it's rapid fire here in the opening round of the women's draw here at the Challenger Series. Down to 4 minutes to go. All 4 surfers with very high wave counts in the lineup. And, well, let's have a look at the heat recap. We spoke of that good score of a 5.33 to start for our Japanese surfer, and she's still holding on to the lead.
I really liked that last turn. Then there was the front side air, the straight air there from Sierra Kerr. She backed that up with this wave, straight into another one with a bit of an indie grab, lands it nice and clean and rides out. And those are the highlight waves that we've seen so far that have got above average scores in the heat, Gigs.
Well, while we were recapping, all numbers in now from the panel. Situation changed. The young Australian, Sierra Kerr, has now found, well, she's put together a pair of 5s with those indie grabs, Mike, and she is now the new heat leader with 3:20 on the clock.
So the judges liking that innovation, the speed and the power going into it, a well-paced wave, and getting that little ramp in order to get above the wave and land a nice clean air.
Well, no second chances, Mike. 4-man heats, 4-person heats, and 3rd and 4th right now. Daniela Rosas and Paige Harab have got to start stretching into the mid-4 to mid-5 range because that's where the pace has been set. I just also want to make note, with just under 3 minutes to go, a backup score of a 3.9 is still easy to improve for Minami Nanaka, the Japanese surfer who has led for most of the heat. Now in second, and if she can get to replace that 3.9, it's going to stretch Rosas and Harab to the finish line.
There's a very close spread in the scores here because if you look at the requirements there, Gigs, it's not massive. It's below the highest wave scores. That 527, 523, and the 533 are the requirements are less than that for all 3 surfers to change their position in the heat. So for Minami to take the lead, she needs less than what she's got on her best wave. Same for our Peruvian competitor as well as our New Zealand's Paige Harab.
Well, let's see if best waves can come the way of all 4 respective surfers. World Junior Champion Sierra Kerr out front over Minami Nanaka, who, as we mentioned, has led for most of it. Daniela Rosas, she has the experience, she has the priority as well, and a 4.77, the requirement, lowest of the requirements in the requirement discussion. Let's see if she can find that number as we're slipping down now very quickly to 90 seconds to go.
In the QS 1000, the event that was building up to the Challenger Series that a lot of these competitors used as a warm-up event, Gigs, there were multiple heats where we saw a surfer in 3rd or 4th in a close heat like this with only 1.5 points separating all 4 surfers, actually rocketing through from 4th and taking the win in the last 20 seconds.
Nanaka trying to improve on the 3.9, trying to stretch it up into the 5s to take that heat win off Sierra Kerr. We're down to 1 minute to go. Not convinced that might happen. Here is our heat leader. Kerr slams into that section. Nicely done too. Thought she was just going to peg it for a moment, but just fits that board into the curve. We spoke about the power here in the crunch zone at Ballito. And well read there from Sierra Kerr as we drop inside the last minute.
I liked how she tweaked the tail out on that turn. Gigs, if we get a replay of that, she had to go over a bit of a bump where the 2 swells were connecting from one peak to the next peak further down the line. And here's a replay of that wave. So she generates some nice speed, goes over that bump, tweaks the tail out. And I like how she rode out of that nice and confidently.
Gets a good kick in there. Can she improve on the 5.23? Seen, I think, turns in that neighborhood of amplitude come out with mid-range 5s this morning already. We'll just wait for those numbers to collect. This heat is pretty much a done and dusted story. Last set rolls in. Is somebody going to beat the clock here? We're down to the countdown. And Daniela Rosas, that priority, does this open the gate for her? In the barrel. We haven't seen one of those all morning. And we love seeing the tube as part of the story in Ballito. So I'm not sure how much she's going to garner from the judging panel for that, but good value entertainment, and remind us that she was chasing that 477.
So beautiful little tube there. You felt like she maybe could have straightened out in order to come out clean. She got caught by that left coming towards her a little bit, and if any criticism, it would have only been that she didn't come out nice and clean, potentially, in terms of the scores there, Gigs.
Yeah, good point you make there, Mark. I mean, she did highline out the exit of that barrel, but also almost didn't track out onto the face, just had the rail all set. Daniela Rosas, of course, great talent from her. We love seeing her in action, and great to have her back in Ballito as well. We are going to just stay with this moment here. We are waiting for critical scores. Sierra Kerr also owed another number. She'll return to the sand for a debrief with Dad, Josh Kerr. We'll just hang on to this because critical rush to the finish line there, Mike. Sierra Kerr, as I say, her scorecard open. Did she improve on the 5-2-3 with that big single slam maneuver? Paige Harrod was pretty much left out of it. I'm not seeing much in the way of that. Paige is going to pack her bags, and she's going to be on her way to the US Open of surfing. But Daniela Rosas, we hang the question mark on what is that tube with? We haven't seen any tubes to peg any references to this morning just yet.
It was actually it was nice and deep as well. It was the only tube that I've seen out here in the last couple of days too.
Well, we'll wait for those numbers to land. We'll see you for the results on the other side of them. We'll be calling him Paul Evans for the call. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. You're looking at the future of surfing right there. Sierra Kerr. And she's delighted with the debrief from her dad. It feels like every time she paddles out, she's really just sort of redefining her performance. The possibilities are just look so sprightly and breath of fresh air in barrel packing those. Also really good with the progression and the air game. And through and swinging here in the Challenger Series from a tricky, tight first heat. As we'll reset and pick up live action here. We're looking at surfer in blue out of Brazil. Hinkle, as she looks to try and get some pace going. Slightly sluggish inside, but nice and vert for a hit to finish. And slamming the lid shut on her opening ride. Joining myself, Paul Evans for the call. The Fru Brute, Mike Fru. Mate, feels like performances, the quality, just getting better and better so far this morning.
How cool was it to see Sierra in that last heat, boosting some straight airs, frontside airs with a bit of an indie grab on them as well. That's what all the youngsters on the beach that have come specifically to see Sierra do. And I really like how each heat, the scores and the performance has lifted through the morning, Paul, like you say.
Let's see if this quartet can do that. A couple of Brazilians, Sofia Medina and Taina Hinkle, taking on Nora Liotta of Hawaii, Kira Hoffmeyer from South Africa. That tide flooding in a bit, a little more water on the bank. And offering up sections. We saw a tube go down for Rosas in in that last heat, which was at least entertaining from, well, certainly would have looked good from where she was. It looked cool for us. But cool to see the progression going down with the above-the-lip stuff, seen some big power turns as well. So really, Mike, it's not necessarily one skill set. It's all about just finding opportunities and basically being alive to them.
It sure is. And with the multiple peaks out there, it's not like we got a point break situation here today. I'd expect we're going to see a big variety of maneuvers and approaches to the wave right through the day.
Medina up and swinging here on a meaty opening section. So no time from the takeoff to go into the bottom. She goes straight into the lip. A nice amplitude to the turn as well. We saw a few of those go incomplete early on this morning. Feels like everyone's got a much better read on those quick, tricky-to-read sections. Here's a quick wave for Hoffmeyer, just a little straight from her. Never really unable to unlock and get down the line into the lip. And that real quick paddle back. It's literally 10 or 15 strokes. You're back in the lineup, and all the while these heats are tight. Not only the sort of physical proximity of where they are in the lineup, but just in terms of the scores as well. It feels like anyone can turn these heats. It keeps it entertaining right to the very last second. We saw that in our very first heat of the day. Jessie van Niekerk getting that last gasp effort. Really cool to see that right at the very end. And it just keeps things available. You've got to keep, I guess, Mike, in your own mind when you're competing out there, it's not going your way. You're still alive, basically. Use the whole of the 30 minutes. You fall on a wave, and it's going to take you maybe 10 seconds to get back and get another one.
With the 8-second period we're seeing here, there's a lot of waves very close together. So the wave count in these heats is very high, and lots of waves being ridden.
Liotta, here she goes, opens up on a rail. The wave has a little wobble. She'll make her way back out. Well, we talked about the performances of Sierra Kerr. Let's go and have a chat with her down the beach.
First rod, 4 points. First wave of red, 4 points.
Go.
Okay. Sierra, we know South Africa is a really special place for you and your family. You were just in J-Bay, a little bit colder, better, longer waves. How does it feel to be in South Africa and now in Ballito?
Yeah, it's cool. I've never been here, and I hadn't been to South Africa since I was like a baby, but yeah, Dad's showing me all around, and it's cool. I'm stoked to be here.
Nice. And obviously in that heat, you brought a bit of innovation, which definitely helped you jump up to the top. And is that, as part of your strategy when you kind of see on the back end of the heat and need to bring it back up?
I mean, it's not. I don't really have a strategy going into heat, but I just try to surf like I'm free surfing, and if I get a mini section, I guess I'll just do a little air. So yeah, it was just something that's just easy for me to do.
Nice. Well, it paid off, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Cool.
Great stuff from Sierra Kerr. Impressive performance. She's got loads more in the tank too. Just one of those surfers, Mike, on the Challenger Series where we're seeing surfing in some QS events as well. And looking incredible. Bigger than Nias, of course. But just one of those surfers, you see a name in the draw, you just get excited about watching her surf. Regardless of where she goes in the event, you can't really, just got to watch what she's going to do next. She's so exciting.
She sure is. She dominates the social media feeds in terms of surfing and airs. And if there's a big wave pool event or if there's a swell going down, inevitably the Kerrs are on it. Either it's her dad or Sierra's out there, and it's great to have them in South Africa. You know that they've been in South Africa since the J-Bay event, and what that would have done is given them a little bit more acclimatization in the country compared to two of the surfers in this heat in particular, Sophia Medina and Tina Hinkle. They were actually in the Vivo Rio Pro last week, and they've made their way across the world from South America for this event.
Long travels to get here from over there. I guess the flip side of that is, though, these waves, they're not wildly dissimilar to a Brazilian beach break. There's a bit of power, there's a bit of bounce when it's looking like it does today as well. Pretty distinct kind of waveform from J-Bay, but get your point exactly. Getting in that rhythm, that flow of just how the day pans out and getting into your surfing routine, spending that extra time in town.
We have an interesting heat in terms of spread of experience here as well. We got the young Kira Hoffmeyer. She's 21 years old, out of Cape Town. She has surfed the regional QS events, and that's how she's qualified to get into the Challenger Series here in Ballito. And then we've got Nora Liotta from Haiku in Hawaii, and then the two surfers from Brazil, both of them drawn in the same heat here, and of course having a WCT heat experience this year so far.
Here goes Hoffmeyer with a couple of swings on the back and just a touch sticky. You feel that kind of surfing. terms of unlocking major points before that. Couple of reps for Lioto. Looks good, sprightly. She's trying to push that tail, kick that tail out, give it a little extra. Sure, she'll get deemed complete on that second manoeuvre, but at the moment it is Nora with the lead in this one, getting down towards that 7 minutes gone. So still plenty of time. We talked about the quick paddle outs, the short waves really, and our score screens get pretty full by the end of the heat. Surfers don't limit how many waves they can catch. They can just keep swinging the arms and going at it, and that seems to be certainly, rather than any kind of patient approach that you might do with a one-on-one surf for heat and playing with priority, that's all out the window here. Might just see yourself a little lump attack.
And unlike a big point break where you kind of stroke into the wave and take your time taking off and then use the power of the wave to get into that first turn, here in Ballito, it's so punchy and you're traversing such a short space along the wave that you've got to paddle in super hard, and you're paddling into the wave and dropping in actually is generating a lot of that speed into the first maneuver. It's really important because the way it's closing out on the sandbank here, it's quite tough to get 2 turns in. And so anything you can do to get quickly into that first turn, whether it's paddling fast or, gunning down around a section, you've got to get to work super fast. It doesn't allow you a point break type of opportunity before your turns.
An absolutely beautiful part of this surf-blessed South African coastline here. We talked about an embarrassment of riches, really, in terms of waves all up and down this coast, but just focusing in on what we have here in Ballito. This beautiful blue water. It's midwinter right now. It's nice and warm out there, subtropical climate. The wildlife absolutely incredible. I think Giggs mentioned in that last hit, we've got whales breaching out the back. We've been watching the sardine run going down as well. Dolphins pretty much every time. This is referred to as the Dolphin Coast. Pretty much every time you walk along the promenade here, just a beautiful, really alive marine environment. And you scan around, you look back, and you got that kind of jungle feel with banana trees and the green hills. Really pretty.
That sardine run that you're talking about, Africa has 2 of the biggest animal migrations in the world. In the middle of Africa, you've of course got the wildebeest, which migrates every year through the African plains, and then in the ocean you've got the sardine run, which it's an enormous run of fish. They're small little fish, no bigger than sort of your hand, and they make their way up the coastline every year. There's always a big National Geographic cruise and that sort of thing following them.
So where they headed up Mozambique? They're going somewhere a bit warmer to have babies. What's the idea?
So they don't go as far as that, and actually for them to be up here in Ballito at the moment is I wouldn't say it's rare, but we don't get it every year. Okay. But the water is quite cold.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've jumped in for a swim in the shore break or a surf, but it's quite chilly. And with that cooler water and not too much swell, you do see the sardines making their way this far up the KZN coastline.
Medina with a tag there. Nice and vert from her. And crucially, the completion as well. And she's already got the 4-point ride locked in. We got the 5 in as the second score from Hinkle. So Brazil at the moment with the lead in this in the form of Taina Hinkle. Medina in third. She only needs a really small number 1-4 because she's sitting on a tiny throw. She'll get the improvement for now, but it's probably not going to be that significant in terms of the end of the heat as well, where we won't see surfers looking for ones and numbers of that order. It's still modest requirements while we wait for everyone to get legit 2-wave totals. And Sophie, who's been doing a couple of years trying to get qualification done and really getting part of that conversation in terms of that strong Brazilian movement for the women. Join names like Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's been representing Brazil and surfing incredibly well on the championship tour. This is the platform to try and step up. Challenger Series, top 3 of 6, 4 events count. We talked on the morning show yesterday, Mike, about just how crucial it is doing well in Ballito. I mean, just in terms of the time of year, that midway point, and it really feels like if you're going to get your campaign going, this is a place to do it. Meanwhile, let's pick up live action. Out of Hawaii, Lioto with a quick bang into the lip from her. Didn't get loads of down-the-line speed going. She'll just keep plugging away. She's been going for similar sort of waves. She's identified kind of short rights so far. But those one-turn maneuvers, they need to be pretty impressive to really unlock the scoreboard from the panel. Meanwhile, Medina again off the bottom. That was nice, using the rail. giving it some back foot welly, and then the combo into the lip, and get some nice release as well, and she likes it.
For me, that was definitely the best surf wave of the heat. Confident turns. On the replays, I'm sure we'll see. I like how when she went into that first turn, she had a little bit of flair, a little bit of a laid back arm into the first turn. So generating that speed off the bottom, there you go, into a little bit of a layback, generating and maintaining the speed into that closeout section. And what I liked on that closeout section is when you hit the foam like that, Paul, if you're able to pivot the board and flare it out a little bit and throw an extra bit of spray in there, it just sort of rounds it off and makes it look nice and impressive for the judges.
Yeah, I think those details are going to be crucial. We've seen tight heats throughout this morning. It is small margins. We're not really looking at surfers, putting huge distance in terms of between second and third, and even second and fourth in terms of advancing. So you could just squeeze any extra juice that could prove invaluable. A bit of a chew through that one. She realizes can't quite get the high line to get across there. Another quick in and out, but the number for her at the moment in the lead, a 4-6 and the 4 for her to score. So Sophia Medina with the lead right now and building up a bit of momentum. I feel like her read on this wave is almost improving throughout this heat. She'll look to try and carry on from there and just really put herself in something of a commanding position. Meanwhile, we're waiting for our South African Hofmeyr to really fire up. She's in fourth priority at the moment, and fourth place as well on the scoreboard. A little bit of work to do. A number to come in for Leota shortly as well. But with half an hour and with 4 surfers, just the way this lineup is, you do feel like everyone's going to get a couple of opportunities, Mike. It's a shorter period swell and plenty of action coming through. Medina again, backhand this time, first crisp hit, and tries to combo it up. Just a little too keen maybe. Not sure if that second turn was on. It'll be incomplete anyway, but she's clearly showing her approach is a busy one.
What you're saying now is true, because today you can
That we saw that left prior to that wave with the combo, the layback to the first turn, and then just tagging and releasing on the last one over Whitewater. And that's a nice hit as well from her. I mean, just in terms of the variety of surfing she's shown and the repertoire, and you think you're nervous first heat, it's Challenger Series, is important heat. And you could sort of forgive some surfers for maybe being a little bit physically conservative, maybe a touch stiff. It looks like Sophia Medina, she's in a headspace where she's actually expressing herself and she's putting a little extra into all of her turns, and that's why it's paying off in terms of scores.
She got a really nice, a great foundation to build the heat on, because she had that 4.6 and the 4 after about the first 10 minutes. So if you split the heat up into 3 10-minute sections, she used the first 10 minutes to build that foundation. She really built it nicely, as she had 2 sort of mid-range scores, which put her right up there towards the top of the leaderboard. And what that's allowed her to do, like you say, Paul, is now you can relax, let the nerves go a little bit, and focusing on improving those scores. And that's exactly what she did with that way with the 2 turns with that little layback. That was great.
Further improvement from her as well. That left that she just got, the backhand turn 5-2 for Medina. So a further improvement, and her confidence is up. And it's being matched by a performance on the waves. Good total that for her, 11.23. It's pretty healthy. So at the moment, it's a Brazilian 1-2. One of them, Sofia Medina, she's been dominant. And she's leading this one. Chasing her down, Hinkle with a little bit of work left to do. She's got half the job done with a 5. Those two at the moment in advancing position, 13 on the clock. It's our opening day competition at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're going to get a quick ad break. When we come back, more live action from the Challenger Series. Heat 4 of the women's round of 48 will resume right after this.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to Ballito, Heat 4 of the opening round of the women in the water right now. A name you'll recognize, Medina leading this one. It's Sofia, and she has surfed really well so far in this heat, and really kind of expressing herself on the waves and been pretty dominant so far, chasing her down, a compatriot Hinkle at the moment with that 1 5-point ride locked in. That's good, but other than that, she's still really waiting to kind of match that and just put this one some distance and make the task more difficult for the likes of Liotta and Hofmeier. They're chasing down in 3rd and 4th. So I've had a white Liotta looking at the moment for 4.24. That's not a big number. There's plenty of 4s out there, Mike, and you just think, you know, we touched on it in the first half of the heat. It's not about waiting for sets and trying to find that quality, and maybe surfers that get inside their own heads a little bit. This is kind of an advantage for them because you basically just got to keep surfing.
Yes, and that's exactly what Sofia has done. She's certainly starting to create a bit of space here between 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the heat. I've got my closely watching the young South African there from Cape Town with priority. I don't think it's going to be a option to sit for too long and wait for sets. The sets are coming through every couple of minutes here, so it's, as we said, it's not like you're going to wait for one big southerly swell set to come through the heat. And I think once you're in that priority, you've got to identify something quite quickly. Off you go, get a wave in, and then make your way back into the mix there so that you can get another one. There's so many waves ridden by Sofia Medina. She's had 10 waves in the heats so far. 5 each from our Hawaiian and South African competitor, and a lot more patient has been Taina Hinkle.
These sort of conditions, Mike, you know, we touched on it earlier. It's a short period swell. There's a bit of power there. It's quite steep. Suddenly, it feels a bit like they don't have a lot of time to really think about setting up your turns. It's kind of about going fast, trying to match those sort of semi-closeout sections. And with the, you know, it's not super big out there, but with the power that's there, a lot of the work's actually done for you in doing a turn. You just got to be in the right place on the wave with the speed to attack.
And to get into that right place, it all starts with paddling very fast into the wave. So you can't afford to cruise into the wave here in Ballito on these type of days. You've got to paddle hard, generate that speed, because the main points on offer are going to be in that pocket on the first turn.
Here we go, live action. Here goes Liotta. And this way just shouldering off. So the point that we were making You almost got to go slightly on the other side of the peak with that steep section in front and almost tag it from takeoff. As soon as you get your feet up into the lip, that's what we've seen the likes of Medina doing. By contrast there, that one just sat down for Nora. She'll have time, though. She'll get back in the lineup. There'll still be 8 minutes and change to to South Africa. And of course, on the Challenger Series, it's all about making it from the get-go. There's no safety net. You get third or fourth in your opening heats, and you're packing your bags and thinking about the US Open.
So it's the two surfers that have travelled the
completion.
You want to ride it out nice and clean. And as we get a replay of that, this was an insider, quite a nice little bowly section as it hits the shallow sandbank there.
That's the number she needs. She just needs a bit of an improvement what she's got so far. That is, of course, assuming Hinkle with priority doesn't improve herself. She's just ridden 3 waves, which surprises me. That hasn't been the tactic that's paid off.
Her finger click there, she was stoked with that one. And that was a good illustration of what you were talking about earlier, where you take off behind the section and you generate speed off the bottom round and then tag the lip. If we compare that to the let's have a look at this. It looks like it's live surfing.
With it, carving on a rail, and then mixing it up, going into the lip. The lip's mainly white water that she actually hits, so not the crispest of connections, but it is a 2-turn combo. Will she improve?
are lifting out there. And that set in particular came from around the rock, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, and the biggest set. It was really unfortunate that she couldn't take advantage of it. When she took off, she had that speed. She was going for that first money turn, and almost like she just timed it not quite right in terms of coming back down, and won't be one of her top 2 waves.
She'll need to get back in the lineup with under 2 on the clock. Still looking for a number at the moment. It's still a 4.24 because we're still waiting on a score to come in for Hinkle. As we say that, it drops. It's a slight improvement. 3.47. So now that'll be a slightly higher 4 required by Leota. Hofmeyr looking for a 5.9. Over the foam, does it pretty well. Doesn't find anything else on offer after that turn, though. It will be a relatively modest number. It's not going to be the near 6 she requires. All right, desperation for Leota here, and not the wave she was after. Just trying to make herself some room, essentially find something. That was a pretty good call to go, but ultimately good read on the wave as well. She never really looked to have her feathers ruffled at all in that heat. She
come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Hey, we're enjoying ourselves so far. I reckon the surf's picking up. We're stoked.
I think there's a bit of a bump in this surf with the tide pushing in. I've been watching from the tower where the surfers are based. A bit more onshore as well, so a bit broken up. But with that tide filling in, before it gets probably a little bit too high and a bit too deep, I think it's probably the best sort of time to have heats now. They're a bit further out, a bit more of a chip in, and a bit of space to do some bigger maneuvers.
It even looks like some of the performances have had their coffee as well, because it was a little nervy and tentative and maybe a little sluggish early on, and now we're seeing a few more surfers kind of express themselves and pose themselves. It's getting more impressive in terms of performance.
For sure. I've just been on the beach. We've seen a little bit more coming from our surfers, a bit more variety. You're seeing some of those open-faced turns opening up. We saw Sierra Kerr with a couple little airs. So a bit more getting mixed up. And now, of course, we are already into heat number 5.
All right, let's check out Tessa Thiessen of France, Philippa Anderson from Australia, Talia Swindle of the USA, Gabriella Hurst from South Africa. Those 4 going at it. Only 2 can remain in competition here. And these heats flying thick and fast. We're getting high wave counts. We're getting relatively short rides. You can get yourself a 6 in about 2 seconds, really. If you take off, bang, 2 turns, you're well on your way down to business. The South African Herbst, here she goes, swooping back, and then decides to go down the line into a lip and goes up through that lip. And good enough to hang on.
Yeah, good start there for Gabby Hurst. She is our sponsor's wild card for this event. She's an O'Neill rider, just 17 years old, still at school. Goes to Hillcrest High School here in Durban. And that's a good start for Gabby, because you would feel there should be a few nerves being a wild card and a youngster.
Pippa Anderson, this was during the break.
Yeah, Pippa with finding a good size wave and a good turn off the top. And this is surfer in white, Talia Swindle. So sure, a lot of open face on that one, and just swinging through a couple of snaps there. So quick start to this one. All surfers just getting underway super quickly.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's been watching the heats this morning. I think they'll be very well briefed in the fact that it's not a go out there, drop anchor, be patient, go and catch waves and keep belting them. Hit see what our French surfer Thiessen can do. The backhand is a bit of a weapon for her. She uses it reasonably well there, just joining that one up, not able to sort of really hammer that turn. She just kind of had to join up the dots essentially, but it will be a completion for her and just kind of staying in the conversation, because now everybody's got a wave, and it's with the judging panel with a bit of work to do. That's what we like.
Yeah, and what we're starting to see, Paul, with a little bit more higher tide, the surfers seem to be selecting that spot off the sort of the center rock. There's sort of two fingers of rock that go out through the middle of the beach, and it starts forming a little mini bay with a higher tide in between those rocks. The second set of big black rocks, which is in front of Surfers Lane, causing that little bay and almost a little shore break. So we'll start seeing a little bit more opportunities with a bit more fuller water on the waves.
Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Sophia Medina is with Mike Fruit.
We do have scores coming in. So
that was a great heat win to start off your campaign in Ballito. You and your fellow competitor came all the way from Rio together. I saw you in the free surf as well. How are things going after your first win this morning?
Feels pretty good. Just to make a heat here, the waves are really tricky, but there were a couple out there, and I'm just happy God helped me out just to find my way through. And and me and Diana are good friends. We were in Saquarema like a couple days ago, actually. We almost made our heats. Like, she almost made hers and I almost made mine right after, but it was like a CT event, and that's really hard just to manage. But we're both here, and we came right after Hio. We were surfing together this morning, and I have so much respect for her. Like, we compete a lot at home, and she's a really good competitor, and she's a very good surfer too. So I really respect her, and I'm just glad we made it through together.
Well done on that heat win. We really look forward to seeing you through the rest of the event, and welcome back in Ballito.
Thank you. Good vibes only, and just want to thank my dad as well, just to be in my corner here. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching.
So Sophia, Medina, they're just thanking her dad. I saw Charlie really focused on that heat, spending time with her, and cool to see her thanking her dad. You can see he's very focused on her. And how well-spoken is she? Just really great, well-spoken English.
I mean, just been able to tap into all that experience as well. Really incredible. And, you know, having a name, sometimes that can hype a bit of extra pressure on top of you, and it can go a couple of ways. How do you respond to that? She's had a couple of seasons really trying to find her way in qualifying. Obviously, you know, you first see the name appear and you think, okay, what's going to happen here? She's going to, like, rip this up and get straight on tour, but it doesn't always go like that. And sometimes it does take a few laps just to figure out venues, figure yourself out as well. You know, we put a lot of stuff into what's happening with waves and experience of venues. That's also kind of a little bit getting to know yourselves and those little processes you need to go to. I guess it takes you at least a few years. I probably didn't really start to know myself, so I got to about 40, I reckon, okay? But hopefully some of these surfers figure things out a little before I did. I was slow to it.
Yep.
But some people would say I still haven't.
Yep, it's hard to find yourself. And in fact, where we are now, Quadakuza, the name Quadakuza means the lost person. So maybe we haven't found ourselves yet. And
you've got to lose yourself to find yourself. I mean, that sounds like something that should be on our Instagrams, doesn't it? Maybe just a picture of me and you with the African sunrise. We're on the rocks.
Well,
get lost, get found.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You know, when I arrive at Ballito, you see these beautiful buildings on the beach. I feel like I've arrived.
All right, Tyson, working one over with not loads of velocity and that kind of surfing. A little sluggish just as we pick that ride up. Maybe she got work done out the back. Scores are slowly dripping through from the panel for the opening hostilities. It looks like Anderson at the best of certainly the first wave that came through. 417 for the Australian, who spends a lot of time in South Africa as well. Knows this coastline very well. He's competed well in past events here. She's going to have to do it from the early round and go all the way and try and set up a big result and performance in Ballito as we look at pretty challenging, tricky conditions, as Sophia Medina mentioned. It's not epic out there right now, but the great thing is it's on the improve as we look to bring this swell in and have another look at Tessa Tyson.
Yeah, and we just see that replay from Tessa and then Talia as well. I like that last turn from Talia, just really pushing that tail out. And we're seeing that little bit of tide just slowing the waves up. And yeah, we do see Tessa just going incomplete on that ride. But we've got two more experienced surfers in this heat, and we've got two younger surfers in this heat. Just look at Tessa. She's 27 years of age. And then Philippa, 32 years of age. She's got lots of experience. Talia, just 18. And then, of course, the wild card, Gabby's just 17. So the younger generation coming in and surfing against the more experienced surfers.
It feels like that in the challenge, doesn't it? It's a real meeting of sort of two worlds almost colliding on this tour. So we have that young generation coming through, and they're kind of inspiring each other, really. Maybe different kind of surfing as well, but different sort of goals in terms of where they want to go on waves and what kind of waves they want to do their surfing on. And then you got all of that experience that we talk about, how invaluable that is in competing, because you know it's not just about really who's surfing the best, who's competing well, who can manage their performances, who can get themselves out of tight spots, can react and respond to what the ocean's doing. Stats on Tessa. Comes into this one as the highest ranked surfer, 16 after two events in Australia. Of course, just 5 spots available on the Challenger Series for the women. So you're doing quite a lot of travelling to various 6 events around the world to try and get yourself in that top 5. It's tough.
Oh, tough. Like, you see number 16, you would think yourself, oh, top 16. That's always been a number we've sort of spoken about in surfing. When you talk sponsorships, oh, I'm top 16. But it's still well off that top 5. I mean, you pretty much got to be aiming for a win somewhere and, you know, very, very consistent at the top end of competition. If you want to make that top 5, it's just really, really, really tight at the top.
Looks like Anderson with a bomb of a wave, and she gives it the accelerator pedal, trying to get on that section. But just that little bump gets underneath her and won't let her get out under the face. So from a decent beginning to that ride, it all kind of fizzles out for her. She's got a good beginning to the heat, though. The 417 is the high score. Meanwhile, here we go. Swindle, what she got for us. Nice carve on a meaty section. Looking composed on that turn. straight to the kick out as the wave just disappears really out of nowhere. It went into a hole, that thing, but good commitment onto that rail. We've seen a few tentative, you talked about the quick windscreen wiper early on. That was a kind of a full-blooded rail turn. Yeah, definitely wrapped through that turn. Talia looked strong through that maneuver, not much on offer afterwards. And that was Tessa again, right? And just not completing that turn. Yeah, mistake from Tessa, trying to hit it too hard and poke in the nose. Meanwhile, Anderson, and that was a tricky section to hit. You saw that whitewater just explode and bounce up almost twice as high. She comes a cropper. She would have been on her way to a number there as well because she had the speed and the flow, and then that was an aggressive turn. Just thinking about that right-hander from Tessa Thiessen. She just travelled a bit of a way, trying to wait for that, and you just sometimes feel like when surfers are waiting, maybe just a little bit too much time to think about it. She just forced it a bit, tried to do too much, and you think about the context of this heat. No one's got above a 4 so far. You don't need to try and find huge numbers. You do have to finish your ride, and she's not been able to do that on that last one in particular. Yeah, and you just mentioned again that windscreen wipe. It's obviously it's an affectionate name for a bit of a cheat turn, but you can get it up there and just whip it up vertically and down. The Brazilian coaches brought something more to that. They brought in what they call the Q turn. So it's where you do it's almost a windscreen wipe, get it vert, but then you really, really focus on pushing on the tail and you release. And what that does, that quick release gives you the quick rotation off the top. Your board is then, obviously you've not made a nice fan of spray. Your board's facing the beach for an easy ride out for the completion. We just look at those last couple of waves from Tessa. She didn't get that Q part of the turn. So the board not facing the beach and catching that rail. Swindle here. Joining up the dots, dealing with some bumpy sections. The last one overcomes her forward momentum, but she had a few little swings before that. The Q turn, is that? That's what they call it, the Q turn. Who came up with that? Do we know? It comes from the the Brazilian Storm. Their coaches, I get to talk and move between the guys and chat to them, and you pick up these little terms that they come up with, and I'm not sure where the Q turn and what it really means, but they call it the Q turn, and they've really spoken. Maybe it's a qualifying series turn. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds right, but I know exactly what you mean. It's like almost like a speed check, but with a little bit of extra zhuzh. Yeah, exactly, and they really focus on that hard push on that tail to give them that, and that creates spray. Of course, the word spray has never been in the criteria, but if you're throwing lots of spray, you generally have met the criteria for the good score. 15 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this. The busy approach from our surfer out of France, Thiessen, at the moment. Sees her in second place. It's Philip Anderson, the Aussie, leading this one. We get down towards the halfway point. No one's lit this one on fire. We are stuck in the 3s and 4s as our high scores at the moment. Let's hope this one fires up in the second half of the heat. Time to go to quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up Heat 5 of the round of 48 on the Challenger Series. More live action from beautiful Ballito real soon.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Delightful scenes on the beach here at Ballito. The surf fans just soak it all up this morning. Don't need to get overly enthused early on. Just maybe come down, get your coffee, soak up the sun a bit, watch the surfing, figure out maybe your own surf plan for the day. Oh, and guess what? Some of the very finest surfers from across the planet aspiring to get on the championship tour. They're here in town and they are ripping out in the water right now. Philippa Anderson from Australia. She's got modest numbers, but she does have the lead. The American Swindle, who's rallied really and scrapped around for a couple of threes. It's good enough for second place at the moment. Thiessen and Herbst with a bit of work to do. As we'll pick up your heat leader, Philippa Anderson right now. Look, kick snap off the top on a soft section. And then a bit more impetus down the line. And she got a good crack at that as well. And managed to change direction on the board, which always looks nice. She clicks it. And as you'd expect from Pippa, it's all pretty polished and well put together. Greg Emsley, do you enjoy that kind of surfing?
I think that's Philippa's best wave. And we just see live action from Thiessen on this one. But that wave of Philippa Anderson, what I really liked is, you got your opportunities on your wave. You look at these sort of conditions. The first wave just carved through that snap. But the money section was on the end of the wave, and she loaded up for that and really got the best turn on the best section of the wave. And judges, I think, will look at that going, well, it's a well put together wave. I love the electric blue surfboard.
Yeah.
It stands out. It's got a good look to it. And what I find with Philippa Anderson is she really gets, she really extends through her turn and sort of covers distance through it and really gets drive through those maneuvers and up and over that lip, and so it really is it stands out, especially with the electric blue surfboard.
Greg liked it. Judges did too. This is a 5-point ride. Let's have another look at it, Greg.
Yeah, just that setup turn, and then there, just focusing on where the money is on this wave and putting it all that energy into that final maneuver.
Not a classic heat this one in terms of waves. That pragmatic approach for Anderson, really just finding opportunities and squeezing every drop out of them, and it's all about staying alive at this stage of competition. Make sure you advance, get scores on the board, don't make mistakes. Maybe don't try and over surf as well. Feels like a bit of a thing from this morning. Just looking at scores that advance. You don't need to go out there at the moment and get 8s and 9s. It doesn't feel like that currently. Obviously, we'd like to see that kind of stuff as conditions improve, as we anticipate them doing. And meanwhile, by contrast, we just had a quick look there at some nervous faces from the French crew, didn't we? We saw Jorgen Cousinet just watching on, and Tessa's coach, Yann Martin, as well. He didn't look too stoked on what he's seen this far. She's looked a bit nervy, a bit stiff and tense so far, Tessa.
Yeah, not quite herself, but I think, Tessa's experienced. I think she would have reset in her mind, just maybe taken a bit of a breather, try and get a little bit higher up on that priority, and in that time she would have focused on her mistakes, gone, okay, I just need to push, rotate that board. I'm going to get another opportunity, maybe two, and then I think we'll see her correct herself on the next couple of waves.
So we saw Hertz there, just diving off the back. Also before that, Philippa Anderson, who built up flow from takeoff, but couldn't get across that section. So first priority now with Tessa Thiessen, who has 9 minutes and 40 seconds to improve on where she is in her requirement, even though she's not had a great heat so far. She only needs a 3, so no need to get rattled at all. But what she will need to do is finish off her waves. It's cost her so far, the amount of times she's been falling.
Yeah, and you think about, going into the next couple of heats, as you see Gabby Herbst just having a look at a smaller one, not much on there. What sort of strategies, you could have. You've got to be prepared for a heat like this where maybe there's not many opportunities, a bit of a lower scoring heat, and then you get to the last 10 minutes, you've got to listen to what's going on, what your competitors have, and then sort of reset and re-strategize and go, okay, well, now I'm surfing a 9-minute heat. Let's focus on what, maybe one good score, and you've got to change your game plan if need be.
Managing the expectations.
Absolutely.
It's the secret to happiness, isn't it, in life? That's my motto. I don't expect much out of myself from a day, so I'm always sort of stoked with the way things have gone.
Yeah. And
let's check the recap of this heat number 5 of the round of 48, see how it's gone down. Philippa Anderson, not sure what she was expecting when she came into this one, but probably to surf pretty well with speed and flow, and she's done that.
Yeah, she's definitely dominated this heat. And then this is Talia. I like how Talia has been surfing. We've spoken about those quick turns off the top, the wraps that she's got. She just hasn't quite found a wave with enough energy, and a mistake there. But I think she's going to have a real dig and a real go to try and hold on to an advancing position. But definitely that electric blue surfboard of Philippa Anderson, the standout at the moment here.
Yeah, she's looked good so far. Under 8 minutes to go in this. It's real close in that battle, chasing down to threaten Swindle, though. And to your point, Greg, it feels like Talia, she's done good surfing on not very good waves so far. If she just unlocks and gets a bit of quality, you can really see her going up through the scale in terms of scoring. She does already show signs of having the technical skills to do well at this level, but her scores have just been kept modest by the fact she's got waves, bumpy waves, short waves that end abruptly. She can get herself something that stays open, link up those turns. I think she could really open up. Let's see how that plays out. At the moment, it's quite tense and nervy by virtue of the fact that these scores are tight and close. And even Herbst has got really nothing. She's stuck in the twos. She only needs a 4.47. This is, of course, assuming there is no improvement from the American Swindle. And as that tide comes in, I guess we're around about mid-tide at the moment. Greg, what are we expecting it to do to conditions exactly? We know it's around about lunchtime. Is it just after lunch will be the high? So what's this going to be like over the next couple of hours?
Look, it's a bit of give and take. You're going to want to find those waves that still have that outside section on that sandbar for that outside click. And then what you might see is a little bit of a work through. And then right in the shore break, you do sometimes get a little reset. And you can maybe get a quick vert hammer on that inside. So it will, and then you might get a mix of a wave that opens up out the back and is a really special one that gives you maybe 2 or 3 turns out the back. So, yeah, we spoke about that little bay that forms just off the rocks down at the surfer's path back towards the competition. And there's a bit of deeper water in there. So the surfers will ride those right-handers towards that little bay and then sort of reset as this tide gets higher. They'll pump through there. Almost start looking a little bit Huntington Beachish on some of them on the full high tide. But yeah, it'll be probably a case of getting one really good one and then look for that backup.
Live action. Here goes Swindle. What's she got? This wave doubling up for her. That crisp rail turn. And then the combo with a quick turn into the lip. Still working on a very small section on the inside. Tries to just give it a quick fling to finish, which will be an incomplete maneuver on the inside, but staying on her feet and sprightly and trying to really improve on the 3.5. She's got a pair of them. And anything better than that will make the requirement tougher for surfers like Thiessen and Herbst, who are chasing down with 5 to go. And what happens in your mind with the 5-minute warning? Obviously, we got a little signal that goes off. But as a surfer chasing a number, how does things change when you do realise you've got less than 5 minutes to go, Greg?
Well, it's it depends on your on how much experience you have. It's either you buy into your priority and go, okay, well, I know what I'm looking for. It's either coming or it's not. You can't force it. But I do think Talia, as we see up and riding, live action. This is Tessa. So waited for that wave for some time. I do think Talia is going to improve a bit on her situation. On that last wave.
She's looking a bit baffled, isn't she? A couple of turns from her, but even then you saw she came up from underwater, just a little shake of the head. And there's generally not the greatest energy. You've got to try and realise that basically with 4 on the clock, that's plenty of time. You're back in the lineup in 10 seconds. And chasing down small numbers, the requirement for Tessa. It's only gone up a touch, actually, a very minor improvement for Swindle. Tessa's looking for 3.4. She's got 4 minutes. That's loads of time. She looks a little rattled at the moment. The heat's not gone away so far. That'll continue. She paddles hard for a wave, and that wave disappears, and a little lost in this tricky lineup so far, the French woman.
It is tricky, and, only looking for a 3.4, but it's also one of those tricky numbers because we did see Talia on her last wave, a smaller wave, but, she had a nice turn, another backup, and a third little snap, and that got her 3.6. So you've still got to surf for that 3.4. You're going to have to do something that catches the judges' eyes. So she knows that, with time winding down, she needs to find something that gives her that decent wall. She's probably going to look for one of those good, backhand cracks to catch the judge's eye.
Let's see where this little paddle takes Tessa Thiessen. She's in the hunt at the moment for a wave to the tune of just 3.4. She's in fourth priority. Meanwhile, here goes Gabriella. Not really going anywhere with that. She's way too deep to get around that white water. She'll have to think on that. It'll be a throwaway. She will have time to get the score, but that number she needs a couple of points better from what she's got so far. Tessa will just speculatively have a look a little down the beach, draw on some of that experience that you mentioned that she's got. She's surfed a lot of heats in her time. She's gone deep into major events, and she needs to kind of draw on some of that and pull something out here. What she wants to do is keep surfing, and she'll do that. Live action here for Tessa. First turn's good, gives it a good crack, and then no second section. So the early part of that wave, you're thinking, all right, she's game on, and then all of a sudden, no more wave, Greg.
Not much to it, but I'll tell you what, I did like that turn. She looked a lot better on that turn. That's probably her best single turn, and she was clean. Pity it didn't give her just something extra just to climb up over, and she maybe should have just tried to do another little turn to force that score, because that's a good turn, and that would have looked good from the judges' eye. The spray came out the back, and I reckon they'll discuss it. It might be there or thereabout. I'm not sure, but if there was just that little bit of an extra, even like a foam climb afterwards, just to stamp it and then sort of a look at the judges to say, I want the score, I think she could have forced that a little bit more.
Number's going to come in for us. Going to be good news for her squad on the beach, watching on nervously. And the judge is going to pay off a different type of surfing with a lot more power and authority. A 5-3 for Thiessen. And that moves her up into second place. And so right now, that's bad news for the American. Talia Swindle bumped to third and chasing out a 5-4-3. And that is the situation as you go towards that final minute. The French support squad for Tessa Thiessen delighted because she looked in all sorts prior to that one turn. Meanwhile, someone that's looked good and polished throughout. Pippa Anderson, another good-looking wave. That one stretches out a little too much. But she's just got that spring in her step. She's just getting that flow off the bottom. She's finding no trouble at all generating speed, and she looks like she's in good form, Greg.
Yeah, she had a nice, also just the single turn, but a clean water and a good spray coming off the board. And as we saw from Tessa, there's not many waves with that clean section. So if you can find that and get a clean turn, lots of spray, it's going to look good to the judge's eye. And definitely they're rewarding those good single maneuvers through the day today. And we'll just check this replay. And very snappy on that turn. She would have loved for that wave just to hold back a little bit and get a second big maneuver. But Philippa Anderson's really dominated this heat. Mid-range scores, but she's just held priority at the right time and controlled it from start to finish.
Yeah, she's looked good throughout this one. It's not been a classic in terms of scores at the moment, not threatening double figures out of 20. But it's all about just making it through. And someone that's done that on your screen there, Tessa Thiessen, does have the high score of the heat, and from nowhere really she was getting closeouts. She was just kind of running out a wave, falling off on relatively standard maneuvers. All of a sudden a big backhand hangover turn gets her into second place, and she's still alive here. Official results: Philippa Anderson, good job by her. Tessa Thiessen, they will advance. Unfortunately, we'll say bye for now to Talia Swindle and Gabriella Hurst. That will wrap up our heat number 5 of the round of 48 for the women on the Challenger Series. The Ballito Pro will keep the action coming thick and fast. A great looking next heat. We'll also bring in Gig Cilliers to join Greg for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Well, it's a very good morning to you if you're just joining us on the broadcast. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Top 3 coming to you from Ballito in South Africa. King Cilliers alongside former Championship Tour surfer Greg Emsley for the call. And we're having a lot of fun breaking it down. We trust you are all as well.
Yep, loving the action. We are into heat number 6. We've run through the day very quickly. And smallish surf, but definitely a couple of sections on offer. And we've seen some great single maneuvers from the ladies this morning, Gigs.
Yes, we have. Great to have you with us, Greg. Of course, Greg Emsley, former Championship Tour serving the Championship Tour during those illustrious years of the Andy Irons, Kelly Slater battles. We love having your insight, Greg, as we pack another heat for us this morning. Day 1 of competition here in Ballito. Kiala Tomoda Bennett from Hawaii looking to find her momentum. Sarah Wakita, the Japanese surfer, has been on point over the last few seasons, looking for some breakthrough results for her. And of course, out in the water as well, Sol Aguirre and Mafalda Lopez to make up the 4. We'll keep those scores up to date in the top left of screen as we get into some beach break surfing here for day 1. 2 to 3 foot, slightly broken conditions. You and Paul in the previous hit just talking about the tide push, 10:15 in the local time here in Africa. And, well, we're starting to see that tide fill in here, Greg. Perhaps with this type of wind swell, though, maybe a couple of longer runners with, as you mentioned, opportunities on the outside and then shore dumps on the inside.
Yeah, and you get that little TP chip in from the onshore wind. That, you know, if you're sharp and quick, you can get an early entry into these waves, get a little bit of air under your board, quickly paddle in hard, and then you can slice away at a couple of little sections, set it up. But if you can get in nice and early with that little TP chip in, if you watch the ocean carefully and watch for that wave coming, set your takeoff right, I reckon there's space for that extra chip and then really set up for that closeout maneuver.
Well, overview of our lineup here in Ballito. Predominantly right-handers here on the east coast of South Africa. Let's see. Tomoda Bennett straight into it. Should just let loose on that. Still plenty of time. 30-minute heats on offer here for round 1 of competition. No second chances. First and second advance. Third and fourth pack their bags and start thinking about their trip to Huntington Beach for stop 4 of the Challenger Series.
Yep, but yeah, definitely something you don't want to think about, packing your bag.
Well, looking at Surfline's forecasts for the South Pacific, Greg, lots going on there. There's a lot of movement in that ocean. Certainly California for the weekend ahead with the 4th of July celebrations. They will have a bit of swell in California too. We are expecting swell in the back half of our waiting period here in Ballito. Of course, the week ahead, it is a Tuesday morning here, and we'll have all the way until the following Monday, so we've still got pretty much a full week ahead here, and positive signs of a swell increase as the event unfolds. We are unpacking the first round of women's this morning, if you're just with us. Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian, still a young surfer, and looking for much from her from a wave-rich region, Peru. Been over there, Greg?
Yeah, plenty of times. I love Peru. Sofia Milanovic.
I knew you were going to tongue-tie me. That's why I threw it at you.
I knew. I was good friends with her. As a junior, I used to stay at their house, and great little waves in front of their front door, in their front lawn, and that's a great location. Sol Aguirre, she's been coming to South Africa since around, I think, 2018, 2017, doing a few local contests here. So she really enjoys it here. And look at this. Is this the replay? No, this is live action. Oh, big whack off the top. But something I've taken note of from Sol through the Ballito Open a couple of days ago, she surfed really well. She's brought to Ballito what I think is a newish turn that she's worked on. It's a closeout turn where she really pushes her tail hard, almost gets a bit of a layback and commits to a solid maneuver. And we'll see it on a replay from one of her waves where it looks strong, and the judges have been quite enjoying it and rewarding her points for that maneuver.
Well, looking forward to seeing how Sol Aguirre squares up against the lady on screen, Kiala Tamada Bannett. Good run for her there on that last one, trying to build scores early on. And someone we haven't really mentioned just yet, Sarah Wakita, has been surfing in fine form over the last few seasons, and she's already found a 5.33 in the lineup, Greg.
Yep, Sarah Wakita, part of that, the Japanese, I don't want to say the storm because I don't want to steal names from...
Typhoon?
Typhoon, yeah, the typhoon.
I'm okay with it.
There's something bubbling down there. They're coming. They're really coming out hard, and they're working on strong surfing.
Well, let's have a look at Sarah Wakita here. She's going to pick up and try and back up that opening score. Nicely done on the inside section. Greg Emsley likes that. He'll yarn on about it, but she will be getting rid of a 0.93 with that, Greg, and that will go nicely for the firming up the heat lead because she already has that 5.33 in the bag for her opening score.
Looking very strong, Sarah, and just so compact, and just waited for that little lip to come towards her, and just timing and placement and exploding off that small section.
And here we go. Sol Aguirre, no stranger to left-handers, being the Peruvian in the mix. But back to the chat on conditions, Greg. You don't really find a lot of big scores come out of the lineup in Ballito on the left-handers. There is the odd day, of course. We have seen it in the past. If anything, the best scores on the lefts come when we have that southerly wind blowing through the lineup. Talking about the lineup, let's go down to the beach and hear from the winner of that last heat.
2. Love?
Philippa, you've just returned from a third place in Nias, and you've got a great start here in Ballito. How do you transition from Indo perfection to onshore 2 to 3 foot beach break here in Ballito?
I mean, I could be at home working, so honestly, it's still pretty good. That's just how I'm looking at things now. Whenever I go away, just really taking the opportunity to not be at home. It's pretty cold in Newcastle at the moment, so super happy to be here. I grew up in South Africa, so I had a few friends down watching it. It's so nice, and I mean, conditions are hard, but that's when the best surf is gonna come out. And it was pretty tough heat. All the heats are tough, but I guess the water's probably just a little bit colder. Full suit out there, but I think I'm just trying to enjoy every moment that I have, and I'm happy to get through that.
We're stoked to see you get through it. We really look forward to you seeing you in the next rounds. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thanks to everyone watching at home. I had a lot of messages. The time zone's a bit hard, but really appreciate the support and from our sponsors and everyone. Super grateful for getting here. So massive thank you to you guys. Thanks. Yeah.
Well, the Novocastrians will raise a beer. It's a Tuesday evening. I'm sure there's a few beers open there. And they will be following Philippa Anderson's journey through this here, the third Challenger Series stop of the year. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. Judges' scorecard kind of busy, waiting for scores now for most of the lineup. And while those numbers catch up, Greg, yeah, good to see Philippa just enjoying. There was a sense of appreciation to me that came out of that interview. I think, as you get older, she could be at work, or hey, she's here surfing and she's appreciating it. And as she mentioned, she grew up well-celebrated brother Craig Anderson, the Anderson family, originally from now called Gibera, down from J-Bay. And, good to see them back.
Yep, if you want to appreciate being a pro surfer, best thing to do is get a real job. And then you'll appreciate what a good life it is being a pro surfer.
Yeah, much better than being a commentator. That we can attest to.
This is second best, though.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Great to have Greg Emsley, former championship tour surfer, in the booth with us and be making the calls all week long. And Greg, yeah, you got to see a lot of surfing over the years, and we are appreciating the input. And just back to conditions, we're mentioning the incoming tide, and what's happening is sets are sort of coming in clusters as well. So we're getting a lot of rapid fire. Sometimes the judges are falling behind, no fault to them. It's just a small compact lineup today for day one. And as I say, sometimes we'll go a couple of scores behind, and we'll just wait for those numbers to collect with 18.5 on the clock.
Yeah, you know, Gigs, you do say smallish conditions, onshore winds, but lots of opportunities out there. So, you know, it's equal opportunities. You can find waves. And we just see a wave on the screen here from Mafalda Lopes. And a couple of wraps off the top there, nice and critical. She is sporting an ankle brace, possibly carrying an injury. Maybe we'll catch up, but still definitely managing to fit 2 critical turns on that last wave.
Well, young Mafalda Lopes, of course, that next generation of lost a couple of them as well. Yolanda Hopkins this morning representing Portugal. She went out early. And of course, we'll wait to see how the rest of the Portuguese participants go here. Starting to catch up numbers. There you can see a grid with all wave activity thus far. Some surfers up to 5 waves in the lineup already.
Yeah, and this heat is, you know, the last heat was a touch slow. This heat's been quite a busy start. Surfers finding decent scores early on. So it's going to be a good back half to the heat.
Yeah, switch of direction there for Keala Tomato Bennett for the backhand floater. Now switching to the forehand carve of heat leader Sarah Wakita. Sarah, as we mentioned, with a pair of 5s in the lineup. So technically very sound, solid surfing from our Japanese surfer. Here is Mafalda. You mentioned that ankle strap, very obvious here. She's up and riding again. And she's got to start finding some numbers in the lineup. Right now plagued with a couple of smaller scores. Previous to that, just a pair of 2s, and not sure her numbers are going to nudge up just yet, but plenty of time. As I say, we trust that she'll find her pick in the lineup, and no shortage of waves, Greg. I mean, that's the one thing, is we've hardly seen the priority discussion come up much. There's been the odd time where an obviously good set has come through the lineup and the priority has paid out, but on the whole, I mean, we've seen heats with up to 10 waves ridden for surfers, and not a lot of priority discussion at this stage in round one.
Yeah. Look, it's a bit of a grovel, but, you know, if I was, say, surfing a heat, I wouldn't be like super bummed. I'd say, well, at least I've got equal opportunities. I can hunt around, aim for that sort of 10-point total minimum, and then, you know, early on, and then try go better. Deep drive off the bottom there for Sarah Wakita. I love that bottom turn how she held it. It's just the one sort of major maneuver on that. But, yeah, opportunities are there. You're going to have to grind, but if you want the special stuff at the carrot dangling on the weekend with the talk of more swell, lower tides, maybe
you've got to make heats, right?
You've got to make heats. So, yeah, get out there, strategize, get busy, be positive.
This is the second tier of competition underneath the championship tour. The format is, well, 48 women and up to 80 men can partake in each of one of the 6 stops. This is the third one, and it's 4-person heats in the opening rounds, and first and second advance, third and fourth fall away. So it's a long way to come to pack your bags early. So everybody just wants to get that wave count up. Nobody wants to go home early on their campaigns in 2024.
Definitely. You don't want to pack your bags. And we just saw through that last little exchange, Mafalda Lopes definitely came with one solid-looking turn. She finished that wave. She had a little bit of a quiet confidence about her look on her face, like looking back at the beach. That felt good for her. And I think she's going to like that one single big closeout maneuver. get that replay shortly.
Well, we're waiting for scores. We'll let those judges do the catch-up. Stick with the live action just for a moment here. Here is Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian. Slightly slower in the lip on this one. You can see a slight fragmentation as well to the lineup. Evidence of that onshore northerly wind just starting to rupture the lineup a little. Spoke of 2 swells in the water. And, well, certainly I'm not seeing Sol Aguirre replacing a score with that one, Greg.
No, it was just, she, didn't see much on it. So kicks out, she'll reset. And I'm always interested to see where the surfers head after a wave, because we mentioned that the priority hasn't become that much of a discussion. You can sort of just break away from the other surfers a little bit and find a bit of gold down the beach. It's a peaky lineup. There's no set sort of spot. There is a main spot within sort of 15 meters that you would probably sit 15, 20 meters, but pretty much you can move within about 50 meters almost of that takeoff spot and find opportunity.
Well, talking of opportunity, see those sets coming out of the deeper water here. Deep canyon out the back makes for great fishing. This is the Dolphin Coast. We've seen a couple of whales jumping out on the horizon this morning again. Warmer water here. Lots of Mozambique current just feeding crystal clear water this time of year down the east coast of South Africa. It's warm, it's temperate, and everyone is thoroughly enjoying their time here in Ballito, as is every year. And here's Sol Aguirre starting to sense a little bit of urgency there from her, Greg. She's down in third, and while she's trying to find some scores, we'll take a quick break and let the judges catch it all up. Coming to us from Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series Stop 3 coming to you from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Dick Cilliers and Greg Emsley getting stuck into all the nuggety bits of the opening round of women's on day one of competition, second day of our event window. And a little over 10 minutes to go. And a heat that has changed shape while we were away at the break. And a new heat leader now in the Portuguese server Mafalda Lopes, and a highlight number as well there, Greg. We'll try and pull back the tapes for that. A 7-pointer's come out of a big strong turn, and that will make for a strong talking point as we go into the back 10 minutes.
Absolutely, and Mafalda just getting some rhythm in this heat. We spoke about her needing to get going, a couple of small scores early on, and then she did get that 5.63, and that put her straight into the rhythm and quickly answered back with a 7-point ride. So surfing's about rhythm with the ocean, and sometimes you need to just be calm, get that one score paddle out, and know inside, deep inside that you might get a another good one straight off the bat.
And a small compact lineup as well, Greg, so easy to take a heat and turn it over quite quickly. We've seen some surfers sort of go from fourth to first and turn it over in just a couple of minutes. So heat, as we mentioned, has changed shape now. Sarah Wakita, our Japanese surfer, who is surfing with technical precision. We've enjoyed what she's brought already, a 5.83 and a 5.33 to the scorecard. She's dropped down to second. And where is Sol Aguera in all this? Chasing a mid-range 5 now, Greg.
Yeah, it's still well within it. It's 5.44, very obtainable. But Kiala down in fourth. A little bit of pressure on her, needing that 7.23. She's going to have to find a special wave, otherwise going two. And this was that maneuver, one strong turn. And I love that early rotation off the top, making the spray, board facing the beach for the heavy ride out. And yeah, she's going again. So turning this heat very quickly in her favor is Mafalda Lopes.
Well, I think that 7-pointer, Greg, as well, is a solid, at least head-high set as well. So easily one of the bigger waves of the day. And judges paying that off.
Yep, and just attacked it. And that sections, it does dump hard. So, finishing off clean is quite a bonus. You'll see a lot of surfers ending their wave and a bit of white water hitting them, a little bit of lost balance before they recover. Where a nice, big, clean, open-face turn, it's easy just to stamp a score of 7. You're only going to see so many waves of that size and offering those sort of opportunities with that big maneuver.
Well, the heat has really not gone Tomoda Bannett's way. She's a very talented young Hawaiian surfer, but just a pair of 3s, although one of them a high 3. And here's our surfer down in third place, also trying to unlock something. It's not going. That's that layback approach that you were talking about, Greg. That one not paying dividends, but we see where she's trying to go with her attack line in the lip.
Yep, she's chasing that score. Her first wave was her best number. She did do that maneuver, and to me, all the points on that first score, that 5.73, came from that maneuver. So it is a big hitting maneuver. It's a risky maneuver, but if she gets it right, she'll be able to attack that advancing second place position. And we do see Mafalda just up on that wave, looking strong, but she's managed to surf through whatever injury she's got. There's definitely that ankle strap on her front foot that sometimes causes her to lose a bit of balance. So
yeah, we'll try to get a bit of insight into that, Greg. Did she roll that ankle here in Ballito, or was that perhaps before she arrived here? Either way, let's go down to the beach and let's get a little insight as to what's happening.
I'm here on the deck, and on the deck are some of the young girls from the Lembi Surf Riders Association. They're watching some of the world's best ladies out in the water this morning. They specifically came down to watch the young Sierra Kerr, and they were so stoked on those airs we saw in the previous heats. So it's great to see the local juniors coming out to support the ladies in these rounds this morning. And they're super pumped, and they reckon they're going to go for a surf after this round.
Doing double duty there between the booth and just roving around, getting some insights, doing his best impersonation of Strider Wasilewski. And we love it. We love the fact that the international parade comes through town, all the young surfers around. Of course, Mike also mentioning there the Ilembe surf riders. That is the regional area that we are in. We refer to it as Ilembe. Go further down towards central Durban city itself. We call that the eThekwini region. And with a little over 5 minutes remaining, let's have a look at a heat recap. It was Sarah Wakita that got going earlier, Greg, and precision surfing, as we mentioned.
Slicing off the top. And this is Sol Aguera. And that first wave, that's that turn I'm speaking about. Just a lovely, heavy layback. And Sarah has just been so compact and really gets smoking over those sections. And then, of course, Mafalda with this wave that just set her up with those two turns. And she then had this one, this big double overhead wave with a big, strong maneuver for the 7-point ride and taking quick domination of the heat, sitting down in fourth. And then she went bang, bang, 2 good waves in a row. And she's like, sorry, girls, I've got control now.
4.5 minutes to go. Does the heat change shape again? Lopez, the Portuguese surfer, with the 7 and the 5.63 out front, and sets the pace for the heat lead. Let's look at Sarah Wakita's numbers of the 11.16 accumulated total. And that is what Aguera and Kiala Tomoda Bennett are chasing, and requirements there you see at top left of screen. Big ask for Kiala Tomoda Bennett. She is a precision surfer. I sort of always think of Sarah Wakita and Kiala Tomoda Bennett in the same sort of package. They similar physiques, they ride a similar line, they draw similar patterns on the wave face. So we're asking for the best wave of the heat from the Hawaiian down in fourth.
Yep, it's a big ask, and she has to pretty much do it in one wave now because of time. So sitting fairly high up on priority with that second priority. So there might be an opportunity for her.
Well, let's hope so. Down to 3 minutes 20 to go. Of course, the Hawaiian campaigning through the first 2 stops on the Challenger Series. Greg, a 25th at Snapper, and a much better 9th. So she is able to make heats. She's able to get through the draw, just 1 stop short of the quarterfinals over at Narrabeen. Can she take something from this? And here we see her knocking on the door of opportunity, and that is going to fall apart for her. And sometimes you have those heats, Greg. It just, you can be in the right place at the right time and do nothing wrong. But Tomoda Barrett still just under 3 minutes to go. Wakita just struggling with that heavy wave on the sandbar as well. So not all smooth sailing here in the opening round. You see the water, you can see how that white water's churning there. Just to want to pay note to how strong it is in the impact zone here in Ballito. It might not look like it on the screen, but there is that element of North Shore Hawaii power here.
Definitely has that feel, especially when it gets bigger. It hits you like a freight train, these waves. And hopefully we see that over the weekend.
Well, beach break conditions here for the opening day of the Ballito Pro. Some surfers getting as much as 10 waves in the lineup. Some on 8 and some on 7. So Lopez there, you can see in her campaign, pulled the trigger a number of times. Then her good scores came. And here goes your heat leader now with a flat 2 minutes on the clock. Try and get a little bit of insight into that rolled over ankle. We see that she is supported with a brace. But that hasn't impeded her. The numbers have come her way here in the opening round.
Absolutely. And, what you do is, we always say beware the injured surfer. Mafalda would have gone, okay, what is my range? I can do this turn. Maybe not, maybe I can't push the tail or whatever on the forehand, but I can get a good backhand crack. And then what do? You focus on your strategy. You focus on other things like getting the best waves, and you can still get through the heat.
Well, let's have a look here. Could be 2 riders up and riding at the same time. We'll maybe get an insight into that, as that pullback shot just showed us 2 surfers showing interest. Either way, clock's coming down to a little over 1 minute to go, and the Peruvian still trying to unlock some kind of formula for a mid-range 5. Is achievable, Greg? Has she got enough time now as we go inside the last minute?
Well, she's just had a short wave, so in the impact zone a little bit. She's going to have to get out and hope for a bit of luck, but Sarah Wakita is moving into her zone to make sure she doesn't get too many opportunities here.
The incoming tide bringing some consistency here as we go into the late morning. It is warm and the beaches are getting packed, and here is Sarah Wakita trying to at least protect the second place position. She has to improve on a 5.33 to do that. Not sure that she achieved that. Get a look at the first part. This is an important wave. Sol Aguera, the Peruvian, did manage to get back out and pull the trigger again. This is a little bit of a slopey wave. It's not quite what the judges want to see. They want to see those big impact turns. Then certainly the theme here, Greg, is the bigger the wave, the bigger the payout. And that was the story of that 7-pointer. And it looks like that is going to be the official result. We are waiting for a couple of scores to drop, but hard to extract big numbers on the smaller waves here in Ballito.
Yeah, and I think body language as well showed us that Sol wasn't sold on that wave at all. She sort of knew there weren't big enough sections there.
Well, waiting for that official result. There it is. It is now a number in the hat. Advancing to the next round of 24 for Mafalda Lopez, the young Portuguese surfer, with that highlight score, moves forward along with Sarah Wakita. And that is the official result of heat number 6 this morning. We trust that you are enjoying the show with us. Stay with us. From the Ballito Pro, we'll bring in Mike Frew for the call. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And a fresh heat on deck as we got that incoming tide this morning, and we'll go straight to action. Ariane Oshawa on screen from the Basque Country. She'll be going up against Anon Masuki from Japan, also Nanoa Suzuki, and a lone South African in Sarah Scott as you join us this morning for the 7th heat of the opening round of competition on the women's draw. It's a very good morning from myself. Gig Salia is now joined by Mike Frew. And Mike, day one of competition, lots to take away, lots to talk about, but certainly some scores in the lineup available there. A great 7-pointer in that last heat for our Portuguese surfer from Portugal, Malfono Lopes. So there are some big numbers out there. Just got to find a big overhead set and crack it.
The other big thing out there are the sets, Gigs. And I heard you on the call on that last heat, and you were saying the big sets are going to get the big scores. I was sitting with Travis Logie just now, and we were looking at the buoy readings, and there's a definite bump in the swell. If you look at your screen right now, you can see on the right-hand side, you see those lines starting to filter through. That's a bit of a southerly swell that's starting to make its presence known here in Ballito.
We are on the East Coast. We love the fact that pretty much every swell angle makes its way into Ballito, but it's those southerly ones that start stretching out and giving the walls bowls and pockets. And talking about bowls and pockets, that's exactly what our surf in blue Anon Masuka has just pinched in the lineup, and still early, 30-minute heats on offer. So lots to unpack here if you're just joining us for the show.
Gigs, coming off the beach now, there were two things that struck me. It was the size of the waves. Watching it live on the beach, it's a lot bigger than I thought it would be today, and looking at the forecast and the charts. And then the other thing is, by this time of the morning, I expected that northeasterly wind to be a lot stronger than what it's playing out, or what it's playing out to be at the moment. So it's actually just a gentle breeze, almost like it may have backed off a little bit this morning.
Yeah, it's almost like the temperature inversion has just let it settle a bit. I agree with you. Surfline's kind of calling a lower wind speed as well. So right on track are our forecast partners, Surfline. And trust that we'll lean on their numbers for the back half of the waiting period as well, as we are expecting bigger swells. But for day one, there's some head-high opportunities and there's no complaints. We're getting through our heats. We're getting through the opening round of competition. And strong discussion that will be going into men's surfing as well here for the first day.
Looks like we're going to go into that straight after this round of ladies, Gigs.
Well, Mike, let's have a look at the scorecards. Just a few low numbers peppering in at this stage. Best of it is Anon Matsuka with a 4.67. The other thing, Greg and I got stuck into a little bit of a discussion on, Mark, in the previous heat was the scoring opportunity changing a little bit of shape as the tide comes in. A couple of left-handers do tend to come into play as the tide fills in as well. But certainly you made allude to, you can see there's a lot more white water, a lot more stirring in the cove here in Ballito as we work through the late morning.
I hope it continues to do that, because that's going to pull a little bit of sand around the reef at the back, around that rock, and continue to improve these right-hand breaking waves that we're seeing here.
Still plenty of time, a little over 25.5 minutes to go. Of course, locals will be on the beach. Beaches are packing in. It's those temperate subtropical climates here, and the South Africans will be getting a place on the sand to support young Sarah Scott. And as we wait for Sarah Scott's real contribution to the heat, let's go down and hear from the Mafalda Lopez, winner of that last heat.
Great heat win for you, Mafalda. You started the heat slightly slow, then you were able to drop that 7-point ride. Where are you at mentally when you start that heat slower than you'd like?
In the beginning, it wasn't going the best way because I fell on the first two waves, but I was trying to keep the rhythm and catch waves, stay active. And then I managed to get the 5.83, and right after the 7, that was like perfect, because it was my strategy, like to be a little bit on the left, even without prio, so I could just catch waves, and I'm glad it worked.
Nice. And some would say that, you know, Ballito is pretty similar to your local break at home. Do you agree? Do you find that you're a little bit, you know, feeling like you settled back home?
I mean, it's kind of hard, the wave, a bit harder, a little more shallow. But yeah, it's a beach break, so I'm used to surfing beach breaks all the time in Portugal. And yeah, I think it's a good way for me, and it's easy to do just one turn, one big turn, and yeah, I'm confident.
Well, it looks good for you, and good luck for the next heat.
Thank you.
Cool.
Well, muito obrigado. Good stuff there from the young Portuguese talent. A number of them here looking to go through stop 3 in Ballito with a points haul and move on to the 4th stop at the US Open of Surfing. Meanwhile, live action out in the water here is the young South African. Of course, Sarah Scott, Cape Town-based surfer from a energized surfing family. And well, we'll transition straight to lovely backhand pocket snap there from one of our two Japanese surfer, and that is Anon, and she's busy leading the heat, and she's going to nudge herself a little bit ahead now as well, Mike, because a 4.67 to start, and that's going to be a solid backup number. Just a few more sets approaching. We'll stay with the live action. Backhand snap. Going to get the ricochet and going to get ditched off is our Spaniard, Arion Ochoa. But everybody getting in the mix here, Mark.
Yeah, they sure are. There's those two turns, if you can get it in like you were saying there on Anon's wave, that sets you up for a great foundation in the heat. And it looks like she has found two good mid-range scores in the first 5 to 7 minutes of the heat. So she's got a lovely foundation here now once that second score drops in to build the rest of the heat and apply pressure to 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yep. Just letting the numbers roll in. You see the register just turning over there. Scores coming in from that last exchange. We're seeing this as a pattern. It's a compact beach break layout. Here's one of those lefts we spoke about. You know, excited you get about left-handers, Mark Frew. But for that one, just an average score, perhaps less than average. Not going to see that change much on Anon Matsuka's scorecard. 4.67, waiting for a backup score from her. And judges just having a ponder on that two-turn combination. Maybe we'll even pull back the tape for a re-look of it. But I think she's going to add a very nice number to her previous score. Last one coming in is going to not feature in her top 2. And, yep, 22 minutes to go. Lots to unpack here, as we've got one more heat to run in this opening round of women's competition. And then we'll transcend to the opening round of men's in the round of 80. Just letting these sets roll through to see. Judges just pondering. They do have the ability to do replays of their own, unattached to the broadcast's footage. So separate cameramen and replays available, exactly like on the Championship Tour standard. And that's what we love about the restructuring over the last few years, the qualifying series becoming more regionalized, and there's 7 different zones around the planet, and everything in and around the Challenger Series really mutating and lifting towards Championship Tour level. Here's a couple of snaps for us.
That first turn, she got right up in the critical section there, Anon Matsuoka. Giggs, is that the second wave that we're still waiting for the score to drop in?
Yep, exactly that, Mike. I was going to call you Paul just to mess with you because you keep calling me Greg, and that's okay.
Okay, Derek.
We're all part of a team. Well, there's worse things to be called, I'll tell you. It's been great having yourself, Mike, and, of course, Greg Emsley on the call. It's been the first year that we've had Greg Emsley, former Championship Tour surfer, join us in the booth, and he is a bubbling wealth of knowledge. And I tell you what, get a few beers in him at the end of the day, you're going to get a few classic stories as well. So, yeah, lots of value from the show here in Ballito. We trust that you enjoy. There's that other score now to join. Didn't go really as rocket high as we thought, but a mid-range 4 is going to be enough to just solidify the lead for now, Mark.
You were talking about the regional series and how the regions around the world make up the Championship Tour, the top tier, and how the Challenger Series is made up of all those regions. Giggs, an interesting statistic. This event has been running for 55 years. It was originally the Gunston 500. It is now the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And a European, out of all the regions, a European or a Japanese surfer in neither men's nor women's has actually ever taken out the event. We've had winners, I was having a look at the stats last night, from all the other regions except for those 2. And, you know, the favorites coming into the event can always change. So could this be the year where we see a Japanese competitor or a European possibly take the men's or ladies title?
Good talking point. Of course, last year, Bronte McCauley for Australia taking out the Ballito Pro. And, of course, the American Stars and Stripes with Cole Hauschmund. We've had several winners over the years from the United States. Think back to the Gadauskas brothers. They've had good visits here. And, yeah, I mean, it's just, we'll peel back that history book as the week unfolds. But, yeah, no wins yet. Could that change? I think the answer is yes in the years to come. A very strong push from the European talent pool. Of course, that qualifying series infrastructure really, and again, particularly France, Spain, Portugal really putting up their hands, producing talent on both men's and women's side of the qualifying series. And then, well, Japan hosting the Olympics 3 years back. I mean, yeah, you'd think that the sport of surfing there is just on the sizzle. And certainly on the men's draw as well, more and more Japanese representation in 2024.
Anon Matsuoka has been here for a couple of days. She actually has, she surfed in the QS 1000 event as well. And she certainly seemed, although she didn't win the event, she certainly seemed one of the form surfers. She's been out there before first light, one of the first in the water each morning. And so we could potentially see a change like that. The other interesting surfer that I've got my eye on in this heat, Giggs, is Sarah Scott. So Sarah actually qualified for the Challenger Series this year, but she opted not to go to the events in Australia because she's currently in matric, which is the final year of school here in South Africa. And so Anastasia Fenter took her spot, and she went and surfed in the Challenger Series. Sarah did go over to El Salvador, where she competed for South Africa in the ISA World Juniors. But it's great to see her here as part of the Challenger Series, which she did qualify for last year.
Well, good to see her at least prioritizing the academic journey. Of course, a final year of school, grade 12, for our young surfer on screen. And then that'll pretty much open up a couple of choices for her going into 2025. And, you know, a fair representation here, if she gets a decent couple of heats under the belt, will really go well in the cap as far as a feather for the 2025 campaign for the young Cape Townian.
So we have had 2 events so far. We had the eThekwini Surf Pro, which Sarah came up from Cape Town. She surfed that in Durban on the Durban beachfront a couple of weeks ago. Very small waves, Gigs. It started out quite nice, but it was really 1 to 2 foot waves in the final, quite challenging conditions. But Sarah did get a decent result there. And then, although she didn't win the Ballito Open presented by Flojo, she did get a good result there. So she's right up there in the mix to potentially qualify for the Challenger in 2025 through the Africa region. But this year, unless the events are pretty much on her doorstep, she's chosen, especially in the second half of the year, to focus on academics.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of fun this previous weekend with, you mentioned it there, the Ballito Open presented by Flojos as a QS 1000, and a lot of surfers making the trip here to the Challenger entered that draw and just kind of kept their blades sharp. And we saw Sally Fitzgibbons take the win on the women's side, so she'll be raring to go in the upcoming rounds. And certainly on the men's side as well, a strong international representation. It's never a bad thing for the young South Africans, just to mix it up, get that exposure. You can see Mike, I just want to make, as this wave starts unfolding, there's that northerly wind just starting to puff again. See how that affects it. If anything, it could probably just rumble in a little bit more swell with the incoming tide as well.
I really liked Ariane paddled into that one. She showed
there's Piatosti too, so just give him a mention.
She showed absolute commitment to get that wave, and Greg Emsley has been talking about how you've got to paddle in really fast into the waves here in Ballito. If you hesitate, you're going to get caught behind the section or miss out on that little pocket that may be the only opportunity on the wave to score. And I liked how she used that speed to get round the section, got a turn in. Here's a replay of that wave. Look at this. Wow, she put in a lot of effort to catch that wave, and it generated a lot of speed for her, and goes up into that first turn, unfortunately getting a little hung up there, Gigs, and then didn't ride out clean after the second turn. So the only things that could be a little bit critical of that wave was the transition out of that first turn and then not coming out of that second turn nice and clean. I felt like maybe missed out on a little bit of extra scoring opportunity there. It was a nice set wave. It was certainly a big one.
Well, judges' scorecard open and numbers starting to roll in. You spoke about the strong paddle board speed for a 4.07. So your Spaniard in the white, Ariane Ochoa, jumps up a couple of notches here. We'll just let all those numbers settle from that last exchange. That's it. We are now up to date. There are your numbers. So heat situation still. The Spaniard in third, the South African on screen in fourth. And, 14 minutes to go. Plenty of stories to tell. But two Japanese surfers out front.
Gigs having a look at Sarah Scott on that wave. She's surfed a number of heats up until this point. Every other heat she has surfed without a wetsuit on. I would say probably 8 to 10 heats. This is the first one I've seen Sarah wearing a wetsuit.
Well, the water is warm, so it'll be a thin wetsuit, and it's a beautiful day here in Ballito. We'll take a quick break as we trust you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Pradukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Well, the World Surf League's Challenger Series here for the third of 6 stops. And it is a beautiful beach day again. It is midwinter here in the southern hemisphere, but we are on the warmer climes of Ballito on the east coast. And it's a good late morning greeting to you, Gigsleers, along with Mike Frew for the call as we unpack the last 11 minutes of this round of 48 Heat 7. It's a good morning if you're just joining the show. Top left of screen for all the activity of the heat thus far. Black blocks in the grid are your counting scores. The computer extracts the top 2 rides per surfer and accumulates them for heat totals. And there's your grid. 6 waves ridden for Achawa, your Spaniard, who meanwhile in the break has climbed up to second. So situation change while we're away. And here goes a strong attack for your heat leader, that's Anon Matsuka. And great to see the Japanese talent here. Talking about Japanese talent, here goes Suzuki. See if she can join something together. Strong oncoming section. She'll just get stuck. Starting to leave the South African a little bit behind in the heat here now, Mike, with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Anon definitely stamping her authority on the heat. Gigs, she brings a bit of experience and maybe a little bit of rhythm from the events in Australia, both the 2 Challenger Series events. She got a 17th in both of those, so she should get through 1 or 2 heats and building a little bit of momentum. She arrived in Ballito quite a few days ago, I think more than a week ago. She's been very active in the free surfs and getting to grips with the conditions out there, and it shows. She is in the lead in the heat.
Well, Matsaka on screen came to Ballito last year for a 17th here at the Ballito Pro, and she'll be wanting to go better than that and into the quarterfinals and beyond if she want to climb those ranks on the Challenger Series for 2024. 5 slots at the end of the year. Of course, 6 opportunities to build scores, 10,000 points for winners here in both men's and women's draws. And of the 6 stops around the globe, 4 do count. So lots to talk about here in the process of qualifying for the Championship Tour of 2025. And we love all the moving parts of this very exciting tier of competition, the Challenger Series. And Mike, really, it's so tangible. 2024, what a stellar year for surf fans and viewers around the world. From every aspect, there is no doubt that the restructuring and the implementation of this more defined Challenger Series, the way the qualifying series events regionally feed into it, the level of newcomers through to the Championship Tour, the sport as a whole has accelerated on every level.
It certainly has, and one of the very good examples of that is a guy like Cole Houshmand, who won the event here last year. If you think back or you look at where he was at in January 2023, he was considering if he should go to Australia and take part in the Challenger Series events. It was either that or look at a potential even career change for Cole Houshmand. He decided to go there. He went to the 2 events in Australia. He won Ballito, the Championship Tour combined with the back end of the year results as well. And he's gone on to get a Championship Tour win this year so far as well. And right behind him are almost hundreds of young juniors chomping at the bit, doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. A great career path for the young aspiring talent to follow. Of course, we think much and enjoyed the journey of Cole Houshmand last year. Wins in Narrabeen, wins here at Ballito. And then, well, in his first year, he surely must be Rookie of the Year at the Championship Tour level. Can't see too many people challenging that. Perhaps Crosby Colapinto at best could challenge that. But Cole Houshman has been an inspiration for a lot of the young, not only the young Californian talents, everyone around the world were going, okay, well, there's the career path to follow. So we love it. We love all the talent. We love all the moving parts of not only the qualifying series, this year, the Challenger Series, but wow, what a championship tour year we're having as well.
We certainly are, Gigs, and you know, it filters right down to those regional QS 1000s. We saw one happen here in Ballito, that Ballito Open presented by FloJo's. It gave young surfers from this region and from around South Africa, we had some Moroccans as well, the opportunity to collect points towards that Challenger Series qualification. So it does seem to have opened it up and made it clearer for the surfers entering the sport.
Let's have a look at Heat. Yeah, sorry, Mark. Let's have a look at Heat 7's recap here. As we mentioned, 2 Japanese, 1 Spaniard and 1 South African. The 2 Japanese were quick out the gates here, Mark.
Yes, those 2 turns are what is counting in Ballito. Ballito, traditionally, if you can get 2 solid turns on a set wave, inevitably you're going to be in the running for potential heat wins, and that's exactly what our ladies have done out there, Gigs.
Yep, working the beach break conditions here. Smaller swells for the start of the waiting period here at stop 3 on the Challenger Series. But still some fun waves coming out of the lineup. Definitely seen, conditions a little harder than this at other locations around the world. So, yeah, this is about as B-grade as Ballito gets, but a very positive surf forecast for the days ahead. And still, we've enjoyed some numbers out of the lineup for the opening rounds of the Ballito Pro this morning. Lovely end section maneuver there from Suzuki, who's chasing a 4.7 as we come down to the 5-minute mark. And we'll ask the question straight away. We'll throw you under the bus, Mark Fu. Did she get the number on that? Because big end section turns has been part of the formula for finding scores.
Gigs, I really liked that turn. I liked the speed and the projection that she had coming out of that section. On the replays, I'm sure we'll see, she got a little bit of air on the board coming out of that turn. And the judges like it when you land an end section at Ballito nice and clean and ride out with confidence.
Yeah, lineup breaking up a little bit here with that sea breeze. If you think back to the start of this heat, almost looks like the conditions have roughed up a little more in the last 30 minutes.
I didn't answer your question. I think she might have just got the score.
Okay, all right. Are you happy to answer it now that you got the answer, right? 4.7 to advance. Does the number come in, Mark?
Well, Gigs, I really liked it. I'm not sure if we compare it to, say, the 4.43 from our heat leader. That was 2 turns. She just did 1 quality turn on that one. So in sort of analyzing that, I'd have to say, by my own judgment, possibly just a little bit under.
And was that just a live wave we watched for another input? Perhaps so. We'll answer all those questions. 3:40 on the clock here. 2 Japanese surfers trying to stay in the top 2 advancing slots. As we mentioned, Ariane Achawa, the Basque Country surfer, has pretty much been on lock there with the 2nd place position for a while now. Mark Frew just shakes his head. Sarah Scott goes left and incomplete here. The young South African really hasn't. This has not been a heat that's showcased her talent in any way.
No, she has had a good run in Ballito this week so far in the junior events. But by her standards and certainly by her what she's capable of, she hasn't so far surfed the heat to her full potential, Gigs.
Well, waiting for scores for Ariane Achawa and Nanako Suzuki. We are expecting a set of scores to come in for our 3rd place surfer, as we mentioned, a 4.7 requirement. But it's a pair of 2s in the scorecard, and you've got to feel that she's about to replace those both. So a late charge here from our Japanese surfer in red. Sarah Scott's got to get back to the drawing board here and really find something special. 5.27 to advance for the South African down in 4th. And we do know that 1 big section, 1 big hit. We saw a 7-pointer come out of a single maneuver in the previous heat for a heat win. So we know that the 5.27 is achievable out there.
It sure is. And
well, numbers starting to roll over here. Let's have a look. What are we seeing, Mark?
Looks like that previous wave of Suzuki came in. Gigs, is that the one there?
Yeah, it's a 4.13.
So it's just shy. So certainly looking for 2 turns.
but the scorecard's still open for red, and just a 3-4-4 requirement. So Heat could change shape here. Here's that big one section we spoke of. That one was downplayed, though she turned a 5 into a 3 there, in my opinion, with 1:45 to go. So Mutsaka, Heat leader, no harm, no foul, but we're watching a tight tussle here on the scorecard for that second place advancing position here, Mark, and we're down to 90 seconds.
These two young Japanese surfers have been together throughout the event. They free surf together. They would dearly love to both get through into the next round. And scores still coming in. Gigs.
Well, on screen, Sarah Baum, a future Olympian, just a few weeks away from being minted as an Olympian surfer. That's a good, powerful snap right there for the Spaniard who's going to say, I want to be part of the next round of the Ballito Pro. Ariana Chawa, solid hit for her, spicy with some power. And that, we did see a situation change, by the way. So Suzuki has found her way up into second, but that was a firm answer from the Spaniard, and we go back to waiting for scores.
Yeah, and that turn had a lot of speed in it, Gigs. She flew into that section with purpose. And if we do see the replay of that, it would be lovely to compare it to that one turn of Suzuki.
Well, Suzuki took a pair of 2s and replaced them with a pair of 4s in these last few minutes, but this is the answer for that advancing second place position.
Late takeoff, rotated her shoulders and put her board right up there in the sweet spot of the wave, right up at the lip. And Gigs, I think that as we go down to the real pointy end of this heat, that score could certainly come into play in terms of the outcome of the heat.
Hold the phones. We're waiting for a score here. This heat is far from done. 10 seconds to go. Ariana Achawa needing a 4-7-3 single maneuver, backhand snap, sparky and strong. Got a feeling that it might knock on the door of it. Oh, Mark's just staring at the screen here alongside me. He doesn't want to stick his neck out on this one. 4.44 requirement. I'm saying she gets it.
Gigs, come on. Just the one turn.
Come on, Mark.
I'm going to say it's going to come in just under.
Okay. All right. Well, we are waiting for that moment. No questions to Anon Matsuki on screen. She is our heat leader, and she'll take the heat win with a 4.67 and a 4.4. Pretty tight scores all the way through. And what do you say, Mark? You are absolutely wrong, and I'll remind you for the rest of the Ballito Pro. Ariana Chawa is going to go from third to first. Our surfer in blue bumps down a second, and she'll be pretty stoked with that good contribution to the heat. And Ariana Chawa surfing for Team Grit and Oakley this year. She's got a very strong support squad here. Seth Hulley and Greg Pearson and the team looking after, and she goes from third to first. So official result, she will continue at the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We'll call in Paul Evans to join the booth. And it is the Ballito Pro coming to you from South Africa.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
And a very warm welcome back to Ballito. Action hotting up in the water. That tide filling in, performances going up as well. High stakes as ever on the Challenger Series. And day one of competition for the women. Seeing some big statement performances and a couple of people squeak through as well. There's a little bit of everything to unpick and unpack and enjoy. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to do all that. The Fru Brew, Mike Fru. How are you enjoying what you've seen so far this morning, Mike?
Really enjoying this morning. It's great to see the standard of surfing, and it's almost like it's the levels of surfing have jumped up throughout the morning. We're seeing those scores starting to edge up into the excellent category through the morning.
A little bit of a ruffle coming through, but plenty of power as ever out Ballito. Let's check out Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica, Rosie Smart, the Aussie, Anastasia Fenta of South Africa, Louise Lepront. Another South African out there looking to use some home field advantage, some extra experience at this wave. Of course, experienced campaigners on the challenges. This has been a fixture, so people have been on the challenges for a number of years. They'll be well versed on the ins and outs of what to do here at Ballito. It's a little crossed up at the moment, Mike. There's some ruffle out there. The power, we know you're going to get that. It sometimes feel like a sort of an island-style wave where you've got that deep water. This is a sort of short period. Smells a bit of grunt, but if you hit it hard, you will get points.
You certainly will, but you need to time it quickly and you need to time it well, because the wave at Ballito doesn't give you much time to mess around, and so you have to be quite committed what you're going to do when you take off on the wave.
Let's see. McGonigal having a paddle. She'll get left a little high on that. She already got that 417 locked in, so early on, straight at it, and I like that as a tactic. Look at scores that have been making it through. Think about second place and where those numbers are falling. If you can get yourself towards 8s, 9s as a two-wave total, good chance to get through in second, at least through most of the heats this morning. So snaffling an opportunity early on, that's important. Leilani really looking to step up and go deep in this event here in South Africa. Watching her compete for a number of years. And a big result here. We talked about it this morning first thing. Just how significant it is doing well in Ballito. Partly just to do with the fact where it falls in the season. Coming in as the third event of 6. Meanwhile, Lepront looking good here. Doesn't quite get there for the last turn. But managed to offer the board up into the lip before that. And Fenta just firing that thing up into the breeze. Testing the leash strength there. So I think spirals around it. Ultimately, it lands near and on her, which is good news. Don't want to get hit by a board when the wind's gusting.
Paul, I've been looking forward to this heat the whole morning, because there's quite a contrast in this heat in terms of young Louise Lepront, who's 16 years old. She's one of the top young junior surfers in South Africa. She got a bronze medal at the ISA World Junior Games in El Salvador a couple of weeks ago now.
I pulled the heat, yeah.
Really? No ways. That's awesome. And then also in this is Leilani McGonigal. And Leilani was a wild card in the WCT event in El Salvador recently. So both of those ladies have surfed in El Salvador. Leilani McGonigal at a CT level. She's 25 years old. Against here, young Louise Lepront, just 16. And she performed well in El Salvador in the juniors. So I like how the sort of heat is bookended by both of those two talented surfers. And then in the middle, we've got Anastasia Fenta. Anastasia's from Cape Town in South Africa. And she went over to the Challenger Series in Australia this year. Her first go at the Challenger Series. She's just 17 years old and got some great experience there. And then Rosie Smart from Australia rounds off the 4 people in the heat at the moment. She was actually over at the NIAS event too.
Yeah, it's interesting, that wildcard discussion. You think wildcard's a chance to really just entertain, do damage in the event, but also in what they're able to take away for their careers. Here's a meaty-looking wave, and it's Smart who just didn't quite, maybe it wasn't poor execution, maybe just the wrong turn. She sort of carved down that wave on the backhand, just left herself a little low, and maybe a high line would have put it down the line for another section. Nevertheless, she will get a number in for that, her first wave ridden in this one. Yeah, just thinking about that wild card that Leilani was able to get. He's surfing against the very best in the world at quite an exciting stage, particularly in terms of that talent performance level on the championship tour. And then you come back to Challenger Series, and maybe you just feel you got a little extra kick, a little extra gear. Maybe you just feel in yourself that you kind of have that extra quality and that you should be kind of willing yourself through heat. It's interesting to see how that plays out, of course, because that sounds good coming into it, but ultimately it's all about the 2 best waves that you catch within the half hour But plenty more sort of meat and muscle in this swell now. It looks like it's still quite bouncy.
I was just about to say, every time you and I sit down in the booth here, the waves jump up a foot or two, and that is by a long way the biggest set that's come through in the day. I said that in a heat with you about an hour ago, but the swell definitely on the increase, Paul. Chatted to some folks on the south coast during my break, and there is a bit of a lift in the swell down there, which is about 100 kilometers south of us. So we can expect that to keep making its way up the coast. And despite the slight onshore wind, it's great to have a lift in swell. At this time yesterday, this beach was almost completely flat.
This swell filling in at Ballito and offering surfers a chance to have some lips to attack. And if you can do that with aggression, you can pull it off, you can make things a degree of difficulty as ever in the criteria. Hitting a powerful lip's always tricky. If you can do that, get up yourself mid-range, possibly even into the good range, you've got a really good chance of advancing. You have to try and link those turns together as well. Looking to do that, Rosie Smart here. Nice first crack of the whip from Rosie. And just covering ground, looking for a finish. It does pretty well to put that board up vert. Maybe had a look at an oncoming rock and decided to get out quickly. Meanwhile, someone that found 2 quality waves, a winner of the last heat, standing by for a chat.
Ariana, I feel like I can see your heart still beating. You got the score in the last 10 seconds. What were you feeling? And after that wave, did you think you had got it?
Yeah, I didn't know like if I got it or not. I just was really focused on hitting the lead. I knew before paddling to that wave that was my last chance to make it possible, so I tried to do my best, but the conditions there are so hard. There are so many bumps that it's so hard to hit and to maintain, to finish the turn. So at least I was so happy that in that last chance I made it and I didn't fall it. So yeah, happy, super stoked.
Amazing. And you know, when we see you on the beach, you've got a good crew of South Africans with you, people from home with you. Is South Africa starting to feel a little bit like a second home?
Yeah, for sure. It's my favorite country and it feels like home when I come here. Like there is amazing people here. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by so lovely people and I feel so lucky about that. And when I come here, it's just so special. Doesn't matter like things are going.
$55.
Long running event, of course, going all the way back to Gunston 500, which was held in Durban. And just reminding everyone, we're, 20 minutes, half an hour north of there at the moment?
It's about a 25-minute drive. There's 2 highways that you can take to get there. The one goes a little coastal road, the other one is a toll road. And we're about 25 minutes up the coast from there. We're about 10 minutes from the King Shaka International Airport. The region that we're in is called Kwadakuza. It's the region of one of the provinces in South Africa. It's called KwaZulu-Natal. And interestingly, Paul, the tagline for this event is called Lena Inkundla Yampi, which is a Zulu phrase, which means this is the battlefield. And the reason that phrase was coined for this event is the region that we're in now is famous for, there's a lot of battlefields. You can do battlefield tours from back in the King Shaka and the British and Boer days. And the oceanic battlefield is what we're going through here in Ballito, and all the battles are happening out in the water. So Lena Inkundle Yempi, this is the battlefield. And you'll see all the trophies on the event posters, on some of the event merchandise. You'll see the Zulu shield and a lot of rich cultural history that we're bringing through in the event merchandise and angles this year.
Yeah, it's definitely something that comes through, particularly I feel, at this event and just throughout this country, actually. All of that cultural legacy, really interesting, distinct part of the world. You know, a lot of the surf world, a lot of places, similar sort of feel to a few things, but when you're in South Africa, you kind of definitely know you're here.
The trophies that they actually gave out at the QS 1000 and the junior events leading up to this one were replica Zulu shields, and the Zulus, especially the boys in Zulu culture, learn how to fight with these shields and sticks and knobkerries and assegais, and it's a very rich cultural thing, and it's a great theme that the Ballito Pro has brought through this year. And of course, every heat that these 4 surfers go into today is a battle. They're battling for points, they're battling for positions on the Challenger Series, and it's great to highlight that.
Yeah, a lot at stake for our surfers, just making it through this round and keeping their campaign alive here, crucial to get through and build up some momentum on this wave. Good momentum from Smart early on. She'll tag that one, so a relatively rare left. We have mainly seen the rights being favoured. Rosie there going to the forehand, getting that first turn done with a bit of bounce that we've seen come through with the tide. You see that sea surface kind of flop up and down. She did well just to recover that first one. She'll look to try and get herself out 4th at the moment. The best of this coming with the last wave of McGonigal, that 4-3 that she got for that. So sort of top and tailed it with her very first wave that came. The start of this one was a 4-1, and at the moment that's good enough for her. We've got another one coming for Leilani as well, as we see some bigger sets just motoring through and hitting the outside section. Just offering some big lumps, but it's about just deciphering the lineup really here. Mike, generally speaking, we have a wave, just rocks just to the right of your shot. There's a takeoff peak, a principal peak there, and then kind of a second bowl. But right now, it's looking a little more confusing than we're used to seeing when it's groomed.
It is, and Paul, I think that's because the sand is not lying in the traditional spot or the sandbanks where they normally are here in Ballito. What happened earlier this year around Easter, which is about 3 months ago, we had a massive east swell. It was a solid 10 to 12 foot for like 5 days. Some of the biggest surf that we've seen in KZN for quite a long time. Only problem is it wasn't surfable. It came with a really gnarly onshore wind. And all of that just scoured the sand out of all the point breaks right through the whole of KZN. And then what you wait for after that is a big southerly swell. And within 2-3 big southerly swells, that sand will just sort of makes its way back again, filters around the points, and creates these lovely groomed sandbanks. The problem is we've only had one big groundswell in the last 8 to 12 weeks. And so the sandbanks haven't quite recovered from that. So you're seeing all the sand at the moment in the middle of the bay here in Ballito. But some swell predicted towards the end of this week, and things can change quite quickly.
There goes Fenta. She's got a nice steep section in front. And tweaks out the tail. That was cool. And she'll just about hang on for recovery, will she there? She got close to those inside rocks for a finish. Meanwhile, McGonigal winds up with the bottom turn, goes a long way. And that wave just bent away from her, bent out to sea. She turns it into a kick out. She's leading this one. It'll be a throwaway for that. I think we've got a number to come in for the previous to last of the Costa Rican, though. Leads this one at the moment. We talked about her wildcard appearance at Punta Roca on the championship tour and been able to go up against some of the very best, well, the very best actually in the world. And that's where our surfers are trying to get to here on the Challenger Series. 4 results of 6 counting. And a big, strong showing here in Ballito into stop 3. It'll be midway point on the tour when we're all wrapped up here already. And after that Aussie leg, where there's 2 events next to each other, and we always talk about surfers getting on a bit of a roll. You do one event, really good chance of just carrying that. You want the next event to come as quickly as possible. They all become a little bit disparate now, don't they? They're really separate entities. There isn't really a flow through in terms of a leg. You come to Ballito, and it's all about getting a result here, head over to the US Open, then up in Portugal, heading to Brazil. So they're really sort of standalone individual events. And I guess it's about getting all those ingredients right. We heard Ariana talk about her crew, that she loves being in South Africa, and that's key to success. Meanwhile, great looking wave here for Le Pront. A nice flow to that She just kind of cruised from the bottom and offered the board up. Didn't need to give it too much in terms of upper body. Positioning was really nice. Gave it a crack. Let's see where that goes scoreboard-wise. She's only looking for a 2.85 as the junior.
There's the two juniors in the seats. Louise Lapront and Anastasia Fenter have been surfing against each other. They're still 17 and 16 in terms of their age, but they've probably been surfing against each other for a good 8 years now. So they've surfed many, many heats. Anastasia sometimes gets the better of Louise. Louise sometimes getting the better of Anastasia. But two of our top South African young junior ladies out there at the moment, but up against two very smart and on-form international servers in the form of Lelani McGonigal and Rosie Smart.
12 minutes 40 to go in this. It is heat 8 of the round of 48 for the women here on the Challenger Series. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And we are watching at the moment our Costa Rican just stretch out that lead now. The 6-6 comes in for her. Solid number. We wait for that score to come in for a while. Judges took their time with it, make sure they nailed it. But just showing a real bit of quality there and putting that distance. And we did speculate on her with that wildcard performance. And whether she just feels she can kind of impose herself on the field. She's done that here. But it's scoreboard pressure as we'll head towards a commercial break here. Just over 12 to go. It is McGonigal in the ascendancy at the moment. One of our young South Africans, Louise Lapront, in second place. Can she hang on? We're going to go to break now. We'll be back with more live action. The boys will be surfing soon. Stay tuned.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the low tide fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to Ballito. Checking out the Costa Rican McGonigal at the moment. Solid lead in this. She'll look to try and work on the backup 4.33. Her high score, the 6.67, is solid. That'll feel good from her. 10 on the clock. A couple of South Africans chasing her down. One of them in second place at the moment, Louise Lapront. As you mentioned, Mike, good result from her. Over in El Salvador, the ISA Juniors. That was in May. And that was a pretty hotly contested final as well. She's up well over there. Meanwhile, Rosie Smart, the Australian, she's out in the water looking to really fire up, get a campaign going here. Not a lot to get excited about. Also Fenter, a lot really on the board thus far. Some concentrated faces looking on there, sizing things up.
Louise Lapront in second place there. Her brother's actually coming up in the men's round once they get that underway. Young Luc Lapront. He's in heat number 3. He was given one of the wildcard slots for this event. And, of course, he was also over in El Salvador as part of that ISA national junior team. The Lapront surfing family are becoming a force here in South Africa. They are from Scotborough on the south coast. Their dad runs a restaurant there that's everyone goes and has a chow at after their surf. And they really are becoming a force. They are dominant in the local junior competitions. Young Leah Lepront, Louisa's younger sister, is actually one of the O'Neill team riders. She took part of the Woman in the Wave activation that they had here yesterday during the lay day. But very, very talented family of surfers.
8.5 on the clock in this. It's as we were score-wise. Priority is with our heat leader McGonigal at the moment. And it's Rosie Smart with second priority, but in third place, looking to make a move. Here's Louise Lepront on the backhand. Good looking opening section. Gives it a first quick turn, and then times that one pretty well and good enough to get that up and back down, just draw it. We've seen those turns go wrong quite a bit as that wave tends to fold away a touch. She did well to join up the dots there, Mike.
Yes, I like how she managed to stitch together a number of turns on that. It wasn't the biggest wave, but certainly it'll most likely help consolidate the position she's in at the moment in second, because the requirements are starting to really creep up now for our Australian competitor and Anastasia Fenter, the second South African in the seat.
Yeah, you saw her there. Just lacking a little bit of flow down the line. That first time she snapped the board, almost came to a complete stop, and then she's got to try and pump it to get it going. It's always going to just clip your score down. It comes in as a 2 for her, so she'll need plenty more where that came from. I think a lot of that's to do with the wave, really, than any kind of misread from her. There just wasn't much on offer. She had to wait for the wave to stand up, but she'll be hoping for more.
That's Luc Lepront, Louise's brother, who will be up in a couple of heats' time in about an hour and a half in the men's division if they run that straight afterwards. And then a very nervous Mrs. Lepront.
Yeah, watching on. It's not much you can do, is there, really? You can wave your arms around a bit and try and give some signals. I don't know how much that helps or even sort of confuses surfers out in the water. But, I mean, communication is always pretty hard with people out in the water when you're on the beach. But, yeah, you're watching on as a parent, just anyone that's supported anyone. There's nothing really you can do. It almost feels like it'd be easier to be in the water. At least you can affect it somehow.
I was watching, I've been staying with Paul Canning this event, and his son Matthew surfed in the QS 1000 and also in the junior events. And he's waving his arms around. He's like, Matt, look at me, Matt. And Matt's not looking, and he's losing his mind. But back to live action, and this is Anastasia now. This is a much better looking wave, Paul, but not quite able to capitalize on that end section. She did the first turn, going into that second section, generated some nice speed, and I thought she was on for a score there.
Yeah, she looked much better, didn't she? Just the wave wouldn't cooperate. The first snap, she got done, and then just had to wait for that wave, and see that rip as she duck dives. So we've got quite a steep beach here. But that tide filling in. We've got short period swell, so it's just piling up that water. Well, it's got to go back out to sea somehow, and at the moment, it is that rip, just kind of almost chewing through the middle, and that's exactly what happened to her wave. Unfortunately, from her point of view, she'll still need a score. Going to agree over there, getting ready. Coming up in the next heat as we'll kick off shortly the round of 80 for the men.
Nishi was actually first down on the beach yesterday morning and this morning. We were on that surface deck, and he was the only one there in the dark.
Before Hopkins?
He was there at like 5 to 6. But he was on the deck. Yolanda was already in the water.
There you go, man. Yeah. Yeah.
But talking about the tide, so local time in South Africa is 11:41, and high tide is at 11 minutes past 1. So we're probably hour and a half off the full high tide now. So those main seats will be run over the high and then into a draining tide for the rest of the afternoon.
Positioning in the lineup as we go inside that final 5 minutes is as we were. Priority remains with McGonigal and the lead as well. Rosie Smart, second priority, still looking for a number. She needs a 3.68. It's not a big score to threaten Louise Lepront, who obviously can add to her total as well with a couple of threes locked in for Louise. She's got plenty more than that in the tank. She can find a section, or ideally a couple of sections on the same wave to combo up the turns. Try and curry the favour of the panel. Crew on the beach. Got one of the best places to watch an event. Just in terms of how close to shore this wave is. So you can really see from that shot how close in these surfers are. So it gives spectators the opportunity to keep a beady eye on them and see some of the nuances, some of the technical aspects of the surfing going down, particularly on that last manoeuvre. It's pretty much right underneath them. It's one of the cool things that makes this event such a good venue for competition, apart from, of course, the consistency. It's just how close it is. Also means if you do need a number, you can just catch multiple waves and keep doing reps. You can try and stay out of that priority conversation, maybe stay a little wide on the inside. You've got a chance that we're seeing an extended period of sort of inaction right now, Mike.
Yeah, we certainly are. And the surface is quite spread out from across the whole beach. So you can see that wide, panned-out spot. Louise Leprant is on the far left-hand side of the screen. And then in white, Anastasia Fenter, probably about 80 to 100 meters separating them. And they're on completely separate peaks. So Anastasia kind of surfing her own end of the heat down there. She's into a wave, a big section ahead of her. If she can get speed around this section now, it may line something up a bit better at the end. But you'd have to feel those are kind of check turns in comparison to the solid cracks that we've seen through the heat so far.
Yeah, good wave there for Anastasia. She just didn't really come to grips with it, did she? Just from the beginning, that she put that first turn. It's not exactly the sort of rhythm you'd like to really kind of just give you that visual impression in your mind, thinking about a number that you need. She needs to go up into a reasonably high 4. So to get something like that, you really need to see some amplitude to your surfing going up and down the wave. And she kind of did well to sort of work the wall over, never really unleashing particularly. They were just sort of check turns. It will stay stuck in the 2s for her. And she'll have to think on here. 2.5 on the clock at the moment. She'll deal with a bit of a set on the head and punch her way back out. She will get into the lineup with time to go. Will she get another opportunity now? She's rallying. She's caught those last 3 waves, and they've sort of each one has got better and better in terms of the opportunity of the wave, but her surfing has remained in the 2s. Meanwhile, Louise Leprant with the 3rd pro still in 2nd. This is your heat leader we're watching now, McGonigal. She's been patient, and then she goes nice and vert with a big sting in the tail on that one, and tagging it again. So combo it up, and when you're confident, when you've got good scores in, you can be a bit more patient. Don't need to go anything unless she feels it's better than a 4, and a great chance of improving here.
You know, if I think back to their previous heat and the wave right at the end that Giggs made me put my neck out for, that, I'm going to say, was better than that. It was a great wave. She really, really drove into the bottom turn. A beautiful first maneuver. She did a second maneuver too. Didn't ride out as clean, Paul, but I'm going to say that she's improved on her scores with that one going into the end of the seat.
Yeah, and I didn't even put you on the spot. You know, you just volunteered that information. I like it a lot. McGonigal looks confident. Let's have another look, Mike.
Oh, lovely. She really hit that well-timed first maneuver. Second one, not as good, but Paul, I don't know if that would sort of sway the judges in order to tell them to, or I mean influence them to maybe bring it down a little bit, because up until when she went into that second turn, it was looking like a fantastic score. Very nice turn, even if it was just the one turn. But didn't probably finish it off that great.
Yeah, let's see now. Final 45 seconds in that battle for second place. It's Leprant at the moment holding that spot. She's on 3s, though. Her total 7-2-4. That's Fenter trying to chase her down. She's rallying. She looked at that way. She desperately wanted on. Couldn't get there. And then we've got a bit of cover paddling going on here because Louise does have first priority. So Rosie Smart wants to try and get away, the Australian. Try and find herself something, only needing a 3.68. She's needed that for a while. And she's been a bit quiet in chasing down that number. Since her scores have come in, she's only ridden a single wave for a 0.5 throwaway. So in terms of hunting down that score, she's not been able to go at it, and she's going to get squeezed for time here. We'll watch McGonigal just paddle for a wave and let that go. Looks like we've got a number to come in from Rosie Smart, so maybe she did find herself something. We're all out of time here, though. And Leilani, who surfed from the beginning out there, we talked about that early start, just put a bit of a marker down, getting a 4 early on. We thought, well, how crucial is that going to be in the context of the heat? And it sort of settled her, allowed her to surf with confidence. She identified good ways, and she just got better and better. And we're still waiting for a number to come in for previous to last of her, just to see if she got an improvement on a backup score with that big backhand crack from her, but very well surfed by the Costa Rican, who will keep her journey in South Africa alive here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. So results are all in, and Louise Leprant will hang on in second place. And unfortunately for Rosie Smart and Anastasia Fenter, they'll bow out of competition here. But a well-surfed heat from Leilani McGonigal. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, time to bring the men in the round of 80 for the men on the Challenger Series from Ballito real soon.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We've wrapped up women's round of 48 this morning. Some statement performances, some nervy ones too. But right now, it's time to flip over to the men's round of 80. I'm joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Emma Smith, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good
welcome
to be
back, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah, and you've been on a fact-finding mission down the beach. What did you find out, Emma?
Oh, I found all the latest goss. No, I'm joking. But yeah, we had some good vibes on the beach. Everyone's been surprised with how the waves have actually improved from the morning free surf. Everyone seems stoked. A little bit tricky. A lot of changes towards the end of the heat.
Few nervous faces around it, looks like as well. I think everyone knows, we're underway here. Conditions maybe aren't as good as sort of some of the better days we've seen here. And straight away, if you don't get in the first or second place position, you're going home. So high stakes here in Ballito.
Yeah, very high stakes. And yeah, we've seen with a couple of heats, things changing super quickly. I think a lot of the girls also were expecting it to be off. I heard some rumors on the free surf, so everyone had to kind of get back into the game, put their strategy on, but everyone seems stoked that it's on.
First rule of surfing competitions, always assume it's on, rather than the other way around. So let's check out our quartet in the water. Owen Moss from the USA, Robert Grillo, and Kai Martin of Hawaii, Kajiro Nishi from Japan. He's an early bird, is Nishi. He's been down here in the morning getting his free surf laps in. With that rising sun first thing in the morning, half an hour now to get 2 scores on the board. A big number in already for Martin from Hawaii. A 7.5 solid from him. Here goes Moss with an absolute ton of speed loading up. And he'll boost and gets the rotation clocked around. But just the landing, just landed on the sort of pitching lip of that wave. Didn't quite finish that rotation. But just showing flashes already, Emma, the sort of quality and the fact that he's going to look for ramps.
Definitely. I think the moment that wind turned slightly when we were on the beach, we all thought aerials, aerials, aerials. So I think we're going to see a lot of that.
All right, here goes Nishi. Backhand from him. Bit of a bouncy one, does well. Just to kind of knife that turn through, and then that's really nicely done. As he just kind of tightens up that turn off the bottom and puts it all the way through the lip. Here goes Grillo, and he'll belt it himself. So a lot of energy from these already. I think they've been waiting around, waiting to get going, and just they know obviously that their first heat and just chomping at the bit really to get down to it. And already, apart from the score we've seen to come in from Martin, that 7.5, you just see even some of these incompletes. Surfers really just want to go at this and attack.
Yeah, everyone's frothing. I think, as we'll see obviously on this replay, Kai was surfing the juniors, the QS, so he's had some practice and he's looking strong. I really like that second turn, and hopefully he almost finishes.
So a 7.5 in early for Kai, setting himself up a great platform to advance. Meanwhile, Moss again down the line into a foamy section. Just kind of throws that one away, and the wave just backed off and bounced at the same time, and he came in not quite enough speed to get that all the way around. There's a little rueful look at the offending whitewater as it trundles towards the beach, and he'll make his way back out. He looks fired up.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of waves ridden, hey, in the first few minutes of this heat. Yeah, but the guys have been amped and frothing. It also seems to have picked up a little since this morning.
Definitely more swell. Feels like coming through. Yeah, I think it was that last heat. At the beginning of it, we saw one of the biggest sets we've seen for a while, possibly all day. So with that tide filling in, that swell picking up, a little bit of a wind kick as well. So just got more and more energy, really. We're still another hour and a half or so of incoming tide. Maybe just slightly less than that. So we're going to fill in the water on the bank here. And it is a bit bouncy and wobbly. It's going to take a little bit of strength just to kind of muscle your way through. If you do take on this closeout section, and with a faded takeoff and screaming down the line, out of shot, Moss. And he's already just showing us signs of exactly what he wants to do out here. He just wants to keep catching waves and attack, find himself ramps.
Yeah, I feel like Ballito is such a mix of, you know, guys winning heats by keeping busy, or guys winning heats by keeping completely still one spot waiting for that wave to come through.
It does feel like a little bit of everything, doesn't it? You know, you think about sort of skill sets and who would be maybe favoured out here with the type of surfing they do. And it's kind of a level playing field, a little bit of everything. We see tubes go down. You know, I think last year that Big 10 that Jacob got, but, you know, big air sections as well. And then the power surfers that could hit that closeout hard. It's going to be big points for those type of surfers as well. I think of the likes of Cole Hauschman last year, who just absolutely belted this thing. I mean, Greg was talking earlier, there's nothing in the criteria about spray, but obviously it creates a big visual impact. Just with the power that he's able to generate on the backhand and hitting it hard, impressive out here. So Ballito, really something for everyone, whatever type of surfer that you are, there's something there you can find to try and squeeze points out of our judges.
Yeah, definitely. I actually remember the first contest I surfed in Ballito. Super young, but I mean, I'm not very proud, but I won the heat by catching a foamy because it was so big and we couldn't even get out to the back. And then the next year you come and it's 1 to 2 foot. Then the next day it's 4 to 6 foot. So
did you claim it?
Yeah, double claim. Although there's something about winning on a foamy that you hold back on the claim.
A win's a win.
Yeah.
23 minutes and 20 to go in this. That 7.5, the real mark of quality still. That is from one of our two Hawaiians in the water, Kai Martin Nishi of Japan's got a 4.5. That was the backhand work. Nice and crisp and precise from him. And good enough for a 4.5. Other than that, it's throwaway numbers as it just simmers down a touch from a bit of a fast and furious beginning. And then everyone really sort of taking stock now and going, all right, okay, I need to get a couple of scores. I need a bit of quality. Moss likes to look at these running rights that are sort of stretching out in that rip towards that left-hand side of the beach as we look out to sea. Doesn't find much there. Just got little quarters. He's trying to paddle in and just held him up. Didn't quite get on that wave. And he'll look just keep catching waves. That was his fourth one. Hasn't really been able to connect thus far, but he got about 80% of a really good rotation done in the air. If he'd have stomped that, it would have been right at it. And I think he's just looking really for another sort of section like that, Emma.
Yeah, you can tell when he gets up, he's already got that weight over the center and just looking for speed. But the judges are definitely scoring, you know, making use of every section like we're seeing right now, actually.
Yeah, goes Martin. And good speed from that takeoff section. And then off the bottom, vert into the lip on the backhand. It's just the one turn from him. But just with that one score in, he'll get something and just add a little more pressure. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from Leilani McGonigal, winner of the last heat.
Leilani, you've got your Ballito Pro campaign off to a fantastic start with your heat win there. You were recently a wild card in El Salvador. Prior to that, you served 2 Challenger Series events in Australia. How has your preparation and going into a heat changed now after competing at a CT level in between the Challenger Series events?
Yeah, well, I was super thankful to have that opportunity in El Salvador, and of course you just get a little bit of taste of what you need to do and how you need to be in the high level that those athletes live at. So just being able to be a part of that and feeling that energy energy and then taking it into this event is really cool. And obviously everyone on the Challenger Series has the talent to be on the CT, so just those extra little tips make the difference, and I'm just really happy to be working on my surfing and making some heats.
Well, you certainly did the job, and we really look forward to seeing you in the next couple of rounds. Good luck for the rest of Ballito.
Thank you, y un saludo a todos que están viendo en casa. Sé que es de madrugada ya, entonces pura vida por todo el apoyo.
Great stuff from Leilani McGonigal, representing Costa Rica, representing it well with a heat win and momentum. Stays alive here in Ballito. It's all about just getting through today and obviously looking to go deep into the event here. We have got until, I believe, Monday next week, the 8th of July, with the 2nd today, so plenty more days of competition. And that surf forecast, we're always looking at that, kind of twitching a bit on it before an event, Emma, but it's actually improved as well from what we thought we might be getting. So we are going to get an increase in not only the quality of the conditions, but also the swell's going to get bigger and better.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's nice to see, you know, yesterday we saw some waves, but it didn't have that like power that Ballito always has and what we, know of Ballito. So it's good to see a bit of power again. And yeah, like I said, when I was chatting to all the girls this morning, they all got out the water thinking, well, that was better than it looked.
So thinking of strategy in heats and good ways to kick one off. You get a 7-5 early on for multiple turns. That's exactly what Kai Martin did, but then just being pragmatic and going, you know what, I got 7. Let's get something on the board. Found a quality wave. Just one section, tags it 4-5, and it's decent. And his number's now 12.03 from just basically paddled twice into waves, and he's already well on his way in this heat. He can look to build from there. Meanwhile, here we go. Grillo with plenty of spring in his step, and he just met that last section, possibly a little quicker than he was anticipating, but before that, some good range to his surfing, nice amplitude. He's got loads of drive out of that surfboard, and he's looking pretty crisp and fresh.
Right there, or that rip's kind of like twisting and turning, you can get a little slam with the rest of the wave bouncing off there. So I think the judges will definitely reward close-out turn.
Yeah, he already got a 4-5 in for the backhand work he did prior to that. And just that one turn, particularly a bit more quality in it. It was fast. That section was steep as well. I mean, that section really, it's sort of half the points at the moment here this morning. If you get that nice steep, kind of clean water just drawing off the face, as opposed to some of this sort of fluffier, bumpier stuff. And you're well on your way to a number, and he's going to get a good score in. It's going to put him sort of in a solid second-place position, actually, not miles back from one of our Hawaiians, Martin. 617 is the number, so he goes to double figures, 10, 6, 7. And he's left the chasing pack with a bit to do, 8, 8, 4. 9, 6, 7, the requirements for Grillo and Moss, respectively. Of course, that's just in one wave, but what they're really looking at is getting 2 brand new waves and getting on the attack. Here goes Grillo. What's he got? Makes a bit of room for himself with the first turn, sets up the second, and he arrives pretty late and will go incomplete on that. Meanwhile, here goes Moss, looking on his 5th wave to get something going here, get some momentum, and crucially some points. A little bit of a bog, but he recovers out of it pretty well, actually. Then maybe possibly a little frustration and anger from that bog. He expresses it in the best possible way by flinging some spray off the rail.
Yeah, that was a good bog recovery. No face plants, just straight into another little turn. Definitely, I think getting a bit choppier.
He needed to finish the wave. He's caught 4 waves side of that. He's gone fast, and he's ended up with 1s or decimals. So he actually needed just to get a wave, do turns and finish it, just to sort of keep himself in this, and he's done that there, so an important number for him. We've got a number for Grillo. It's just small. It's a 2 for him. So let's see where this particular wave puts Owen Moss in terms of the points. Obviously not going to be anything like the number that he needs. Just in terms of getting a bit of momentum. He gets a 3.2, and he'll certainly be looking for 2 new waves. Plenty of time to do that. 16.20. It's not a long paddle back out. You can catch yourself another wave. 20, 30 seconds after kicking out, you can already be on another wave. So that's the plus side of these kind of conditions. But at the moment, Surfers like Kai Martin, you look at that lineup right now, Emma, as a surfer, and you go, wow, 7.5 out there. That's solid.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, here Kai goes again. I do think those junior heats, that was great. Those junior heats he's been surfing the last few days have definitely paid off. He seems to pretty much be on the best waves every heat.
Yeah, it looked like he knew exactly what he was identifying on that wave, and those sections just stand up for him, and he gives it the treatment again, really crisp with the backhand, waiting at the bottom of the wave, and then just driving with speed and conviction into the lip. Hitting that pretty hard. He's already got that 7.5 in. He's got 4.5 as well. Is this one going to come from our panel? And then Moss will pick him up, just kicking out. He's going to just have to keep that energy going. It's going to be a throwaway for him. He's still got plenty of time. We're not even at the halfway point of the heat quite yet. We'll wait for a score to come in and see if Kai Martin will improve on the 4.53. If he does, he'll make the job tricky for everyone to try and get first. Let's have another look at Kai.
Oh, I love that turn. And I think he might improve.
So much release, wasn't it, on the backhand?
Yeah.
Really unweighted and pushed with the back foot. So it's pivoting that board, get that tail back towards the beach. Very impressive, expressive, dynamic surfing. You can just offer up the board and do a sort of safe turn, or you can absolutely give it the full treatment.
Yeah.
Definitely column B from him of that choice. And the judges do reward risk-taking.
And he also looks smooth for how bumpy it's actually got, which we definitely like to see. Projected so well off that.
Yeah, he's smoothing out the bumps here, and the numbers are good. 6.5 from the panel, so a solid total of 14 for Kai Martin, with a little bit of tube time for Moss as he gets tunneled. But it's just into a kick out, and he'll have to think on here, the American. He'll just want to just keep really with the high energy approach, and eventually he will get himself a legit clean section. So scattergun was the approach, catch a lot of waves throughout that women's round of 48. That was kind of our takeaway, was stay busy, be active. Possibly a little bit less with Leilani at the end. She was more patient, but most of the surfers getting scores were being busy.
Yeah.
Already a contrast in this one. It's about identifying the quality. Meanwhile, Moss, here he goes. Just swinging around, but it's bumpy water. And he just cannot find that open face. You compare that to the sections that Martin's been finding. They're just draining off the sandbar.
Yeah.
Meaning he's able to go from the bottom to the top of the wave real quick. Moss, by contrast, trying to join up the dots. But, yeah, a bit of a shift in terms of identifying some more quality waves. And I suppose that's going to need to be, that's the task for the chasing pack, because look at the numbers that they're chasing down now. There's surfers in first and second with 6s.
Yeah. Yeah, I think keeping busy. But it's hard. I mean, some of those waves, you know, they look like they're going to be great, but then it kind of joins with that wave from the, you know, the other side of the bay, the left, which is not really what you want. Whereas Kai's ones, they seem to have like hit that inside bank well and almost just run quite smoothly all the way through. But I mean, this bay, like you said earlier, you can be paddling back from a wave and there'll just be some random lift that starts peeling across the bay, which, you know, you hope for those in a heat, but I don't think you can spend your heat waiting for those little dream peaks.
Here goes Grillo. Deep bottom turn with loads of drive and speed. The wave had other ideas, though. It's a wobbly one. It goes soft and disappears. He'll get stuck in small numbers, and he's still got his work ahead of him here. Now looking for an excellent number of an 8.64 to do it in one wave or a couple of waves. A couple of high fives will do it for him. You think about that total, 10.67 for Nishi, currently in second. He's only caught those two waves, Emma, just to sort of illustrate that point about being selective. And you'd back him to improve as well, because he looks like he knows exactly the kind of waves he's looking for.
Yeah, I back him to improve, and he's looking good. I mean, I think his waves, they haven't quite opened up as much as Kai's, but that backhand looking good, and I do back him to get another one.
My question for you, if you own Moss right now and you're catching tons of wave, well, he's in action, but would you carry on with this approach or mix it up? Whoa, that was cool.
Well, when you can do that, probably.
So I'm not sure if that'll be deemed a completion, actually. Reversed out of the lip, blew the tail out. The nose picked it, but I'm not sure that will be complete. Meanwhile, a tag there from Grillo. He's really looking to get something going. He's shown us flashes on the wave.
Yeah.
of brilliant surf. And what he hasn't done is put together a whole wave of good sections, and that's why scores are staying low.
Yeah.
Just think about that approach from Moss. He's been so busy. It'll be another throw. He's going to get a 1 there. That's incomplete. He's got 10 waves. Hasn't got anything above a 3 or a 2. With 11 minutes on the clock, do you now try and identify and just kind of try and copy Kai Martin? Find something with a bit more quality? Or do you just keep surfing?
Well, like we've kind of been saying, with all the heats, I feel like there's been enough good waves for everyone, to get a set wave to win. And I think the balance of, you can keep busy in a heat, but when you're not getting those scores you need or you're not getting above a 3, I think you start getting more panic than you do, in rhythm with the ocean. So I think if I was him, I'd try wait to get priority and hope for, there's enough time for another set to come through. But it's also easier for me saying it from sitting in here comfortably.
Let's see how he goes about doing that. He's sitting still wide where he's been throughout this. He looks like he's heading down the beach a touch. He's been going for those running quick right-handers down there and really looking to find something to unload upon. Under 10 minutes to go in this. Kai Martin shows quality from the beginning with the 7.5, and he's just backed that up with the 6.5, and he's streets ahead. Really, 14-point total is really solid. He'll go again here. Actually, let that one go through. He thought he'd identified another one of those really steep waves that's allowed him to just open up on the backhand. Meanwhile, Moss looks interested, and he'll go again here. Off the bottom. Wow, really nice, powerful, authoritative turn, but crucially, an incomplete turn. So, from not much of a backswing, pushing that board really hard, but he'll go down again.
Yeah. I can see why he's trying to keep busy. He knows what he needs to do. It's just unfortunate. He's like the last 2 waves. He's just not completed them.
9 minutes to go in this one. It's been a really entertaining heat in terms of different strategies, different approaches, and pretty radically different dividend from the judge and panel as well for our surfers. Like Kai Martin, who's going great with good numbers, really good. And Owen Moss is chasing down a number in that very good range, close to excellent he needs at the moment. 7.4 cost that requirement. That can go down a touch if he improves on his high score. He can bring that down. He's got time to do that. That's just in one wave. But thinking about second place, a couple of high 5s will do it. Here goes Griot. And again, you see him putting a lot of body energy into those turns, but not really with the cleanest of sections. And whatever we thought Owen Moss might try and do, his approach just looks like sticking to his guns here. That's his game plan. He's sticking to it.
Yeah, I think, from what I can see, it looks like he wants to go to the air and go big. But I don't know, maybe with 8 minutes left, maybe it'd be a good idea to focus on maybe getting 2 average or an average score and then maybe go a bit bigger on the next one. But then again, you could do a crazy air and get a 9.
Yeah, something really, one of those sort of lineups. So there is really all different sort of ways of doing it. There's no one real clear strategy, but obviously the surfers with points on the board, you look at them and go, well, just do what they're doing. It's paying off. It's all about finding quality sections. That's what surfers leading this one, Martin and Nishi, have done. And that's what this guy, Griot, is looking to try and do. And it's a similar sort of pattern to him unfolding to what's happening to Owen Moss currently. He hasn't gone quite as many times, so that will be wave number 7 for him, and he's still really looking just to get a decent section is really what he wants. It doesn't need to be multiple sections, just one will do him. You particularly think about that 6.5 for Kai Martin, and just finding that clean water at the start of the wave on the peak, and then able to hit it hard. Set yourself up with momentum for your ride, but so far Griot and Moss are really struggling him up.
Yeah, like we've said, Owen has caught so many waves, but doesn't seem to be paying off, and Kai's definitely played a bit more of the patience game.
It's Nishi loading up here. He's found himself a nice steep one. He hits that one and keeps the speed up. And again, that beyond vert hit, that particular occasion, it's incomplete. Threw the board up. Just got knocked off on the recovery. Speed check turn. Sort of float across the line prior to that. So
it's looking good until that.
Covering a lot of ground. He's definitely identifying the waves. As you mentioned, he waited a while. He saw that wave. He felt like he knew exactly what was going to happen on it. And just couldn't quite get the finish. He's looking all right, though, in his second place position in terms of where his numbers are at the moment. There's still a bit of a distance between him and the chasing pack. Look like another wave for Moss on the inside then. Time will tick away. 6 minutes to go here. Kai Martin, I think he'll be certainly breathing easiest out of any of these at the moment, with big totals on the board. Doesn't need to get involved in too much. You can just kind of steer clear of anything untoward that might go on towards tussling for waves. He's got a big lead here. This is Griot.
That was a good turn. Oh, just not finishing again. Most of his waves have been just one good moment.
It looks like he's getting more frustrated, the fact that he's not finding scores. He possibly maybe just over-surfing some of his manoeuvres. He's trying to squeeze so much out of them, and it really has got a lot to do with the sections, particularly when you're chasing surfers with 6s and 7s. You're probably not going to be able to force the score on one of those wobbly, soft ones, it feels like. And he's just maybe forcing the issue a touch here with what he's trying to do on waves, rather than maybe trying to identify and just get one of those draining opening sections. Just allow him to crack the lip without really needing to do too much. Let the wave do the work. It's easy, as you said, to say that from up here when you're out there. The wind's blowing, you're hearing scores raining in for your adversaries. Meanwhile, clean water here for Moss. Not particularly clean surfing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, from Robert and Owen, it seems like it's like that balance of you want to try really hard to get the score you need, but we all know with surfing, you can't try too hard, you can't be too over-amped or under-amped.
This is the heat recap, and this guy early on just showing us real quality and squeezing so much juice out of these sections. You mentioned the run he had in juniors, but able to identify really good sections, as has this guy, Nishi.
Yeah, he's really, okay, that was a good one, but I think he still has opportunity to replace that backup. When you see surfing like that, that one huge turn. Oh, yeah, and Kai's looking strong and solid.
A great read on these waves, able to arrive at the lip late, go up vert, and just recovering really well. He looks confident. Of course, that becomes a little self-fulfilling as well when you hit 7.5s and 6.5s coming through. That gives you even more confidence and authority in the heat as well. He's way out in front, under that 4-minute mark at the moment here. And it is Kai Martin who's led this one with a blistering start as we open up the round of 80 for the men. At the moment, it is the Japanese surfer Nishi in second place behind him. Backhand work from those two has been crisp and sharp so far. Crucially, the wave selection has really been what's done it. You feel like everyone at this level certainly got the surfing to do it, but will they find the waves? And this is as tricky a lineup to read as we've probably seen it for a couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. And when you look at how many waves each surfer's got, all the other heats we've kind of been the keep busy, that's the game plan. But the top two right now have had the least waves each, and it seems to be paying off. Like you say, a lot of these guys, they've been to Ballito a couple times, but I think every year you come, it looks a bit different.
Live action from Grillo here, spanks it hard, and again, similar sort of story. It does seem to be just repeating itself over and over, same kind of thing. We've seen this movie before, and he's just pushing so hard, and just trying to force it a little bit, and it's the way these sections standing up, can't really do that.
Yeah.
You need to be a little patient. You need a little bit of help from the wave as well. Let's see how he goes. They've still got time. He'll get back out the battle. Have a couple of minutes. Get his requirements. 7, 3, 4. We've seen numbers of that order already go down in this. Kai Martin early on. He'll need a wave like that. Just about enough time to do it in 2 waves. Thinking of that total for second at the moment. 10, 6, 7. The good news for surfers chasing was with that fall, Nishi didn't improve, did he, on that last long right-hander? So a couple of high 5s will be good enough. And you've just about, with 2 minutes, got enough time here at Ballito to get 2 waves.
Yeah, Ballito definitely. It's not like JB where you've got the whole long paddle, which feels like it takes up the whole heat. And, yeah, we've had a couple of those last few seconds, but it's a pretty high score.
Getting down towards 90 to go in this. And it'll be tense, stressful moments for surfers like Robert Griot and Owen Moss, who are chasing, have travelled halfway around the world to come and surf this heat. And at the moment, despite rallying, no fault at all on their energy. 12 waves by the American Moss. We've had 9 from the Hawaiian Grillo. And here goes wave number 13 for Moss in red. Here he goes. And he'll blow out the tail and he'll recover it. And he is an explosive, impressive surfer, but he has not had much luck from the Indian Ocean here. And he'll be a little frustrated as we'll just bring that through to the inside. He'll just keep rallying, but no lack of effort.
Yeah.
Conviction, application, all of those things. He's ticking all those boxes. But a little uncooperative the ocean has been to him in terms of sections offering up.
Wow, that's what makes surfing so hard. You know that every guy in here has put in so much work. You know they have what it takes, but there's just something about being in rhythm with the ocean that really helps getting through a heat. And yeah, I mean, you can see they've kept so busy, but there's been the same maneuver they've kind of kept falling on. And I think mentally you just want to have landed that in the beginning of the heat so you can start building.
Meanwhile, the total opposite end of the emotional spectrum, a picture of calm as Kai Martin, who's looked polished in this, and he hasn't had to do much as well. He's only paddled for waves 4 times in half an hour. And he'll end the heat with second priority. First place with Nishi, and he'll use that just to try and add something. Again, you see what he's got, the range he's got with those backhand turns, gets up so late and just tweaks out the board. Very impressive. Whether or not that is an improvement for him, it'll be largely academic because we won't get another wave ridden by Grillo or Moss. But you have to say, in terms of waiting around to surf, watching the women throughout the morning and really just be raring to go and then getting out there and smashing out a 7.5 on your very first wave. A brilliant way to kick off your Challenger Series campaign for Kai Martin. Well done as well to Kijiri Nishi. Of course, you can't win the event on the first day, but you can bow out, and it's all about just staying alive. But if you can get through and bring in the extra confidence of big totals as well, that'll feel great for Kai Martin. And he'll jog up the beach with a little extra pep in his step, and that'll wrap up our first heat for the men. When we come back, another great-looking stacked heat with surfers from all over the world. We'll bring in Geek Cilliers for the call as well. More live action from Ballito right after this.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Well, welcome back to the show. It is the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Geek Cilliers alongside Emma Deal-Smith for the call as we're into that second heat of the morning on the men's side. Of course, a successful morning already, Emma, in the hat, getting that round of the first round of women's through.
Yeah, we had actually a very exciting day with the women. We saw some big scores, and it's always nice, like I said earlier, when the girls come out the heat and they're like, that was better than I thought. So
Yep.
Stoked. It's better than it looks out there.
Yep, lay day yesterday, but day one of competition underway, and an ever-increasing pulse of swell energy sees us into the second heat of the opening round of the men. Wasting no time, South African hopes. The beaches are packed, and they'll be making a noise for that man on screen, Geordie Marie, the Cape Town surfer here to campaign in 2024. And, lots to talk about here as we welcome you to the show. It is just into the early afternoon, just after midday here in beautiful Ballito. And of course, the third stop of the Challenger Series. Lots of names you'll recognize, quite a few that you won't just yet. We'll make them household names over the next few seasons. Out in the water, Kai Paula, the surfer from Hawaii, will be wearing white. Rinta Uta is your Japanese surfer in blue, who holds the priority. Top left for constant updating of the numbers and scores. And what about Oscar Berry? What can he bring? The young Australian. See if he brings some momentum to the lineup here in Ballito. Of course, so many things to talk about. And one of them is winners of previous heats. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that first heat of the men's round.
Kai, that was a dominant win. You were looking really comfortable out there. You've been here since Monday last week and you've competed in all the junior events this week. Do you think that came into play in terms of getting that score on the opening ride?
For sure. I mean, was able to get a lot of reps in with the junior and the QS, so I'm glad I signed up for those. And yeah, I felt like because of those heats out there in the junior and stuff, I felt pretty comfortable out there, and I knew kind of what I wanted to do.
When we arrived here on Monday last week, we saw the very tight Hawaiian crew that seems to be represented here. Tell us a little bit about who you're staying with and how your experience in Ballito has been this year so far.
Yeah, it's actually a mix of like the Hawaii boys and some of the Cali boys, like Cade, Jet. I got Shion, Jackson, and Graham, and Tron, and it's the sickest crew. The vibes are high, and we've kind of just been like having fun, so it's kind of been stress-free, which is nice. Yeah.
Well, awesome. We look forward to seeing your performance in the rest of the event, and well done on your great performance in round one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, great words from Kai Martin there, winning formula there. San Clemente teams up with Hawaii, and everyone's having fun here in Ballito. And of course, Emma, Kai Martin, speaking of getting here early and just getting those reps in at the QS level a few days back.
Yeah, you definitely saw him getting those reps in. And, you know, what he mentioned about having a good crew, I can definitely say I saw that before the finals, saw him sitting with all his friends. As we see a replay from Kai right now in this heat we are in, that was a good first wrap that we saw. And just doesn't manage to finish it. And now a replay from, yeah, that was a smaller wave, but looking kind of strong, but I think he needs a bigger wave.
Well, looks like the best of the openers might just belong to the South African here.
Yeah, Geordie manages to finish it and ride out. Well, doesn't seem too happy with that ride out.
Well, still early stages here, 30-minute heats on offer, 4-man heats. 2 advance and 3rd and 4th fall away. It's brutal. It's the Challenger Series, but it is stop 3 of 6 opportunities. And into picture comes Rita Uta, the Japanese surfer. Strong Japanese fields attending here in Ballito on both men's and women's side of the draw. And he'll just wrestle that. I don't hear the term that much, and he does the pet the kitty term. But is having a qualifying series run and campaign again in 2024. Did fairly well at that first stop in Sydney, actually. The second stop he got a 9th, so 1 short of quarterfinals. We'll see how Geordie Marie pioneers and campaigns here in Ballito. Of Of course, he'll have a lot of local support. He's going to a quick rep here as well. Back at it. So on the way out, seems way more opportunities than earlier this morning when we got the first round of ladies underway, Emma.
Yeah, definitely. But I think definitely opportunity for that one moment. Yeah, I think getting enough speed and just having like a one wow moment on the wave is definitely what's going to get you a good score. Geordie Marie, I mean, he's been surfing for a really long time and competing for a long time, but he seemed to have taken a little break for maybe, I don't know about a few years, but a good year or two. But it's good to see him back, and he's looking strong, and he's looking more in the competitive headspace.
Well, someone else that's faring fairly well at the start of 2024, the young Gold Coast surfer Oscar Berry, just 21 years of age, and he is looking for numbers beyond what he's achieved. Again, for him, a 9th place at that first stop at Snapper Rocks. Going down, no embarrassment to his loss to George Pitar. It's quite a close heat, in fact, of pulling up those numbers. And Oscar Berry into an early lead in this heat as we slip just under 21 minutes to go. And as I say, that numbers update. So here we are, just under 21 minutes. And a little inspection of equipment there for South African Geordie Marie. Not sure what he's seeing. He seems to have come back to the lineup with a fresh tag on his wetsuits and boards. Brew. Of course, we all know what that means. It means bra. And let's have a look at Geordie as he'll just click into action. Gets that first turn. You see more energy with the high tide pushing through onto the rock shelves and the sand coves here at Ballito. And that one, oh wow.
He might actually
right
have to check his board now.
Yeah, have a recheck there, Geordie. Meanwhile, priority lies with Kai Paula, who's opened with the 383. Still haven't seen a score higher than that. Got maybe that number now for Geordie Marie might just knock on best wave of the heat. We'll see where that goes. And plenty of time for this to unfold.
Yeah, I like that wave of Geordie's. Geordie's got a great balance of looking quite effortless but bringing in some power. But he has kind of been checking his board from the first wave. I'm not sure if maybe on his first wave he felt like he knocked his fins. But that wave was nice to see him actually link up those turns. So board must be fine. He has a replay of that wave. I think it was actually the second turn that really stood out for me. Got a bit more speed, stayed relaxed and finished, which I think he's needed. A lot of his previous waves, he hasn't quite finished it. And yeah, I mean, all the waves we've seen has been a bit more grindy, soft turns, but we need those big wow moments.
19 minutes to go, and judges pondering that score, and it is going to be the single best wave. We speculated as it unfolded, and now it's fact. 4.5 sees the South African jump to the lead. Still no massive numbers, though. No one's going into the 6s and 7s just yet. We saw some bigger scores. I mean, I tell you that the opening ride of Kai Martin in the previous heat, for that heat when he really stung it alive. So we'll see if Geordie Marie takes that baton and runs with it. Meanwhile, talking of Hawaiians, here's your Maui surfer, Kai Paula. He just floats, lovely, graceful, taller, slenderer surfer, but just getting the momentum down the line here. And he'll take that score and put it in his pocket, because prior to that, just a 383 and a 1. So definitely getting rid of the 1-pointer here.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully start breaking into those bigger moves. It's always interesting seeing taller guys on waves. I find, like, you know, you can see a taller guy on a bigger wave and it really comes to the advantage, but sometimes you can feel it's a bit more of a struggle. But
well, energy in the lineup here, bigger, rangier wave, as our Japanese surfer will just attack and find his way through a couple of complex steps and bowls here. But Rinta Uta flying that Japanese flag, and he's come to Ballito with some intention. Of course, Rinta Uta, no real results from his 2 Challenger Series stops in both Snapper and Narrabeen, 73rds and 33rds. So there's room to move in the calendar for Rinta Uta in 2024. And that's a nice pop to the air. Oscar Berry incomplete though, but that was fun. And yeah, the guys are using that fresh northerly, northeasterly wind that's blowing left to right across your screen.
yeah, I said in the previous heat, the moment that wind started turning northerly, everyone was shouting airs. But, yeah, I don't know. The guys, we haven't seen them taking to the air too much. The last heat, the two made it through with just strong two-turn combos or even a one-turn, So hopefully in this heat, as everyone's had a bit of a slower start, we might see them going to the air, a bit more risk, maybe drop a bigger score and break away because they're all pretty close right now.
You saw the camera zone in on the man with priority and the heat lead, Jordi Marie. In fact, well, that's just changed now because that score in for Kai Paula, we spoke about his flow down the line. Not a big number from it, but he replaced the one with a 3.33, so situation change as we're down to 16.5 on the clock. But just wanted to make note, Jordi Marie, the South African, just looks a little disgruntled and not at peace in the lineup. And another effort for Oscar Berry, who spoke about going to the airs, 2 attempts in a row now. Nothing really on the scorecard for the Australian down in fourth.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if you can do airs, have you had a slow start? Do you just try to focus on that, or do you try, slow it down a little, get maybe an average better score, and then go for the air?
Well, peel a page out of young Sierra Kerr's effort. She went to the air to salvage a heat. And while we talk all of these strategies, we'll just lean back and we'll go to an ad break here at the Ballito Pro. And stay with us. We'll be back for more after the break.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to the show. The World Surf League's Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill in the opening round of men's competition. Just the second heat of the round. Joining us around lunchtime here in Africa as we see a lofty air. And come on out of there. No, he's not. Kai Paula, the surfer from Maui, getting some lovely height and amplitude. Gig Saliers alongside Emma Deal-Smith for the call. And wow, if he'd made that, Emma.
Yeah,
we were talking about airs just before the break. We saw Oscar Berry with a couple of misfires.
Yep.
And well, Kai Paula ever so close.
That was very close. And like I was saying earlier, I think that's what's needed to just break away, as the scores are all pretty close. But we have actually seen Jordi drop a 6-point ride, which separates him slightly from the rest of the crew.
So compact beach break situation here for day one of the Ballito Pro. It's rapid fire. We're getting surfers turning around and getting multiple rolls of the dice. We've seen heats with surfers going 10, 11 waves. Sometimes it's not so easy to pull back the tape, but if we do get a replay, we're going to find the highlight score for heat leader South African Jordi Marie, now coming in at a 6. So the heat changing shape constantly here as we move into the back half. Here goes Oscar Berry, who's down in fourth. Not a reflection of his surfing ability, just chops this one apart. Again, wave selection, perhaps what happens, Emma, is surfers can get into a little bit of rush. They get back out, they feel the pressure. Instead of just settling in and using the priority for a pick of wave choice.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was my standard when I get stressed. It was almost like panic mode. Let me catch everything, forget about what a good wave looks like. And the more you kind of do that and don't land what you're trying to land, the more it throws you. But here's a replay of Geordie's 6-point ride. That first turn was what we've been waiting for, and finished it. So glad to see there's no gear issues. He's been checking out his board all heat, but that was a great wave.
Yep, nice swivel through the hips there, strong work through the legs there. Geordie Marie finds the first score that touches on the good category. It's a highlight score, 6 points. Everybody else kind of peppering around on 4s and 3s. Here goes our new heat leader, the South African. Just grind out that turn. Just loses a bit of down-the-line momentum with it too. I thought maybe he could have sort of ramp floated that. And as we spoke about rapid fire, that really is the case here. You see multiple rolls of the dice.
Yeah.
And, well, also the other topic was who's going to go to the air and bring a completed rotation. Thinking it's going to be Oscar Berry. But, well, Kai Paula, the Hawaiian surfer, ever so close to a massive landing.
Yeah.
And he's sitting in that second place position.
Yeah.
There are the best 2 scores per surfer. Top left of screen as we go, just under 11 minutes to go. South African Marie out front, Paula the Hawaiian in second. And we spoke about rapid fire in the lineup. Oscar Berry's already on 8 rides, but still down in 4th. So a pair of 3s for the Australian. There's the full grid. No limit to how many waves you can catch. I mean, we end up with that banner stretching all the way along the top of the screen. We have seen heats where surfers end up 12, 13, 14 waves in a heat. Doesn't happen that often.
Yeah.
Of course, it really is only the top 2 rides that count. For those new surf fans that are still figuring out the process, judges score each ride between 1 and 10. Well, actually between 0 and 10. Let's have a look where our third place surfer can go with that. Absolutely nowhere as we hit the 10-minute mark. Into Uta, the Japanese, needs to chase down a number. John, not a big one, a 4.67. We'll be trying to find a number in the lineup to attack the place of Kai Paula, who we've just seen on screen. Again, rapid fire, as we say, just images coming at you. Multiple beach breaks here in Ballito. If you're just tuning in and you haven't been following the opening moments of the Ballito Pro, it is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Welcome to the show. And, well, you can think that Geordie Marie is exactly the opposite thread and storyline to Oscar Berry here. Geordie Marie's been more selective, and he's found, as we mentioned, that 6-pointer. And he's got room to improve as well, Emma. 4.5 is, fairly debatable that he could improve on that before we get to the end of this heat.
Yeah, I think so. And, that 6-point ride, the surfing we saw from him on that is more like the surfing we know from Geordie. So pretty expectant he could drop that 4.5. But as we've said, the guys are keeping busy, but it seems a little tricky to replace those scores. Definitely also needs the fitness levels in there. Catching that, like Oscar, 10 waves in about 25 minutes is quite a task.
Yep, well, Geordie Marie and Oscar Berry both know how to make heats. They've both finished 9th in Australia at the Challenger Series level earlier this season. So let's see where they can navigate. Of course, younger, less experienced, perhaps Kai Paula and Rinta Uto from Hawaii and Japan, respectively. Well, we love these stories. We love unpacking it. We trust that you are enjoying the show. And Surfline forecast, again, to mention that as the week unfolds, we have the whole week ahead of us here in South Africa. That there is bigger, more solid swell on the way. We've seen it stirring on the charts. Remember in the old days? Well, Emma, you're not that old, but there was an old days where you just really had to go by the old newspaper synoptic chart, particularly here in South Africa. A lot of it was guesswork, but, over the years, the tech fills in, and, well, now how easy is it to just be a Surfline member, plug in, and, well, not only webcams all around the world, but, 10 and 14-day forecasts that are just remarkably accurate.
Yeah, what a dream, hey? You can plan your socializing, you can plan your even getting your work done when you have such a long window to check out the forecast. But we were saying earlier, Ballito is one of those waves where it can look like a different ocean every day. So we're expecting for some bigger swell. And, it's good to just see that power back.
We saw Kai Adriazala there on screen. Been pretty impressed with his on-point surfing. The Adriazala's from the north coast, from San Sebastian. They'll be coming up next. Meanwhile, Rinta Uta, one of a field of Japanese here. I heard Mike Frew earlier say a couple of interesting stats. One of them is that no one from Japan on both men's or women's fields has won here in Ballito. And the same for surfers from Spain. So lots to talk about. Yeah, we can pick it apart, put it back together.
We've seen some heat wins from Japanese and Spanish surfers today. So maybe this is the changes.
American Ryan Huckabee. See if he can bring some magic in 2024. See the Vizsla logo on his nose. Of course, it is the Challenger Series. We don't have that Vizsla Shaper rankings at play in... we don't reference it too often, but it's nice to see the equipment underfoot. Timmy Patterson coming up. Timmy Patterson's shapes coming up under the Americans' feet. We saw the South African there. Also seems to move around between a few surfboard shapers. Not sure exactly who's Geordie Marie riding for on boards at this stage. Do you know?
Not.
It's kind of mixed it up a bit over the years.
DJS was for quite a while, hey?
It was. Let's have a look at this. Good snap. That with a drift as well. This is a more meaningful wave for Oscar Berry. And as I say that, he'll just twist and pretzel fall at the end there. Just a little overcook. But good skating turn off the lip there. Oscar Berry, perhaps his best number. I think it would be just on the weight of a single turn. Is that a step in the right direction with a little over 5 minutes to go? Not chasing a massive number, 5.7. He'll perhaps chop it down a little bit now with an improved. But prior to that, just that pair of threes, Emma.
Yeah, and he seems to have slowed down. I mean, in the beginning of the heat, it seemed pretty obvious he was wanting to go to the air, but he seems to have slowed down his approach to the wave a little and going for those strong turns. It's just a pity he couldn't finish that one.
Well, Camp Lepront is on screen. This family from an hour south of Ballito here. They come from the seaside hamlet town of Scottburgh. No real good waves there. You don't want to do a surf trip there.
Sarcasm in Gig's voice for sure.
We'll just, So that's coming up next. Looking forward to seeing how Luke Lepront can take on Ryan Huckabee, Kai Adriazala, and Hirota O'Hara. That will be coming your way in around 4.5 minutes. Meanwhile, we asked the question, can Geordie Marie improve on that 4.5? He did. Nudges it ahead with a 5.07. So South African perhaps cementing a heat win here at the opening stages of the Ballito Pro. Kai Paula, the surfer from Maui, in that second place position. Mid-range fours required for the Japanese. Talking of Japanese, there is Hirota O'Hara. What an absolute character. And one of the long-serving Japanese campaigners.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in the heat to follow. You are with us in the round of 80. It is the opening day of competition here at the World Surf League's Challenger Series Stop 3. And Emma, just looking at requirements again quickly. Rinta Uta with priority holding a 4.57. Is Kai Paula going to pay the price for that fall on that big air rotation earlier? Because that really could have changed the shape of the heat for the Hawaiian in white.
Definitely, and Rinta has priority, which is a good position to be in. There's still enough time for some bigger sets to come through as we see him take off now.
Well, here goes priority for Rinta Uta. And he's going to let go of that. So is that an opportunity spilt? He was in the priority position. He may look back on this heat. Of course, great that you can go on the World Surf League's app and pull up the replays. And now a little downshift. This is Kai Paula, the Hawaiian, trying to defend and perhaps just lock in another number just to cement his progression. Oh, spring loaded. And, well, we'll hang the question mark. I think the judges are going to go incomplete on that.
Yeah, I think incomplete. He looked a little frustrated.
He rode for a little while, actually.
Yeah, he did.
Might pull up that replay, but that was pretty coiled and spring-loaded and got all the way through the rotation. In fact, the board just sort of wobbled around, made some progress towards the beach, and then, I don't know, maybe even his back foot just came unattached there. Yep. But Kai Paula, let's have a look at this one.
shots. The waves kind of looked like not much on for offer. He did well to do that check turn and grind it out, but you can see he was really focused on this end turn, which, I mean...
See, it was a make, right?
Yeah.
It was technically a make and then the back foot off. So judges say no. They've just tapped a small number. And here's heat leader Jordi Marie, who's grinding through the chop now. Visible, bigger chunks of water with that onshore wind. We are seeing a little change in the lineup here. But as I say, with that wind surface ruffling, we're also seeing slightly more energy. Incoming tide definitely lifted the swell a foot or so in the last hour.
Yeah, I feel like the whole day's almost been, building, but in the last hour, the waves have definitely increased, improved, and got more consistent. We've seen tons of waves ridden.
Well, we saw that priority spill for Rinta Uta, and still searching for a 4-5-7 is the Japanese surfer. Remember, four-man heats, third and fourth say goodbye. Are we going to be saying goodbye to Oscar Berry? We'll answer that in just over a minute. He is holding the priority. We know the Australian has got some big game temperament. As we mentioned, a ninth already at a Challenger Series stop in Australia. Can Oscar Berry unlock the 5.13? Slight improvement to his numbers with that 3.6 for that single turn. And it was a paddle. And he would have spilt his priority with that. And, well, again, Kai Paula just trying to block out any numbers and trying to replace on a 3.33. And it's a flurry out there. So that's two spills. We've had priority spilt both times now by Rinta Uta and Oscar Berry. Suddenly, snakes and ladders. Jordi Marie's back at the top of the priority scale.
And he knows what to do with priority.
He'll just sit there and just chill this one out. It's down to 20 seconds to go now. 6 and a 5.07. The South Africans into the double digits. But what a scrap between second, third, and fourth here. And maybe still a little more to tell.
Yep, it's not over till the very last second.
10 seconds time. Are we seeing... I'm seeing a whitewater roll in here for Oscar Berry. Gets to his feet. Section ahead. The clock's going to close down. This wave is live and active. And that was a huge lofty turn. Just off the coping at the back. Oscar Berry, if he'd landed that, well, he would be into the next round. And that's been a bit of a theme here. You could just see the slight dejection there. That was ever so close. And the right way for Oscar Berry to approach the tail end of the heat, Emma.
Definitely, that was the right way. I mean, with these guys, they're probably landing them in the free surf in the morning. So I think he must be a little frustrated. But he needed to go big, and he did.
Well, sound effort sees Jordi Marie, the South African, into the next round. And Kai Paula is going to survive the onslaught from Oscar Berry. And that there is your official result on screen. Second heat of the men's round. Now a thing in the history book. Stay with us. We'll be back for more, and we'll be bringing in Greg Emsley for the call. And, well, looking forward to seeing what the next heat brings up. Stay with us. It's the Challenger Series from South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Kuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Challenger Series underway here at stop 3 of 6. It's a good day as we are lunchtime here in South Africa and teeing up another exciting heat as we get that opening round of men's competition underway. First day of competition. There's a warm greetings from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Kingsleers alongside Greg Emsley as we intro Hirota O'Hara taking on Ryan Huckabee, Kai Oriozola, and he'll go to the air straight away. We love it. He's used that priority quick. I know we had a few rolls of the dice, a couple of small scores prior to you joining us. 30-minute heats, this one just under 27 minutes to go. Welcome to the show as we get this man into screen. One of the most sound, low-gravity, strong-railed surfers ever to come out of Japan. Hirota O'Hara, now in his late 20s as well, Greg, and is he ever going to crack the code? I was asking the same questions of surfers like Ramsey Bukaim, like the guys do a decade at the then qualifying series, now the Challenger Series level. They just finally nudged one in. Is Hirota O'Hara going to get there in 2025?
Well, as you mentioned, into his late 20s, he's been around a long time. We've seen him from time to time. This year, he's been a standout for me. You look back at the Gold Coast event, he had multiple heats. He didn't end up getting all the way. He lost to eventual winner Mikey Madonna, but all his heats getting 2 7+ rides, and he just came on with another attack. It was just so critical. He didn't hold back once. Even in the heat he lost, he never ever pulled it back. It was either going hard or going home. Simple as that. And you saw that on that last wave. He's pushing really hard. He's looking in the best form I've ever seen him in. So possibly this maybe is his year.
Well, we'll hang the discussion on that. O'Hara, a 9th place at the Snapper Rocks event, as you mentioned there, Greg. No shame to fall to Mikey Madonna. My gosh, he was on form. But the other talking points in this heat is going to be the young American Ryan Huckabee. How does he go? How does he handle the experience? This is one of those classic heats of long-time campaigners, new talents on the boil. It's particularly also Kai Odriozola, who we've seen go to the air here. We know that young surfer from San Sebastian in Spain is glowing, starting to glow hot as well. And then on the flip side of it, bring in the South African discussion as well. Why not? Young Luc Lepront. He has been surfing solidly and soundly. And let's see, this is going to make for a good story to unpack here as our viewers join us for the third heat of the opening round of men's.
I love this heat on paper, and this is Kai Odriozola again. Of course, opening with that lovely lofty air on that first wave, and as you mentioned, out of Spain. His parents, his dad Hossein and mom Karen, owners of the Wave Garden. So that's always handy. Your parents own a wave garden. You've got a bit of practicing you can do on the off season.
I'm going to say a lot of good things about Kai Odriozola for the next 24 and a half minutes. That is for sure. Let's have a look here at the South African Luc Lepront as he approaches. And as he approaches the beach, let's go down there and hear from the winner of that last heat.
Our local Geordie with a great heat win and fresh off a 9th in Sydney. How are you feeling and competing back home? Do you feel more pressure?
I actually arrived really late. We were up the West Coast and I got here the night before. And then I had to try out new boards and this and that. So I got to thank Dave for always getting me fresh new boards for contests. And yeah, I still haven't really found my feet yet, and still trying to get into second gear. So hopefully I'll find it tomorrow, and yeah, it'd be nice to surf a few more heats.
Nice, and we obviously saw, throughout the heat you were checking your board a little. Was that because it's a new board, or did you hit the rocks? You were, going for those closeout turns on the end section.
Yeah, I came close to the rocks a few times. Actually, my fin, I need to change fins because my one fin got a little bit chipped and stuff. But yeah, hopefully the waves get a little bit better so I don't have to get close to the rocks,
Cool. Well, all the best and well done, Geordie.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Well shot, Brew. Jordi Marie through to the next round. Good solid win there with 6s and 5s in his scoreline. And he'll be making his way to the round of 48. Nice drifting turn there. Good leverage. Fins let go. Rail released and then brings it in underneath him. Young Ryan Huckabee brings his roll of the dice. And still, judges are having a good yarn back in the tent about that opening score of Kai Adriazola, and it's going to come in on the scoreline as we see Luke Lapront back at it. But a highlight number early on, big air rotation for the young Spanish surfer, 7 points, Greg.
Solid. And, you know, you look at all your boxes when you're doing an aerial, your height, your rotation, the clean landing. And I loved how he lofted that air, landed, and didn't sort of want to think of claiming or anything. He just went straight up and attacked the next section as well. And that quick transition was really cool, clean. And he was, I'm not done. I want to find another section. And here it comes. And this is the last wave for Ryan Huckabee. Hacking through that section is Huckabee, but a strong, tall surfer from the USA.
I love that. I love that release. That was in a super critical section as well, Greg.
Yeah.
Not sure if we can. I know it's rapid fire on the lineup for judges and producers and all of us, but if we can get a look at some stage at that 7-pointer. Look at that section, slam for Hiroto Ohara, and well, he's right in the story as well. Opened with a 5.5. We spoke about the sound fundamentals of the rail work and the flow of Hiroto Ohara for his opening score. Went 5.5, and now he'll quickly back it up and ditch the 2.
Yeah, Hiroto, that 5.5 was well put together. He sliced through those turns. He looked alive. He looks like he's, like you said, is this his year? He looks like he wants it to be his year. And just even that single maneuver, the judges will look at it. It was heavy hitting maneuver again. This is what we've been talking about with Hiroto. Just really critical in those sections. And, he puts that... the risk, I think that's the word I'm looking for, a lot of risk into every maneuver. And here's that replay. So watch how late he hits it in that critical. He couldn't have got more critical on that section. Gets his board rotating to the beach and just compresses for that heavy landing and rides out cleanly.
And it was pretty complex up in that top corner as well, Greg, because he went from lip line to the foam section. So a lot of detail in the top corner there for Hiroto Ohara. Judges will be just inking some numbers for that.
And
let's have a look at this opener.
Yeah, this is the opener for Adriazola. And you see what I mean, how he stuck that landing and focused on the wave further down the line, got around that section and shoop off that little section again. So just stock standard. You can see it's a maneuver that he practices. It's a go-to air for him. And wow, he just stuck that so cleanly. And you probably find in his training he probably gets 2 out of 3 every time.
Well, that tail was really lofted high in that opening 7-pointer for Kai Adriazola. Here's a name to watch, folks. Don't say we didn't tell you. Spanish surfer back into it from the Basque Country, hometown of San Sebastian. And well, just slicing away again there. The Spaniard getting rid of now a 0.97, so this is really going to cement a firm lead as we come down to the 19-minute mark for the Spanish surfer.
I like what I saw there. I loved that first turn. So what did he do on his first wave? He said to the judges, hey, check this. I've got a great air game. Nice lofty air into the finish. What does he do on his second wave? Hey, judges, look at my rail game. Big, strong turn on the rail with a strong finish. And you know what? He's figured out this lineup. I was watching from the beach. I sat there for a long time. And there's those waves that he's getting, there's like a little double up on it. And it's running across into that little bay. And it's that little double up gives it a bit of cleaner, open face. And those are the ones you can pick. You can see them.
It's like that inside wave's got a step and it's hidden from the wind as well.
Exactly. And he's definitely looking for those waves. It's giving him that clean face. And a note for me, I saw that. I was thinking those are the ones you got to get. And he's found those, and he's probably going to be sitting with 2 very good scores here once we get that second score in.
So judges playing catch-up on all the action. We love that hucking turn from Huckabee for a 5. So that sits nicely in the American scorecard. American in white now holds the priority as well. Meanwhile, Down the line, here we go. You can see more energy in the lineup. Lovely, heavy on the tail. Just keeps it moving, doesn't disturb that down the line momentum too much, Greg. We've seen a couple surfers sort of hit a turn and then lose their momentum down the line. But that one threaded nicely, nice and easy for another. That was already the fourth counting ride. No, my life, the fifth counting ride for Kai Adriazola. So judges will back up 2 scores now for our surfer in blue. And Luke Lepront, the South African, if anything, just being a little bit behind in the energy and the momentum of reps in this heat, Greg.
Yeah, Luke needs to just settle. Is normally very consistent, Luke. He'll get his couple of waves early, some strong backhand turns, and then work on his scoreline. So he's got those big turns. He's a tall lad. He's a strong lad. So he throws power behind those maneuvers. But he's just got to get a score that he can hold on to and get a bit of a foundation here.
We'll look to see where the South African in green goes. Of course, previous heat, South African in green, Geordie Marie through to the next heat. Him on the goofy foot approach. Luke Lepront, the same stance. Of course, the Lepront family from Scottsboro down the coast, about an hour's drive south of here. Little seaside town with some great surf potential. And a lot of great surfers out of that region over the years as well, Greg. Think of names like Slade Prestwich, who was still knocking about the Ballito Pro a year or so back. Slade, just an unbelievable surfer. He would have inspired the Lepront push that we now see. Of course, Casey Grant, a former finalist here in Ballito a number of years back in that final against Geordie Smith. And even Gavin Roberts, just such solid surfers out of that Scottsboro region.
Oh, the list goes on, and such good waves in that region, and a good base for the surfers to really test their skills.
Now, talking of skills, a little bit of a twist there from Kai Adriazola. He could have almost done a knee. That was really complex there. Popped it in that pocket, and he's looking okay, Greg. He's young, he's nimble, he can take those twists and hits. He'll be almost a sign of frustration there with himself, because he is a clear heat leader. We're just waiting for a number to land from Kai. Judges will still owe him. Remember, he opened with that 7, big lofty to the air for the 7er, and now he backs it up with a 4.57. So Adriazola is the heat leader. Here is Huckabee. And he'll go beautifully to the air. How was the reach on that one? And ever so close to the recovery as well. We were all holding our breath there. Love it. Love what the afternoon lift and tide, swell and energy is bringing to the lineup here, Greg.
Yeah, so when he landed, he was right off the back foot leaning back, and somewhere in that white water, he said, I've got to correct myself, get over my board, and he actually overcorrected. You could see he must have just taken his weight and shot it over the board to try and get that recovery. It was the only way, and actually overcorrecting, but he was right there for the completion, and that would have been a really strong completion, and considering how the height he got, it was pretty crazy.
Well, the other takeaway from that is how strong the whitewater has become now with the push of the tide and the incoming swell. So, yep, Surfline right on track with that bump in swell forecast. And, of course, a very positive report ahead for the full week of the Ballito Pro. Got some big swells looming in the deep south. They'll make their way up here to these warmer subtropical climates of the East Coast. And, yeah, another great Ballito Pro unfolding here in 2024. A little over 14 minutes to go here. Kai Adriazola in the lead. That 7 and now joining it with that 4.57. Can Hirata O'Hara make a push here in 2024? And does that leave the South African and Ryan Huckabee in the mix? We'll take a break and then we'll be back to answer more from the opening day of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
It's opening day of competition here at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and Camp Lapront just starting to get a little nervous here. No real scores for the South African as you join us here in the opening round of men's competition, Heat 3 of the round of 80. Lapront, the South African, will be trying to find some numbers. He does have priority as you join us here. Big Saliers and Greg Emsley breaking it down. Kai Adriazola's done a good job, Greg. He's improved his numbers again. That multiple set of turns for a 6.33 while we were at the break.
It's awesome stuff. Kai's only 18, I believe, so he's still a junior surfer. And, you know, if you're a junior and you put it up in a heat like this with relatively big names, it's a big heat. This is a strong heat. You know, you'd be forgiven to ride a wave of a 6.38 or a 7 and give a little claim and be a bit excited. But he's casually, his style's cool, and he's ridden the waves, and he hasn't even come close to looking like claiming a wave. He seems like a cool customer and focuses on the surfing, and I've quite enjoyed that.
Just under 11 minutes to go. Greg Emsley speaking of Kai Adriazola, the young surfer. Of course, Lapront also the younger, along with Ryan Huckabee. And they get to measure themselves against a surfer that's just got a full decade and more of experience. Hiroto Ohara's been around for a long time. In fact, getting the US Open win back in 2015 already, Greg. That's how far back we go. Let's have a look at Huckabee here. He'll go to the air. Nicely done this time. And yeah, we'll deem that as complete, even though it kind of does a little bit muddy and sinking in that whitewater zone. And that was right up against the rocks there that posed a little bit of problem to Geordie Marie earlier on in the previous heat, Greg.
Yep, yeah, he's gone past that little bay and into that, almost into the next bay. That's straight in front of what we call the surfer's path. You've got those big black rocks there, and with the higher tide coming right up. But just you could just see his body language eyeing out that section, and a bit of a forward rotation, but a strong maneuver, riding it out. And Huckabee's he's got a big wingspan. He's a big boy. He's very tall. And
not sure how critical the judges are going to be on that completion, because he didn't really nudge out ahead of it. So that's a good discussion point. We'll see where it goes. That's what he needs, folks, a 5.7 to advance. Finds himself in third. The South African dropping down to fourth now. Was it a make or wasn't it, Greg? I'm allowed to ask you these questions.
For me, it was a make, because if he went any further, he was going up the rocks. But here he goes again, just in case it wasn't.
Well, that's a make. We'll give that one a make.
Yeah, and he's going to go into the rocks this time.
Well, we were having a good chuckle yesterday of that moment when Fred Patascia retired and rode up the rocks. And gosh, that was almost similar right there. Yeah. And, Ryan Huckabee just staying at it. Huckabee previous score was I'm thinking it was a no make. I'm thinking that's where the judges went with it. But this last one, perhaps a more convincing version of completion. 8.5 minutes to go. We'll let the judges catch up some numbers. Of course, they'll be putting another number now for Hiroto Ohara as well. And Kai Adriazola clear out in front, 13.33 heat total. And a sound 7 and 6.33 to make up that lead. And, everybody else having a charge now for that second place finish.
So I'm thinking to myself back to a couple of days ago, the Ballito Open presented by FloJoes. Ryan Huckabee had a good run through that. A couple of solid maneuvers. And, I'm seeing he's sort of more going to the air on these turns. And we just see a replay here from Luc Lapront. So getting one down the beach. And a couple of nice turns. Does he hold on? He does.
Oh, that's better from the South African, Greg.
So that's going to give him something to hold on to. And I'm thinking, we're not seeing too many turns from Ryan. He's going to the air. I wonder if he's surfing to what the judges are doing in this heat. You saw the best score coming from Kai Odriozola with that aerial maneuver at 7.
Definitely trying to unlock the same formula now.
Yeah.
Just land one of those scores. 100% right. Luc Lapront, slightly different approach. And you look at Lapront's requirements, Greg, as we into pretty much the tail end of the heat, just over 7 to play now, 7.37 requirement. He's going to maybe do that in 2 chunks. Either way, low set of scores right now in the South African scoreline, but he is awaiting a new number.
Yep. Hopefully that's going to just put him in range, get him away from that 7-point requirement.
Well, look at this new energy coming through the lineup as well. I mean, we've gone from, I would say it's definitely more than doubled since we got competition underway this morning as far as swell size goes.
But honestly, it feels like a little groundswell when you're down on the beach. It's got power to it. Of course, we've got easterly winds and onshore easterlies, but for me, it's great. It's like good competition waves. There's sections, and there's lots of you got lots of opportunities out there, Gigs.
Let's have a look at the heat recap, and it was a quick start for the Spaniard, who would go straight to the air for 7 points, setting the pace. And of course, we love the rail game of Hirota O'Hara.
Yeah, just ripping, and of course the variation, spinning the tail on that one, and just so quick and versatile on those waves. And the huck from Huckabee on this one. That single maneuver was solid. I'd like to see him get a couple of combos like that. And then Hirata again with that heavy falling turn. And then we saw Kai Odriozola. That was just so clean. And even that little off the foam, that down carve off the foam, just looks like so much fun. When you see him surfing, it's like you want to go surfing, right?
Is that the sign of a good heat? Well, certainly we think it is. Tail high huck for Ryan Huckabee. Excuse the terminology. I know he's stuck on the word, but hey, you know what? He's getting his tail up high, and judges deemed the previous one a completion, the one before that not complete, Greg. So in our little counter-argument, I'd like to say, you as a former Olympic coach, I did get one over you there, because he only got a 107 for 2 waves previous to this, a 503, and now we owe him the score.
Yeah, but what if I said it wasn't a make and then...
Well, then you would have just been agreeing with me. Waiting for scores here as we hit 5 minutes remaining. It's a clear story to the next round, perhaps, for Kai Odriozola. 7 and a 6.33. No real questions to talk about there. He's been, from the very start, we saw in the heat recap, straight to the air. Huckabee's been in the wrestle here for that second place position. He still doesn't have it. Hirota O'Hara sitting in that second place position with his pair of 5s. We'll just let the judges play catch up here. It's been rapid fire. It's been the theme all the way through the opening heats of women's and men's competition here for day 1. And some surfers, as we say, going to 10 and more waves. You put that into a maths equation. The judges are scratching their heads at least 40 times the heat now. And a little over 4 minutes to go. Let's just let that score for Hirota O'Hara come in. Does he improve the numbers? Does he increase the requirements for Ryan Huckabee? Currently chasing a mid-range 5.67. So still a few stories to unpack here, Greg.
Definitely, and this is Luc Lapront. Oh, nice and vertical. But unfortunately fitting just the one maneuver in, but falling out of it nicely. A touch slow, I thought, on that maneuver. I'd like to see him speeding up through those turns and possibly trying to get... maybe even turning slightly lower on the wave so you don't get caught up in that lip, and it will speed up that turn and then try and get the combos. But, his requirement's solid, that 7.3.
Yeah, still a big number to chase. He did improve his scores wave previous, Greg. A 4.07 went into the scoreline, but everyone was nudging their numbers along. Hirota O'Hara's score sheet is up to date. He is remaining in second. I see the judges' card still open for Ryan Huckabee and of course that last ride of Luc Lepront. So let's let those numbers settle. Haven't had a lot of lull action in this heat either. It's been pretty rapid fire, and definitely a couple of head-high waves ranging through the lineup as well. So pretty much on track, Surfline. Got it right today, and we are unpacking these opening rounds of competition. You see Huckabee now in third priority, Greg. He's looming around because his numbers are in, and he's still chasing a 6.34. He remains in third, and his amount of rolls of the dice, he's gone into the double digits here.
Yeah, he's definitely done the work. He just hasn't quite found that wave that's going to put him into the...
So we're 100% up to date. 2.5 minutes to go. Last of Luc Lepront at 3.53. So that's it. There's your full stat sheet of this heat in the opening round. Odriozola out front, and all of it on that front foot momentum from the 7-pointer. You see highlighted scores in black. And, well, of course, you see multiple rolls of the dice for Ryan Huckabee, still down in third.
Yeah, so Huckabee third priority as well. That's going to play against him. Kai Odriozola, obviously your heat leader, and Surfer in second. Hirata Ahora sitting with first and second priority, and they're going to just work together and make sure that they try and advance together here.
Well, breaking away from the pack, Luc Lepront way down the beach here, snaps away. Is there some more bowl to work with? Gets another hammer in. He's got into that next cove. And I'm not sure that there's an end section just to wrap it up. So 2 turns there. May improve on his 3.53, but reality for the South African in green, he's chasing a 7.3. Not thinking we're going to see it. So third and fourth place surfers just trying to get something out of this last 90 seconds. And that again is just going to fall apart for the American in white. So almost the story told here, because Odriozola and O'Hara in those advancing top 2 positions have also just, in the meantime, just held on to their priorities.
Yeah, they're not going to, they've seen these waves. Although Luc Lepront, I felt, was quite a bit further down the beach. He would have been unchallenged on that wave. I thought that was Luc's best wave. I like how he cut that turn a little bit down the face, a little bit quicker and a bit stronger, but a bit away from the judges. They wouldn't have had a perfect first impression on that wave, because they would have been looking down the beach.
Yeah, quite an oblique angle. Good point you make there, Greg. Most of the surfing has been happening dead square in front of the judges' tower itself. But judges do owe for the South African as we get down to 30 seconds to go. And even if it is a improved score, it might just reduce the requirement a touch, but we're not seeing a 7.3 from that last wave of the South African. In fact, it's going to come in fair short of that. It's going to be a counting score. Theme continues here as Huckabee and Lepront just try and squeeze anything they can out of the lineup. 4.43, and here's Hirata O'Hara possibly for a heat win. And nope, he's not going to find it either. So it's been a clear tail, and all credit to the Spaniard, Greg, from the very start. Found the highest single wave of the heat by going to the air, and he's controlled the heat from start to finish.
Absolutely, and what a well put together heat. Super calm, very, very precise in his decision making, and it looked like he thoroughly enjoyed himself in the onshore surf, just finding section after section.
An official result now for you. Kai Odriozola on screen is the heat winner. He's on the way to the next round here in Ballito, and he'll take Hirata O'Hara with him. And that is going to wrap up the third heat of this opening round. And, well, we'll be calling Paul Evans in for the call. Can't wait to hear his input. Greg, you'll be staying. I'll be going. Paul will be coming in. We're having a great time. We're loving it. And we trust that you're all enjoying the entertainment from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Heat 4, the round at 84. The men hits the water. Another great-looking heat on the Challenger Series. Surfers aspiring to get themselves in qualification conversation for the CT. We're having a look at a Barbados Josh Burke going great at the moment. 7th in the world on the Changers. Rafael Teixeira from Brazil. He's a fiery character. He's aggressive. He will be fired up for this clash. Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal, one of the rising stars of European surfing, and this guy out of South Africa, Connor Slipen. And he's slicing on his first wave, clips the lip, and it's smooth for a finish. Did you enjoy that, Greg Emsley?
I think it was a nice start for Condog, as he's affectionately known. Connor he'll be loving the look of these waves. He loves to go to the air. He's a very relaxed, fast, smooth surfer. And then he's got that point of difference where he'll just surprise you with a quick air reverse, and really cool to watch. A cool customer for sure.
Let's see how he goes about building a campaign right now, looking for 2 scores. This wave at Ballito with plenty more juice on it than what we saw this morning. It started out pretty slow. It was, shoulder high maybe on the sets, and then it's filled right in. We've seen some bombs coming through with this high tide. Connor's used to the much significantly colder waters down there in Cape Town. He's up here in Ballito, and he's trunking it. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely loving it. Walking around the competitors area, chatting to a few surfers, etc. A little bit of a buzz. I think they're pleasantly surprised by a little bit more energy in the ocean and onshore surf, but there's just such ramp sections, fun sections, and lots of waves. So as for competition, the guys are pretty stoked because they're seeing the opportunities out there and they're getting pumped. So I think we were expecting a bit less today, and pleasantly surprised.
All right, well, one very highly rated up-and-coming Euro, a youngster out in the water right now, and one was the winner of the last heat, Kai Odriozola, standing by for a chat.
Kai, that 7 that you got on your very first wave with the big air and the turn, that set you up for the rest of the heats. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts going into that wave.
Yeah, it was actually my first wave on the last 2 days because I was sick and I couldn't surf before the heat. I needed to save my energy for the heat, and yeah, so I knew I had to save my energy and do good on what I was gonna do. So I saw I had a good ramp and the wind is perfect for the air. So yeah, I was happy. I was lucky to land it good and have another little turn and start a hit like this. It's always a pleasure and it's easier.
You and your younger brother Hans are here with your coach, and your parents, I'm sure, were watching that heat back home. Do you have a few words for all your supporters there in Spanish?
Yeah, well, I want to say also thank you to EDP, the EDP for Surf for Tomorrow program. They brought us here. They also brought Annette, Hans, Jamie, and they're learning here with the Challenger guys. And yeah, it's really good what they're doing for us. And also I want to say hi to my parents and all my friends. Y venga, vamos a por la siguiente.
Competing well and just improving every event. The confidence, he's come from that position of being kind of one of those younger members trying to burst through, almost a little bit of a kind of a leader of the pack mentality now, certainly from that younger squad in terms of the results he's been able to get, and looking really good indeed. Interesting to hear him saying he's been ill and not been able to free surf much. You do hear some competitors say they actually like to not free surf too much and go out in the water, actually kind of like chomping at the bit, really wanting to surf. What about you, Greg? Were you like free surf a lot, get a lot of practice laps in? I mean, that would tend to be, I guess, the more traditional approach.
Yeah, I think for me, my issue was I love surfing too much, so I couldn't stay out the water. So I just surfed all the time. But there's definitely good science, I guess, in that. Get to a point where you just can't wait to get in the water because you've, and maybe don't over surf 2 or 3 waves here, 2 or 3 waves there. Test the waters, test the lineup, and keep yourself fresh. Keep your boards intact as well. These guys, I mean, every wave they're going for massive rotation, so if you're going to have 15 or 20 waves, you're probably going to damage equipment. Go and get a couple of waves, 2 or 3.
Here goes Josh Burke with a spring in his step, and he's trucking down the line here, finding a section to go at. Very nice. Yeah, that's great control from him and made it look easy. It's a tricky turn to do, particularly with the way just that finishing section is bouncing in here at Ballito. Ribeiro right behind him, just sort of going up and down and wiggling around, but never really able to tee off. Contrast, Burke covering all that ground and always waiting for that finishing turn, and he found it. Got a bit of momentum under his campaign. And a good result in Australia. There's Josh Burke. And he's been around on the challenges for a number of years. Always shows us kind of flashes of quality, definitely that level of surfing to get himself in qualification. But can he do it and get 4 banger results? We'll know by the end of the season. But right now, he's in a good position. And he's already opened up his heat pretty well here. His first heat in South Africa this time with a good finish and strong end turn. Numbers in for Slipen. A 4 for his second wave. The best for him. Condog,
that 4. And I'm just thinking about that 4 mid-size wave, couple of turns, and then that wave for Burke covered a bit more distance, maybe a bigger wave. Also got 2-turn combos. The judges will look at where they're going to go with that score for Josh Burke. And I liked it. It was a bit of turbulence on the landing, and he rode through it and kept composure and was solid.
Yeah, gave it a little extra with the tail, didn't he? Which always looks cool. He's really good at doing that sort of turn. And of course, surfing where he does on the east coast of Barbados. So we'll know the thing about windy rights. That's what he surfs. One of the most consistent spots on the planet there at Soup Bowl. He's very used to dealing with the power. Generally, a bit of wind comes with that too. Of course, they do get nice, clean, glassy days, but a lot of the time, a bit of ruffle in the lineup over there. Doesn't mind it at all. We'll wait and see how that number comes in for Josh. At the moment, just on the prowl, waiting for that. And that'll kind of set his situation up for him. Maybe a mid-range number, something like that. Comes in as a 4-6. So it puts him in second spot, and it's the best of the opening hostilities. But you know what? We've not got a massive spread. Teixeira's got a high 3, a 3-6 for Rafael, and also the flat 4 for Slipen as well. So 3 surfers with scores of that magnitude. Ribeiro as yet to get things going. I think Mike was mentioning, haven't had a European winner down here. We've had finalists in the past, but not had a winner all the way from that region. Let's see if this year that will change with some hot talent in the water from that part of the world. Meanwhile, we're having a look at Burke just swinging across that one there.
And it's amazing, that stat, because in your head you have so many memories of Europeans doing so well, and you go, like, no, there must have been a winner. But Mark says the stats are there. There hasn't been a European winner. So, pretty interesting.
Yeah, from that new generation that we got right now, definitely out in the water. Guillermo Ribeiro is part of that new crop. Names like Kai Odriozola, who we just saw in that last heat, there does seem to be in that kind of category around that age group. Does seem to be a bit of a push. Some fresher faces coming through as well. Do have a lot more experience as well. We'll see some of those coming up in later rounds. Meanwhile, speaking of experience, someone knows how to put a heat together. Teixeira, and he'll belt this. And he just stays compressed and compact. And he's just always gritty. I feel like he's surfing the way he competes, his campaigns. He's up for battle, basically. He's always up for it. Put him in a situation, you box him in, you give him a requirement to get, he'll go at it hard. They're managing to squeeze several cracks out of that. Been pretty patient, bringing it all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, check this replay. So he's got one of those double up waves and gets that first swing off the top, deep off the bottom turn, So a point of difference, not looking for the air, just focusing on strong maneuvers. And I love how this one goes all the way into the shore break and pretty much rides straight up onto the sand. So he's just focused on vertical, critical turns. For me, that's definitely the best way of the heat. And just strong surfing, putting together clean surfing and critical, nice and steep in the pocket.
Yeah, he knows how to throw some spray, doesn't he? It might... Oh, spinning on the end of this wave. Here goes Slipen as he finds himself a right-hander that'll run, and then he'll throw up the punt, and he'll get the landing down on top, and then just adjust the feet, bring it down. Throws up a snap as well. So Slipen keeping his options open in terms of his maneuver selection, going above the lip with the rotation, and then going onto the rail, just jamming up a bit of spray as well to finish. Mixing things up as he looks to build up some points. He's been busy for sure in this one. That's his 6th wave for Connor. We'll have another look here, Greg.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Condog, a smooth customer. So clicks up over that first section. No hands on that air reverse. A bit of time to ride it out. Slashes. So, yeah, puts together a series of turns. And it just looks cool and a great style. His hands are down. There's no sort of flapping and just a really smooth style.
Very polished from Slipe, and the numbers in solid for the aggressive surf. And from Teixeira sends him the first 7-1-7 for him. You saw him watching that, actually. He was keeping a beady eye on things from out the back, maybe kind of growling a little bit to himself as well, as he saw those fins spinning in the sunshine from Slipen. And then shortly after that, he'll hear his 7-ring read out, and I think that'll be make him feel a little better, or possibly make him even angrier in a good way. He does have a lot of fire in him, Teixeira. With that 7-1-7, he's got the incentive, he's got that little scent of blood, and he'll be looking to go at it and hammer it again here. But that's a solid number to get, and we have been talking about the sort of versatility that comes in here, and like the airs are cool, and you can get big numbers for them. That's what Kai did, beginning of his last heat with the 7. But just kind of traditional surfing from Rafael, belting it multiple times, and no real kind of downtime between his turns. He's linking them together, and hey, it's good enough for 7.
You can't deny the score. The work was done. It's ticking the boxes of what the criteria wants. You can say that there was no progressive surfing in there. If there was, then it would have probably been an excellent score. But just ticking the boxes of good, strong surfing, speed, power, flow, critical in the pocket, and very well put together.
Just gave him a little look on the inside, didn't he? Kind of stood on the tail just to not run into the beach. Just had a little look up. Meanwhile, having a look here and pushing hard. The back foot comes off, tries to get it back on in the white water. Slipen won't manage to do that. He'll emerge down on the inside. And just checking out exactly where he is. It's the Brazilian squad right there. So you see Jadson, watching him warm up. He's still got plenty of spark about him from what I've seen from the free surfer. Mateus Herdy as well. They're cheering on this guy, the heat leader, Teixeira. A bit of a meaty wave here from him. Compact style. And then it got a little wobbly, so the first time was weird. They had to wait a little bit for that one, as I kind of snatched at it a bit, got there a little early. But the crucial part, Greg, he got it done.
He got the 2 turns done, and you talk about the technique, that drop back knee, very strong on that back foot, and also that back knee bending forward allows him to really open up on those turns, gives him a good range to get his body twisting nice and vertical, and of course rotating out of the turns. If that back knee is in, you can really get tight and bring yourself right back down tight in the pocket from the direction you've came. So he's a strong goofy foot surfer. And of course, you get that 7-1-7 in your scoreline, you're pretty set. You can just swing away and try and back that up, and you should be safe. Up and riding on this replay. This is Gil Herme. Oh, nice tagged in the pocket there. And a bit late to that section. So that one chopped him in half on the landing.
Probably the meatiest section we've seen in this heat, certainly, wasn't it? That thing was cupped out steep for him. Just couldn't quite get the finish, leaving points out there. Meanwhile, Slipen going hard at that. And again, going down, unable to spit off a little more than he could chew really there. I think we'll sum that one up. Looking to still unleash on a section here. The busy approach continues. That was wave number 8 for Connor. He's got himself in second place prior to this.
Yeah, that previous wave with that air rotation and mixing it up got him a 5.4. So he's in a decent position. He will definitely need to look at getting rid of that 4-point ride. You want to get your 10-point total or above to really hold a solid second place position. As we see Surfer in red.
Yeah, here's Burke. Opens up, snaps that tail out. And then again, throwing up some spray with a bit of venom. The board looks crisp, and then kind of drifts one into the lip as it gets a little bounce while he's up there, and his board is a little away from him, and it did wobble, and he goes down.
Yeah, he almost started getting stuck in the middle of that wave. Halfway through the wave, he was like snapping in the middle, and he just didn't give him a chance to get to a proper bottom turn, and I think he sort of felt that, and then that wave sort of doubled up, and he wasn't quite timing that third turn right. So first turn was great, nice and slicey. Then that turn sort of mid-face, and it just didn't set him up to get up into that last section quite right.
Burke looking to improve or get scores in for all of our surfers at the moment. Teixeira, the heat leader, 3.6 to back up. So if his last effort is deemed better than that, there's a pretty decent chance it will be. Then he has a good chance of consolidating that first place position. Ribeiro will be a little bit miffed with that meaty section that he had, and just a couple of errors on it. Meanwhile, here's Burke. What's he got here? He's got some speed. And on a rail, and then throws up the alley-oop rotation as he goes past the rocks. Just past the rocks, in fact. It's very close to him in there, but he's fine. He won't get a landing done, and he'll make his way out. Number in for Teixeira, 5.57 for the Brazilian. So his experience paying off. And on a wave that you had to wait a little while for that last turn. Did well just to be kind of patient, not to force it too much. Crucially, just want to get the finish. I guess you just got a good number in like a 7. What you don't want to do is kind of fall looking for a backup. And some of that contest strategy, those surf smarts, I think Rafael's got plenty of them.
Yeah, it's 12 minutes to go. He's got the best wave of the heat. He's also got the second best wave of the heat. So when you've got the two best scores in the heat, there's lots of work that at least two surfers have to do to overtake you.
At the moment, it's our Brazilian Rafael Teixeira with the lead in this one. Bit of a healthy one as well. Good numbers, 12.74. He leads the young South African Connor Slipen, Burke and Ribeiro chasing him down. More live action right after the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Quaducuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to live coverage. Heat 4, the men's round at 80 out in the Water Challenger Series in beautiful Ballito. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. we've already smashed out the women's round of 48 this morning, straight into the men here. Fourth heat of those encounters sees the Brazilian Teixeira at the moment with a solid lead, actually. And he's looked aggressive, he's found good waves. It's just looked like he's had the measure of conditions out here, hasn't had too much chasing around this lineup, trying to find scores, trying to chase him down, and going all right at the moment is the Portuguese surfer Ribeiro, the youngster. He's got himself the 5-5, so not a great start, but shaky from him. He's got a couple of scores, actually. Got himself in second right now, and it's so close, Greg, in that race for second. Look at the numbers there. 9.73 for Ribeiro. At the moment, he's advancing to the next round. Slipen and Burke, not a long way back from him. This one's going to be tight and tetchy, and we just want more waves.
Yeah, so Guilherme he's taken a bit of time finding himself in this lineup. A couple of incomplete waves, but during the break, it seems like he's managed to put together that 5.5, and he's in an advancing position, as you mentioned. So, there's a couple of ways of getting the job done. Either you do it early or you do it at the end, and he seems to be waiting towards the end. But tight heat for second place at this stage, and watch out for Slipen. He can go to the air and pull off a score quite comfortably. And then Burke, we know he can come with that those human angle grinding type turns and smash a couple of big maneuvers out for a big score as well. So,
going to be an entertaining final 7.5 minutes or so in this one, as we'll watch a spin from, it looks like Burke. He'll go here from deep, and then opening up with that snap in the pocket into the lip, covers some ground, puts it down, and looks to try and keep going. Another section for him, gives it a bit of a grimace. Would have loved a little more than that, actually. Think of what he's chasing down. 5.07 is that requirement. I don't think he's surfing towards that at the moment. I just think he's trying to go up as deep through the scale as he can go. 7 minutes and 15 on the clock. He's in fourth place right now. He's not miles back. He does have time to get a couple of fresh waves altogether as well.
Yeah, so Burke, he got the 2 turns in. He's asking the questions. Like you say, maybe it does feel like possibly maybe not just there. But not far off. There were 2 solid turns. I just feel that landing felt a bit awkward for me on that last maneuver.
It's Taro Watanabe getting ready to go out. And these heats will come thick and fast, relentless, merciless as well. If you don't get yourself first or second, you're out. So a real chance to feel your way in here. Most of these surfers have been in town for a little while. Thinking of the Portuguese effort, it's been a decent already. South African leg, the likes of Frederico Moraes winning the speciality event down there in Jeffreys Bay. Of course, Fred also semi-finalist here last year. His compatriot in the water right now, Ribeiro, in second. But this guy chasing him down, the South African Slipen. Basically a closeout, not a lot on offer. There's white water everywhere. And ultimately, he was good enough to get the board up, but he couldn't bring it back down. He'll have to think on here. 6 minutes, Greg.
Yeah, you want those waves that don't rush off towards that sort of left-hand side. You want that double up that just holds back a little bit, gives you that nice bowly section coming at you, and you try and rip through a few turns in that section, possibly some progressive surfing, go to the air, but that bowl that comes towards you, and you don't have to hop over that broken section. As soon as you do that hop over the broken section, it gets a bit awkward. You want to have one that has that drawn out double up line, and you can surf within that inside section of that wave.
Feels like more like you're going downhill all the time, doesn't it? Rather than having to go up over the hump to get there.
Yeah.
What do we got out the back here? Your heat leader, paddle from him. Backhand just drifts this one in. And then he'll give that one a whip. He's not going to add to his total right now. So nothing particularly significant for him to get too excited about on that one. Meanwhile, Burke's still rallying. He got a 4.2 for his last effort. Needs more than that. He's got some speed here. And a bit of a road to nowhere. That one just kind of tunneled and ran away. Couldn't get himself close to a section to try and launch or hit. He'll think on as well. We'll get back in the lineup. Have about 4.5 when he does get there. Ribeiro with first priority right now. The young Portuguese surfer. Wonder how long he'll sit with that for. Try and make it count. Let's check out the story of how this one's gone down via our heat recap, as we'll just stick with some live vision here of a nice vertical hit from Rafael Teixeira. Well, he's been the heat leader for a good reason. He's been the most aggressive surfer out there, and he's found the meatiest sections as well. And here's how he's done it. Rafael Teixeira has looked good value with this kind of aggressive brand of surfing. It's kind of classic contest surfing, really great.
Oh, I just love it. I love that that bent back knee, strong off that back knee, controlling that board, and just swinging strong on every turn. And this is Connor Schleipen. Different approach, going to the air on this one, and super fun-looking wave, bounces back down there, a little slice, and throwing good spray off those turns as well. And this was the backup for Teixeira. This came in as the 5.57. So just really getting some strong turns. Then Guilherme finding this one. And he battled to complete a few waves and then managing to get a 2-turn combo. And looking strong. He's also got a good clean forehand style. And if he finds a bit of open face, he'll be able to attack possibly that first place of Teixeira, but he'll still need to look at solidifying that second position.
Yeah, that was a crucial wave for him. He'll use priority here. What's he got? He'll load up and he'll just try and spin one down. He does that pretty well. So a quick, rapid spin, bit of a flat spin, but he got it done. And crucially, he also held off surfers chasing him down that were very much in the hunt for that wave. He's like, I don't think so. I got the priority. I'll be having that. Meanwhile, Burke, what's he got? He'll try and reverse that one by grabbing the rail out the lip. We'll pick up Schleipen, who in the end gets a little slap from the wave face as he goes down. But he did get some work done prior to that. As we just read that body language on the inside, though, I don't think he feels that he expressed himself as well as he could have done on that particular wave, and particularly the incompletion on the ends. Maybe a little bit rattled. He's still got a couple of minutes here, Greg.
Yeah, that air rotation from Guilherme was exceptionally. Just watch out. His board goes like really inverted just before that landing. It was almost sideways. It looked dangerous, like he could have hurt himself on the landing. It's amazing how he stomped that back foot and pulled it around. Technically very hard.
Yeah, identified that wave, didn't he? Saw paddlers, and he realised, you know what, this thing is super tight. And there's plenty of waves coming through. You can't really hope for it to go flat for a while. There's a really good chance his adversaries will be adding points. So taking the opportunity, not only blocking the other surfers, but also good enough to see a section to aim at it with speed and to get progressive, showing us something different from how his other scores have come so far in this 90 seconds. Numbers to come in from the panel. Josh Burke's last couple of numbers have just been throwaways. We're going to get a small number as well for Schleipen. So it'll just be whether Ribeiro improves, or more likely how much by he improves at the moment. Can he make that requirement ramp up? So remind ourselves, just mid-range numbers before that score comes in. 5 for Josh. It's a low 4 for Connor. Those are the requirements. But will we see the improvement here from that air reverse from Guillaume Ribeiro? Final minute of heat number 4 of the men. Here goes Schleipen. Slashes up his first turn. And he gets the board up. Just kind of clocks it. Nice and vertical, but doesn't get loads into that. He's kind of cruising through the maneuver. He's got loads of flow. The style looks really good. He's not displacing loads of water or doing anything overly dramatic there, Greg.
Yeah, it's just hoping for an opportunity. Got the 2 turns in, but it's not going to be the requirement. Just going through the motions on that wave. Down to 20 seconds.
Ribeiro improves 5.27 for him, so improves on his backup, makes that requirement. Bit stiffer now, Burke. Final 15, looking for a 6. This is Guillaume with a meaty section, and he'll ping into that and just shut the lid on it and look to bring that in. And it looks like Schleipen and Burke, well, this is Josh, but this will be after. And he rallied pretty hard out there. It just goes to show, we talked about it can be so brutal on the Challenger Series after opening up your campaign well in Australia. It looks like we're going to lose Josh Burke, number 7 on the Challenger Series, coming into this event. He'll bow out of competition at the first possible stage here. Well done to this guy, Rafael Teixeira, who just surfed that one. Basically, just looked calm, didn't look rattled. It looked like he had that kind of aggression just bottled, and he could just undo the bottle, take a couple of sips. It was impressive, Greg.
Yeah, he was just solid throughout that heat. He didn't put a foot wrong. And we saw Guilherme Ribeiro really coming back in that heat. He looked nowhere at the start and managing to put enough together and build and get and advancing. And that's what you got to do. You got to get it up and down. You got to make sure you're solid and get through in any way possible.
That's going to wrap things up for that one. Coming up in the next heat, winner of the last event over in Australia, Jordi Lohr. He'll be hitting the water right after the break.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to Ballito. You're watching live action of the Moroccan Bouda there, going up backhand with some speed and venom. And now in an important heat for him, his first entry into this competition. Heat number 5, we'll be facing Jordi Lohr, also Joe Azuchi, Taro Watanabe, and our surfer out of Morocco, Bouda. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Emma Smith. And that last heat had a little bit of everything, Emma. We talked about all the different ingredients it takes here at Ballito, different ways of doing it. We had some airs, we had some traditional power surfing, and it's looking pretty good out there in terms of surfers finding scores in different ways.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. We've seen that all day. I think that's the definition of the Challenger Series. You got to have a little bit of everything in your quiver and just be ready to kind of adapt. We've seen the wind pick up, drop off, pick up, drop off, but plenty of waves.
Jordi Lohr absolutely buzzing after his win over there in Sydney. Getting himself a massive 10,000 points on the Challenger Series. You win an event, I guess you just waiting for the next one. It can't come around quick enough. You just want to get back in the jersey.
Definitely, definitely. But it's an interesting one. It's like, I mean, you even see it on tour. It's not often a guy will win an event and then go straight into another one. But with the Challenger Series, it's just a lot more hunger and drive. And I think it's all about confidence. So when you get a confidence boost like that, I think there's a good chance. And Jordi's been coming to South Africa for years. I've seen him many, many years here.
Oh, Taro wanted to take on the Lip. Lip had other ideas. He goes down, but here goes Lawler. Swinging on his first turn and just joining up the dots there. There's that crease in the wave that Craig Emslie was talking about. Ideally, you want the waves. You don't have to go over that hump, but you know what? If you do it, you keep your speed up. He's good enough to do that and get a turn on the end. It will be a completed ride for him, and probably the best of the opening exchange with nothing particularly significant. A couple of twos elsewhere. That wave that we picked up just as we regained live vision. It's a 283. That's from Bouda. Meanwhile, let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, Teixeira.
Rafael, I saw you on the beach this morning and you had a black carbon board. What was the reason for the board change? It obviously has worked because you scored that 7 with those huge hacks on that first wave that scored you a 7.
Yeah, for sure. Like more power right now, more wind, like couple bumps in the wave. And then I changed my board. It's a PU. It's my model RTX from Snap Surfboard. Worked really good. And yeah, I think I have the choice correct and I make the hit.
Tell us a little bit for the massive crowd that's watching online and supporting you in round 1 in this event, if you want to give them a message in Portuguese.
Yeah, for sure. Muitos brasileiros vendo a gente, torcendo pelo time, feliz por ter avançado Espero que os próximos brasileiros que vão entrar na água avancem também e que a gente chegue até o dia final, que é o mais importante, os 10 mil pontos em jogo.
Well done. Great win and a great start to your campaign in Ballito. All the best for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, and I hope to see you soon again here.
Big smile there from Teixeira. You can see how much it means to him. And his shout out there, he's actually willing on the rest of his Brazilian squad coming up in the next heat. So that's squad energy. We talked about that. Championship Tour, Challenger Series.
Yep.
And really important, that collective energy. And he's got that buckets of it. And he's got a big support squad as well. And some big names cheering him on too.
Yeah, he does. And, you know, the Challenger Series with the heat so stacked, I feel like a round one heat win is almost the same level as, like, yes, I've won the contest. And, yeah, I think the last few years we've definitely seen just like a increase in support from just other surfers, and not even just surfers from the same country. I think that's been really cool to see. You know, a couple of days ago on the weekend, you know, before the final, we saw guys sitting together with the same crew, not from the same place. And, yeah, it's just cool.
Squad energy down on the beach here at Ballito. Meanwhile, out in the water with that high tides around about, yeah, I think we just topped out actually, so we're going to start going out again now, and it just sits things down a little bit with an extended lull at the start of this one. We just had that opening exchange, a couple of quick waves in the twos really in terms of points, and then since then it's just got a touch quieter. Things will calm down a bit. Surfers will be already looking to identify what's happening in terms of the insights they've gained from a couple of minutes been out in the water. And obviously things they've been watching throughout the day. They would be well aware of scores coming through and where exactly they've been coming. Here goes Azuchi. And it's so neat and tiny and compact. He's able to whip that body around and direct the board in tight, whippy pockets. He does that to reasonable effect right there. Didn't, from what we saw, didn't really get hold of it particularly. So a patient start to this one. We've seen a few, and someone come out and get something early on. It's not really happened in this one. It's been a little bit tentative, Emma.
Yeah, it has. And I think that tide playing a role, like you mentioned. But, yeah, different strategies. I mean, we've said it a few times today. There have been heat winners for keeping busy, and there's been heat winners just, like, staying on the mark. And you can see the guys are actually pretty wide apart, which means they're on two peaks. I guess you don't want to be in a position where you know, bouncing between two peaks. Yeah, you can see they're actually so spread out.
Well, we've mentioned the work that Geordie Loy was able to do over in Sydney. And absolutely belting some thick and heavy lifts. Plenty of surf in the Australian leg on the Challenger Series. Geordie wasn't even sure he was getting into it, but when he did, he didn't need asking twice. And so important for him at his stage of where he's at. Age with, you know, quite a bit of experience under his belt. You've mentioned how long he's been coming to South Africa for, and he's always been a standout at a bunch of different venues around the world, but just quite close, didn't he, a few years back, maybe 2019, 2018. I think he had a really good run early in the year, but never been able to just kind of stretch that out throughout the whole season.
Yeah.
Could 2024 be his year? I tell you what, he's going all right so far with the win.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and I feel like Geordie's always had some pretty good results, or like consistent results, but I think it's been a while for, you know, such a big win, that many points, and it's definitely confidence.
We've had names coming out of Australia, some of that younger generation. It's been a bit of a limelight on them. Certainly the results coming their way as well. Jordan Lawless just saying, you know what, I've still got something to say about this, I think. Definitely wants to get in that mix. There's our top 10. You can see Samuel Pupo, the Brazilian, fresh off not making the cut over in WA, back in the Challenger Series and back really with a vengeance, and he's been really good thus far. He's been brilliant, and that's why he's leading this one. As we'll have a look now at the champion in Sydney, the last event with those big 10,000 points. That's why he's well in that top 10 as well. Not particularly the wave he's looking for. They just wants to get a start on the board here. He's only got a 2 logged in, and it has been a bunch of 2s actually, and in nearly 10 minutes gone. No real quality to get excited about. Here goes Buada He'll give that one a bit of a crack. You can see that bump on the face. Just grabs the board, doesn't it? So doesn't even think about another maneuver down the line. Part of that Moroccan contingent, of course, that flag being flown very proudly on the championship tour by Ramzi Boukhiam. Will also be in Tahiti for the Paralympics as well. So Moroccan surfing has been a place where traditionally it's a place where other people go and surf, and meanwhile the kind of local crew have been surfing better and better, and it's really great to see them via Ramsey, particularly in the championship tour, but on the Challenger Series as well, because, you know, it's good having one standout surfer, but it's about that generation, and we've seen it happen so many times. You see that effect of, you know, the inspiration basically coming through from someone leading, the whole next generation goes, oh, okay, so there is a pathway, we can do this. Live action right now, Azuchi, up and down.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that one. I mean, we've seen the same with Mozambique. There's always like a guy or girl who's managed to, you know, through some, like a crew of people going to Mozambique on surf trips, gets a cool shot, and then suddenly they get a bit more exposure. And yeah, it's just amazing to see how those countries are becoming more and more on the map. I don't think it's long until we have plenty more African countries, you know, fighting it out.
Here's Watanabe. Snap from him. There's that crease in the wave. Does well, though. And he's so sleek with his movement. And incisive, too. Not overly enthusiastic energy from the squad on the beach there watching.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Might be nap time for some people. If he came down early, he's probably getting close to siesta time.
Yep, jet lag also is a real thing. But there's been a huge Japanese crew, and it's been so cool. I mean, this morning there was a couple old Japanese names I've seen in the last few years, a couple new ones. Yeah, it's exciting, and the support's been good.
18 minutes to go in this. Not a lot of quality to really get excited about. That last wave, the best of it from Watanabe. 3.83 for him. And other than that, really, it's been pretty poor showing so far, getting down towards the halfway point in this. And it's just been due to the waves, really. Not the surf, not a lot of criticising the surfing. We just haven't had anything really in terms of quality. Compare that with the last couple of heats with plenty of waves coming through, offering mid-range at least for every surfer. So far in this, been a bit unlucky in this one, Emma.
Yeah, a little bit slow. Yeah, I think the next heat's probably watching that too. Might have a little bit of a strategy change. But then it's also hard because you can watch a slow heat and kind of be like, okay, cool, that's my game plan. And then suddenly you spend the rest of the heat on the inside because you've missed all the sets. So got to just keep watching the ocean and be ready to adapt, especially in Ballito, like we've said today.
Well, Joe Azuchi will have to be patient as he waits to fire up that Japanese crew supporting him on the beach. At the moment, it's our Moroccan with a slim lead in this, couple of twos from him. At the moment, good enough for first. That won't be where things conclude in about 16 minutes and 40 seconds time. But at the moment, the Goofy is doing okay in this. Meanwhile, looks like it's an American surfer, Watanabe, and he'll crack that one. And he's so good at coming out of the maneuvers with the speed and just linking it seamlessly, even with some pretty serious creases going through the waves. See all that, those ribs, that water moving around there on the inside. That's really affecting the scoring potential. But he did pretty well to smooth out the bumps there. Meanwhile, here goes Jordi Lawler. What's he got? Nice hit from him. And comes out with a spring in his step and just finds that steeper section, kind of offers himself up quite cooperatively. And he goes, all right, puts the board up there, brings it back down, stays off the rocks. Pretty decent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, off the rocks. Yeah, I think, like you said, there's definitely some bumps in the wave. And I liked how Jordi went into both those turns with just a lot of power and kind of almost didn't give those bumps a chance, which I think is great, and didn't hit the rocks. Here's a replay of that wave. And then he still manages to finish it, which I think he did so well on. He had to go over another bump, was able to time it well enough that he could ride it out.
Well, we saw a meaty section cup out on the inside there for Bouada, surfer out of Morocco. And prior to that, some sharp stuff from Jordi Lawler. Let's see where his number goes. Did really well join up those dots. I just wonder how the judges will reflect on the fact that we've had not a lot of quality. And with that wave from Jordi, just a chance to open up the scale a little bit. It was a nice combo with good spark and speed throughout. Let's see where that is in terms of a score when it comes through. 15 on the clock. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't the best of the action thus far. We'll find out where these numbers are going on that last exchange when we come back from break. Past the halfway point in heat number 5 of the round of 80. And a tense clash out in the water. More great surfers about to paddle out soon. More live action from the Ballito Pro real soon.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to Ballito live coverage, Heat 5, men's round at 80. Things are fired up a touch in this one. It's been a slow burn, more slow than burn really thus far, but a 5 in for Jordan Lawler and a bit of quality in terms of the surfing and the wave, and a mid-range number for him. At the moment in second place position. Looks like another number to drop in for him as well. 12 minutes 45 on the clock. Paul Evans joined by Emma Smith to watch this one. And really, with not a lot of opportunity come through, Emma, at what stage does the head noise start to affect you? How hard is it to kind of stick to your game plan when you would have idealised going out there, maybe smashing out 6 early on and working on a backup, and actually you're still sitting on 2s or 3s?
Yeah, I think that's a hard one. You know, the dream heat is to start strong. But I think these days, with the levels so high and the stakes so high, you know, heat's flipping so quickly, you kind of have to have the strategy that at any point you're going to be chasing and to not give up till that last second. The moment we start stressing out, our body becomes tense, we fall, and it just looks pretty forced.
If ever there was a place for a late charge and a buzzer beater, Ballito feels primed for it, particularly today. So let's see where we go. He's certainly not out of things here. Even if you get down to the final minute, you're on the inside after a wave. It's a good chance to get yourself back in the lineup as well. As we have a look at our heat leader, Lawler, who's got another number in actually. So his last 2 waves really up the ante. Got a 5 and a 5, 6, 7. So decent totals now for him into double figures. 11.5 minutes remaining. Some lines coming through. Chasing him down, the American Watanabe at the moment. Looking for a 6.84 to move up for first. Of course, where he is in second, he's good enough at the moment to advance. Unlikely he'll still be there with those numbers, though. We want to improve. The Moroccan Boda chasing him down, as is the Japanese surfer Azuchi. Here's your heat leader, Lawler. Just saw a vision of him winning on his home shores in Sydney, second challenger event of the season. He's slashing up here in Ballito on the back and very nicely timed for that last wave. You can almost see him kind of, as those points fill in and he gets a little more relaxed, not having to force anything and unlocking a little energy from a runner there.
Yeah, he's definitely looking sharp. And I don't know, I think you can definitely see coming off a win that there's a new level of confidence, and I really believe that helps your surfing so much. And you can just tell. And like you say, as he's built on those scores, his surfing's looking smooth and good. Yeah, it's good to see.
Checking out Bauda here, the backhand from him, and again making room and getting it up there. And a land of long right-handers. Whoa, very close to the rocks as he just about stays off them. And I think the board did too. I tell you what, if it did, it was pretty close. He might have even just scraped a little bit of wax with a couple of barnacles on that rock there, because he was really committed to that last maneuver, and that's how much it means to him. He's chasing a modest number at the moment for second. Meanwhile, here goes a use of priority from Azuchi. Nice turn from him. And again, redirecting and really just slicing that thing. That board looking really incisive for Azuchi. Looking to try and get back at this. So scores to come in now for everybody. And after a slow start, things starting to fire up now.
Yeah, starting to fire up. And I think with such a slow start, we're going to see some bigger sets rolling through, like this one.
Look at this thing for Geordie. Bang, off the top. Gathers it. It gets steep and just runs away. I think it's very close to the rocks there as well. Yeah, there they are. Just had a feeling they were coming, just that shot. And he manages to stay. I think he wanted to keep surfing. The reason why he saw that expression from him, he wanted to try and connect that thing, but unfortunately had a rock wall in the way.
I wonder if it was a semi-final, if he would have gone for the rock, risked it.
Geordie, a real bit of quality to that wave as well. And that's what we've been hoping for, we've been willing for. It looks like the surf's finally turning on for this heat. So those 5s that he's been able to get on waves 6 and 7 has put him in a decent first place position and a bit of a margin as well from those chasing him down. But we're waiting for numbers for everybody, actually. Let's see how we mix this up. That will be a throwaway number for Jordan Lawler. Meanwhile, here goes Watanabe, fades that takeoff. Such a good technique. Absolute textbook, really, and the first turn's great. And then he doesn't have a lot of room to do that one. He's a bit unlucky there, the way he just gets sort of chopped in half. Can't get on the next section, but good enough to plant his turn in. The requirement for him for first, well, he's a long way off that, but he's really thinking about just getting rid of some of these 3s that he's sitting on.
Yeah, and I like that first turn. I felt like the way he looked down, it just looked so complete. It's just he's right on the rocks right now. The guys must be pretty far down the bay. We've had a couple check the boards, but this Ballito bank has definitely been a little wider. Nice bigger wave too. I like this first turn, checks down quickly. He did well to make this section, but just mistimed that last maneuver where it reconnected with that wave.
Yeah, I think you could see down on the replay, he actually saw the rocks. He had a good look at them, didn't he?
Yeah.
So as he's trying to come out of that second maneuver, he almost tried to make himself just drift up the wave a little bit, maybe try and go over the top.
Yes.
And that whitewater is powerful. It did wash him in there. I think he's all right in terms of staying off. No damage done to the equipment either. 7 minutes and 15 to go in this. Waiting for numbers for Taro, for Joe Azuchi. Also for Abubakar Bauda out of Morocco. Lawler having a sniff out the back. He's your heat leader. A couple of 5s from him have really set the tone for this. And what prior to that was starved in terms of quality. A couple of 4s in now, though. Azuchi getting involved, 4-1-7. And also the improvement from Watanabe, 4-3 from him. So it just adds a little bit to their totals, respectively. Is Taro will remain in second at the moment. Azuchi, we're going to get another number for him. It only needs to be a 3.97. We're watching him live right now. Great looking wave with good pace. Oh, and he did so well to recover and get that turn done. Very impressive indeed. Really nimble on his feet. Great athletic ability. However, good you are at that, though. You'll always come off second best on the rocks. And he did well. It looked like he was heading in there then, just from our angle, but he knew he had a little bit of room. It's dicey in there, Emma.
Yeah. I felt like he reads the waves so well. I mean, he obviously ended up on the rocks, but it definitely was a well-timed rock ending.
So Boda almost poking the nose on takeoff, and look at this thing just draining for him. Wow, that was really cool. Oh. And he can't stick that, so just flinging that up on the backhand into the lip, but unable to control the landing. Meanwhile, loading up with the speed here, Lawler realises that one's going to bend out to sea and get a little fluffy on it. So not loads of points on offer, so it's all thick and fast and furious. It's coming at us now with numbers coming in all over the place. Judges, they got scores owed to everybody. I think we can safely say Jordan Lawler's won't be an improvement. That'll come in probably pretty soon. It's a throwaway number compared to his 5s. And let's think about Azuchi. He's in 4th at the moment. Needs a 3.97. I just thought the way he linked those turns together, they're really tricky sections to serve. You get a steep bit of the wave, I feel like it doesn't last very long at the moment. You just see a little steeper offer up, and he's so good at getting up there, then getting the recovery, then getting the speed again. Let's see where that goes with the panel. 5 on the clock and a 5-5 in for him. Azuchi from 4th up the 2nd. I think we've still got another wave as well to come in for him. He won't wait for that. He's paddling. So everyone is right at this now, Emma, and I think they've just realised after that slow start that there are opportunities out there, and they're going to go at it, and this is enjoyable to watch now.
Yeah, and I really like how Azuchi on those last 2 waves, actually, he just seems so in control of the board. I think when you surf waves like this with this extra chop and bump, it is a little harder than it looks, and you can kind of feel like you're getting controlled by that, but he just looked like he was owning the bumps.
Yeah, definitely. That board looks quite thin as well. Sometimes when you've got a powerful wave that is a little wobbly, it can be a bit more incisive with that thinner edge as well, rather than getting bounced around with the more volume. Here goes Bauda. Backhand from him. Just kind of reached at that one a little bit. I think the wave softened up while he was in his bottom turns, expecting it to get steeper. Meanwhile, here goes a backhand snap from Lawler. Again, nice and vert. Gets loads of board up there. And taps the tail as well for a finish. So it's just waves all over the place going down now, as we'll pick up the end of a ride from Watanabe, the American, down on the inside. He's done good work in this at the moment. He's in a position where he needs a number, though, 4-7-1 to go back to 2nd. And that is also depending on a number to come in for Azuchi. I think we've still got another score to drop for him. Potentially an improvement. Let's get caught up here. We just had an absolute frenzy of activity, as is often the way. Someone just turned the surf tap on.
Yes, exactly. Slow start and then someone turned it on. But everyone's super close.
Saboda's number's in, and he's still going to have work to do. I need a mid-range number. Left 3 minutes or so to get it. By the time he gets in the lineup, his requirement at the moment, 5-7. Let's see if we mix things up in terms of that number for Azuchi. And also exactly where Taro Watanabe's last wave comes in. And a busy, active scoreboard. Most of those waves have come certainly in the sort of the later 2/3 of this heat. It did start pretty slow, even at the halfway point. It just feels like there's a couple of 5s that the Aussie got. Geordie, as soon as he got them, just fired up everyone in the water, even fired the ocean up a little bit as well to send a few more sets, which is nice.
Yeah, it did. It was a risk with some reward. He definitely took the risk. He was a lot wider than the rest of the guys, almost ending up on the rocks a few times.
Still waiting for numbers for Azuchi and Watanabe here. The judges taking their time. They got their work cut. I just want to make sure they get this right. This is a short period swell with waves coming through pretty thick and fast. So in order just to make sure they nail everything, they will be going to the replays and have a look at these waves properly, because all sorts going down different parts of this peak. Meanwhile, spreading himself a little, trying to get away. Currently, without scores in, needing a number. Watanabe trying to get himself down left of your screen there, under 2 minutes. He's hunting at the moment a 4-9. That requirement for Joe Azuchi, just okay, we're all caught up with scores from him, and he gets a 4-4, so a very slight improvement. Still pretty similar order of magnitude for this guy. Looking right now, 4-9-4. Snaps off the tail, the deep bottom turn into the lip, and another section down the line, and he'll go into the lip in there, and he'll get the finish just going past the rocks. And he's done that sort of surfing, linking together really tricky technical sections throughout, thinking about those mid-range numbers at the 5s, particularly that flat 5 from Jordan Lawler. Backhand surfing, a different sort of thing, but did we see surfing of that magnitude? It certainly felt like it. He's asked a question of the judges.
Yep, I like that one. I mean, he's pretty much ended up on the next bay, but that felt smooth and sharp, and he doesn't need a huge score.
4.94 is that requirement for Taro. He'll try and make that paddle back. It's a relatively long one, actually, longest one of the heat. He's gone a long way down the beach here. Just snuck away, didn't he, in the lineup? He just felt some energy heading down there. And when you need a number, what you also need is get away.
Yeah.
And he gave himself the opportunity to ask the question of the panel. Meanwhile, your heat leader will let that go, Lawler, because Azuchi is up here and he might need a score. We'll wait and see. The number comes in for Taro. That won't be it, though. 30 on the clock right now. Here goes Bauda, the Moroccan. Backhand from him. Nice hit and gathers it well. Goes up again, nice and late. And a similar sort of story. Just pushing pretty hard. He knows he needs good numbers. And having to force it a touch there. We are waiting for scores to drop in. We'll go down final 10 seconds of this on what started as a slow heat. It's been pretty dramatic, and right now it's quite tense in terms of situations. We're looking at Azuchi Watanabe essentially battling it out for second place. You'd feel that Jordan Lawler, with the work that he's got done already, is in a good spot. A little handshake there in the lineup. According to our screen, we are waiting for numbers to come through. Let's see where that puts us. But Jordan Lawler, we talked about different ways of reacting and getting a win and trying to just kind of keep that winning feeling going and bring it over to essentially completely another part of the world. He's done that so far in this one. Looks like official results are all in. So the Japanese crew, who we saw looking a little tense halfway through that heat, they'll be feeling a little bit better about things now because Azuchi has made it through. And the late rally from him, good enough. He got that 5-5 and that 4-4 pretty late in the heat. Good enough to come through in second place. You have to say commiserations for Watanabe. He really rallied in that. Also great to see Bauda out here surfing well on the Challenger Series, the Moroccan. And that'll wrap up heat number 5. They'll keep coming thick and fast. Plenty more talent hitting the water in the men's round of 80. Heat number 6, that's coming up real soon. We're going to bring in Gig Cilliers back into the studio for the call. More live action from Ballito right after this.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from the east coast of South Africa as we tee up another big heat. Take you straight through it. Gig Cilliers alongside Emma Deal-Smith for the call. Jarvis Earl, former World Junior Champion for Australia. Carlos Muñoz, former Championship Tour surfer. Never really got to see him in full swing. And two young South Africans, both of them looking to climb the ranks in 2024. Tidely Island, the goofy footer out of Durban, South Africa. Daniel Emsley further down the coast. If you recognize the surname, yes, it is part of the Emsley family. Cousin of Uncle Greg Emsley, who will be joining us again a little bit later this afternoon. And just looking at conditions here, we're smack on the high tide, and in fact we've just gone through that high tide, 2:30 coming up local time, and that has ushered in a whole new wind puff, and you're seeing how it's just flexing and buckling the lineup here, Emma.
Yeah, definitely. And naturally I want to say I think the locals will have a little advantage there, but I feel like all four of these guys have surfed so many heats in Ballito, not only over the last week but also over the last few years.
I'll tell you what you're seeing on your screen here, folks. This is Taro Watanabe, and he is standing there still waiting on a last score. So we read the results as official, but we are speculating there was one more score still drifting around in the lineup, getting buffeted by the onshore. And this is a pensive look because Taro Watanabe at the end of that previous heat sitting in More energy in the lineup here this afternoon on the fuller tide. We've seen a strong lift in not only the swell period, we've seen a lift in, well, the tide as well, but a lot of energy coming in out of this Indian Ocean here, and certainly no shortage of waves. We're seeing some heats, rapid fire surfers going up to multiple numbers, into maybe 9 or 10 waves caught. So fair playing field here for the opening day of competition, Emma.
Definitely. I actually bumped into Cody McGregor on my way into the booth, and he had to change memory card, and his comment was, there's so much action. So there's been tons of waves caught the last few heats, actually the whole day.
Well, young Tardley Island has been surfing on point in 2024. Made the journey down to Australia. He's getting his contest campaigns for the future. He's matured a lot in the last year or two, has Tardley Island. There was a time where he just really, was kind of always looking for the air opportunities to become a more well-rounded human, in my opinion, particularly in the last year or so. He's brought some power to his rail game as well, and bringing a more complete package to what the Challenger Series asks of competitors in 2024. You see on screen there Jarvis Earl, a 5.5 straight in the hatch for former World Junior Champ out of Cronulla, Australia. Looking at Jarvis Earl quickly for his campaign in 2024. 17th at Snapper Rock, 65th in Sydney. So definitely a throwaway with that second stop. This is the third here in Ballito. And let's have a look at the 5.5.
Yeah, so this is a replay of his 5.5. Felt like it was all in that last turn, but I did see a couple of days ago in the junior event him getting a 9-point round for just 2 turns, so it's a strength for him.
Straight to live action, second wave for Jarvis Earl. You see him roaming around. Strong wind left to right across your screen. We'll pick up one of the other goofy footers in this exchange. So 2 goofies. Tardley Island just keeps that flow going for his opening ride of the encounter. And I think it's a bankable number for him. A couple of maneuvers there to just set his nerves in place. I mean, the young South African is in a heat that features a former championship tour surfer in Carlos Munoz as well.
Yeah. And like you said, Tide has definitely improved his rail game surfing. It was really cool to see that in JBay too, that down the line surfing. I've also, I don't know about you, but I've never seen him without a pink board my whole life.
I remember there was a long journey for Julian Wilson with the pink that was linked to the thing. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat as the action comes our way here in Ballito.
Jordan, you are the champion of the Sydney Challenger Series event. You came all the way across the world to the next event, which is here in Ballito. Did you feel any pressure being the winner of the previous event? Did it affect your preparation here for Ballito?
No, I think it actually gave me confidence more than anything else. I do feel some sort of pressure, but it's a real positive pressure. And like I said, just for me, I was lacking a bit of confidence last year, so that that little breakthrough has really kind of changed the way I look at things. And I think I wouldn't say pressure, I'd say confidence. So yeah.
And then Jordan, back in 2018, you won a Surf City Series event in Cape Town, the Geordie Smith Cape Town Surf Pro. You've been coming back to South Africa a lot. You spent a lot of time in Durban. What is it about this place that you love so much?
Oh, mate. First of all, the food, I reckon. The food's incredible. The people, everyone's so friendly here. Beautiful beaches. Reminds me a lot of home. So, feel really comfortable here in South Africa.
Well, great win there in the first round, and we were stoked to see you get through, and good luck for the rest of the event, Jordan.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Couple of great insights there from Geordie Lauder as he makes his way through to the next round. Fresh off that win in Sydney. And a couple of takeaways from that. There's often that comparison of East Coast Australia, East Coast South Africa. Similar patterns with the northeasterly onshore winds, the southwesterly busters, and everything in between. The one thing that Australians don't have is a bunny chow. Let's have a look at this. Carlos Munoz got going during the interview here, Emma.
Oof. that was good. Some explosive surfing. It's good to start the heat that way, especially in conditions like this. We saw in the last heat, got a little bit harder to find waves with a bit of power. So, yeah, that's a good start.
Good start for Carlos Muñoz. And here goes the opening for Daniel Emsley, who'll just sink a rail and he'll go back to the drawing board with, 24.5 on the clock. But a fitter, stronger Carlos Muñoz in 2024. Such a likable character. Of course, the epitome of Pura Vida. Costa Rican Carlos Muñoz, who, I can't always just have a soft spot for him. Made the championship tour and then just got injured, and that was it. We saw a similar story with Ramsey Bukaim. But let's see where Carlos Muñoz goes in 2024. Meanwhile, Tidley Island, the South African, still waiting for that opening score, as he might have a little punt here. Gets it tail high, just a little too high, and that northeast just doesn't bring him back over the coping. So back to the drawing board for him as well. So seen some busy flurries and then also some softer moments in the last couple of heats, Emma. But I think this one will keep us going all the way to the finish line.
It's going to definitely keep us going all the way to the finish line. And we've seen moments where the heat goes slow, but then there's definitely quite a lot of waves that come through where there's a lot of surfing all at once. I think for the rest of the day, there's still going to be some good waves.
Yeah, definite feel of two swells in the water. Here's one of those stronger southerly swells coming onto the bank. Carlos Muñoz, yes, pulls that one. So there we go. So 2 in the hat for Carlos Muñoz to get his opening round here at Ballito moving forward.
Yeah.
We'll bring you those numbers shortly, judges. There'll be, they'll have a whole tray of scores to bring us shortly. And that's what has been happening. Is it's just been such rapid fire, certain heats. Let's break this one down.
Yeah, so obviously it was all about that last maneuver. He did well to kind of ride it out. He seemed stoked with it too. And
pretty meaty section there.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty meaty section.
Big section.
Yeah. Let's see where those numbers go. As we say now, we owe Carlos Muñoz 2 scores. Of course, we mentioned Carlos Muñoz getting injured. Let's have a look at Dan Emsley. That was a nice shift through the hips there. Slammed it in the top corner and then just shimmied that board in underneath his feet again. Sets the rail. Daniel Emsley has these moments of brilliance. And, certainly there showing us a little bit more of his full potential.
Yeah, I think he saw Carlos's waves out the corner of his eye. Knew he had to kind of push the limits. I mean, you were mentioning Carlos getting so injured, and then to see him going for critical, big maneuvers like that, it's a good feeling, even though I'm sure there's the heart racing going into those.
Carlos Muñoz turning this into a little expression session now. 3 waves, 3 to the air efforts, and still no numbers from the panel yet, as they're just getting trampled with multitude of rapid-fire waves. Just going back to Daniel Emsley there, that turn for him, loved the sharpness of that. He has really had good momentum thus far in 2024. The young 20-year-old from East London, further down the East Coast here. I look back quickly to Challenger Series numbers from the previous year. Well, here he goes.
Oh, that was great. That was such a clean ride out too. And he just pivoted off the top so nicely through the bumps, through the ridges in the wave. I like that.
Yep, looking on point. Just peeling quick history book look back here. Ballito for a 9th place last year was Daniel Emsley, falling in the round of 16 to Jean Duru. So let's see if Dan Emsley can go one better. If he does, he'll be into the quarterfinals. And let's go back and have a look at the journey of Carlos Muñoz. We love him as a surfer. And we'll bring that moment of injury. Carlos Muñoz and pipeline at the beginning of the 2022 season. And of course, getting severely dealt with by the power of the North Shore of Hawaii. So we'll just pull back here. And, as we said, getting that injury early on in the start of the season. Just, as I say, just set the tone for which I couldn't help but feeling none of us as surf fans could have, not had compassion for Carlos Muñoz.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than a shoulder injury as well. I mean, there's knees and ankles to talk about, but the shoulder will set you back an entire season, which it did. But good to have Carlos Muñoz back. And following him on Insta as well, looking very fit and sharp in 2024. So Well, we all wish him the best here in Ballito.
Yeah, it's always good to see when they use those injuries to just put all that energy into coming back bigger, better, stronger.
Yep. We're just talking about better, stronger. Daniel Emsley, as we mentioned, 9th last year. There's Uncle Greg Emsley, former championship tour surfer, just sitting, analysing it all. He'll bring that head of his. I can hear it buzzing from here. All his thoughts, he'll come and unpack that here in the booth a little later on. But great to have Greg Emsley on the broadcast. Of course, always brings that insight. And no better a surf coach as well than Greg Emsley. Of course, the success behind South African Bianca Buitendag, who went all the way to that silver medal at the 21 Olympics. So Greg Emsley, the Emsley clan, bring a lot to the sport. Here's Jarvis Earl, also brings a lot, including a former World Junior title. And the young surfer from Cronulla, Australia, in a rich line of tradition of goofy footers out of the south side of Sydney. You can see the power unloading here this afternoon. We're moving through into mid-afternoon here. You can see the sunlight filling in behind us. It is east-facing shores. So we're getting that illumination of the late afternoon sun. And certainly we're seeing Jarvis Earl getting rattled around in the impact zone as well.
Yeah, rattled around indeed. I think that end section, you kind of got to find the balance of either missing that, check turn just before it and then, almost focusing the rest of the wave on that closeout turn, or getting it in a little earlier.
Well, Carlos Munoz will knock on the door of wave number 5 for him. Down the line, here's a big one coming our way.
Oh.
Just inside heel rail for the sink, doesn't land it. But I'm noticing his first punt to the airs found a 5.7 from the panel. So quickly catching up numbers now. We're nearly there. As we're down to already 17:45 remaining on the clock. Jarvis Earl, meanwhile, a 7.33 and a 5.5 for the heat lead. So expect when the numbers are all locked in, could be a Jarvis Earl, Carlos Munoz situation. Because have a look at the requirements, we're still a score due. There we go. Now settling into the numbers. And we're pretty much almost up to date now. Jarvis Earl out front, Carlos Munoz lying second. Dan Emsley, we loved that wave, but judges only threw out a 3.93 for that single turn up in the corner. Perhaps they felt maybe got a little bit caught up. Not sure the interpretation, but we enjoyed it. Judges only awarding a 3.93. Add that to the South African, well, one of 2 South Africans. Here's the other one. No, it's not. This is Jarvis Earl. My apologies. Lovely structure to that first turn. Gets it up, gets it over. And a grandy two-maneuver wave there for Jarvis Earl. Trying to improve on a 5.5. Did he do it? Not sure. Meanwhile, Carlos Munoz just rapid fire and looking to go to the air again. And a 5.83, 5.7. Those are the numbers for Carlos. So, yep, some work to do for everybody, I feel. Particularly now the 2 South Africans just starting to trail a little bit when you start looking at requirements, Emma.
Yeah, slightly. And I think maybe with Daniel, there might have been a part in the beginning of the wave where maybe a missed opportunity. We kind of only got the end of that. But there's still time. 16 minutes is a lot of time. Hopefully we'll see maybe some more risk going for bigger turns. We know Daniel and Todd can do that and bring innovation.
Just watching the lineup here carefully. As we mentioned, pretty much rapid fire this afternoon. We see the Water Patrol out the back, proudly brought to us by SMG Yamaha. Great to have them on board, not only as our official vehicle sponsor of the Ballito Pro, but the SMG group with their Yamaha store out in Cornubia. Just an amazing selection of watercraft, including the top line of Yamaha skis. And there's a whole lot of them on the beach here. Great to have Steve Honeysett and the crew from the Dolphin Coast Safety always in attendance. And, well, as we ponder all of this beauty of the Dolphin Coast, we'll take a quick break here as we're pretty much at the halfway mark. And Jarvis Earl, a strong lead with that 7.33. Carlos Munoz, former championship tour surfer, on the chase. We'll take a quick break and see if this heat changes shape. We'll be back for more on the Ballito Pro.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It's the sights and sounds, the flavors and colors of a beautiful region of the world, the Kwadukuza on the east coast of South Africa, playing host to competitive surfing again in 2024. We love having the Challenger Series back, and it's a good afternoon from a slightly wind blustery Ballito. Kixeliers alongside Emma Deal-Smith for the call, and not too much to report while you were away at break. Jarvis Earl still leading with his scores of the 7.33 and the 5.5, and everyone else pretty much requirements to change their respective situations, all in the good to very good category scores.
Yeah, it's an exciting event for, I know, this whole coastline. I come from a sleepy surf town, a small town, where I know that when the yearly event comes, you get guys coming from inland all over the country. You can see on the beach we've had people from all over, so it's an exciting week for Ballito.
Well, just referencing you there, Emma, former J-Bay resident, now calling this region home. So, you can still drive home in about 10 hours, 11 hours if you drive fast down to Jeffreys.
Yep.
But I'm sure that you, as calling this home now, enjoying the warmer climates.
Yeah, definitely, and to go left.
Well, here we go. Daniel Emsley, one of two South Africans in this heat, both of them occupying down in third and fourth, respectively. Tidley Island down in fourth, chasing numbers now stretching into the eights. Daniel Emsley's requirements nudged into the mid-sevens, care of efficient surfing from Carlos Munoz, who's been going to the air repeatedly, and those have set that second place cutoff position at 6.07 and 5.83 for the 11.9 heat total. So now does Daniel Emsley try and play the same game here, Emma? Is he going to just, because Daniel does have the ability to go to the air. He is a little lighter perhaps than Carlos Munoz as well.
Yeah.
So is that an option?
I think that's an option, but I think Daniel's strength is also some power, maybe a bit more than the air, maybe. I think, he's got a 4 and a 3. Ideally, he wants to replace both of those. So hopefully finding, that big turn we saw him do, if he can line up 2 or 3 of those on a wave, that would be the dream.
Well, priority is with the South African Tidley Island, and he's going to pull the trigger on this. So let's see, has he made a good wave selection judgment here? Soft turn and no backup, so we'll answer with no. A waste of priority perhaps there with a little over 10 minutes to go. Let's see how the two South Africans can stitch together a last gasp chance here. Requirements, as we mentioned, have gone up steadily through the course of this heat. And a mighty 8.57 required for Tidley Island. Perhaps enough time to break it down into 2 separate rolls of the dice, lower averages.
Yeah.
For Tidley Island, he's got to maybe try and build a 6 in the house and then go from there.
Yes.
It was all possible as we slip under the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's enough time. We've seen in all the heats how in a 10-minute little gap there's plenty of waves ridden. So
Well, it is a battlefield. That is the theme. O'Neill, our presenting sponsor each year, cleverly picking out part of the Zulu culture. I remember a few years ago we had Sal Masakela here. It was the Sawabona. Last year was Kulihlaze. Everything is blue. And this year, well, it's about the respect of the battlefield. Lena Nkundlayempi. Excuse my Zulu. There are 11 official languages here in the country. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that as long as everybody respects one another and tries to acknowledge each other's culture, and that's the beautiful part of the Rainbow Nation of South Africa, is we're all traveling and we'll come from a different past. And, yeah, it's about working together for the future.
Definitely, and I think that's what I love so much about surfing. You know, there's not many sports or even jobs you can do where, like in surfing, you paddle out, you're all in a matching wetsuit, singlets that all look the same, and you don't know who you're sitting next to or what walks of life they come from. Obviously more in free surfs.
Isn't that just the best part about surfing?
Exactly.
Though? It's just a leveling sport. It doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter your race, creed or color. It's the ocean that is the final decider.
Whoa.
And now, talking about the ocean, it's just a nice motion in the ocean for Jarvis Earl. So here's your first and second place respectively. Carlos Munoz just free-flowing through this heat now, just easily going to the air again as we get down to 8 minutes. And, well, I think there may be... Are we accumulating even more pressure on the two South Africans? Because Jarvis Earl can improve on a 5.5, Carlos Munoz can improve on a 5.83.
Yeah, and I think Carlos, you know, that air that we just saw now, for me it looked just so nice and clean and effortless, and like he rode out of it pretty obviously. And then Jarvis, I really liked that first turn. That had power and like a stamp on it.
So two goofy footers, two natural footers. But the South Africans are down in third and fourth, and we're just waiting to crunch those numbers now. Might even try and reel in a replay, because we want to see, maybe compare the height of Carlos Munoz's last hit to the air. And previous to that, a 6-0. Let's have a look at Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, so this turn for me was amazing. That bottom turn, he held it for so long, and then he still managed to fit in another one in a very short space of time. There's a replay of Tide's wave, smaller wave, bit of a bump, but maybe, yeah, you see, that's where it's kind of all at. And I think that's what we want to see more of from Tide. We know he can do that. And here's that replay of that air from Carlos. Whoa, no hands too, I think. Eh?
Nicely done. So, yeah, bit of work to get through for the panel. But certainly, and on the replay particularly, just the intensity of the two turns from Jarvis Earl. We're going to see a replacement of the 5.5 for sure. Question mark as to, does Carlos Munoz replace the score? Got a feeling that his score will just be neighborhood, pretty much close to what he's already achieved.
Yeah.
And I think Tidely Island as well. Just looked a little lazy on that second turn. Hope he doesn't mind my tough criticism, but he does need to intensify if he's going to start matching Jarvis Earl on the backhand.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we mentioned Carlos's injuries previously, and there's a part of me that thinks, you know, mentally, having been injured and pulled out, is it, you know, proving that he's back and strong, just going for some of the most critical things? I know when I've ever had an injury, like a neck injury in the surf, you know, those fears flare up the moment you start trying to put your body to test, but he doesn't seem to be worried at all.
Now let's have a look what young Daniel Emsley can find. Chatter on the face. Let's go the turn. Doesn't know which way around to wrap it, and well, it'll go incomplete as we come down to 5 minutes remaining. And we just saw in the previous shot Kua Costa getting ready for battle. And looking forward to seeing what he brings, the young surfer from the northeast of Brazil. But right now, 5 minutes to still unpack here. The Australian, yes, he has replaced the 5.5, hammered it way past that. And to find another 7 in the lineup in this broken conditions, he's just showing his pedigree here. Jarvis Earl, a 7.33.
And the closeout turn. He is like, I feel like he should be known as two-turn Jarvis.
Yep.
We've seen the last few days.
So heat recap here as we just look back at what has been achieved. We saw Carlos Munoz go to the air pretty quickly, a number of hits. This is how Carlos Munoz built his early scores of 6.07 and a 5.83. Nice and lofty to the air, looking fitter and healthier in 2024. But Jarvis Earl has the handle on this heat with turns like this.
Oh, I love how his whole hand opened up on that bottom turn, and it paid off. That first turn for me was just great. And he had so much speed coming out of it. I feel like that's how he was able to fit in another quick turn.
Yep, 7.67 for two spicy turns on the backhand. Of course, coming up next, another exciting heat. This is Hakim Chaves from Portugal. Looking forward to seeing what he brings. Portuguese from Lisbon. He'll be in the water taking on Wiley Tully, who we saw as a wild card this year, so looking forward to that. Of course, saw Hakim Jarvis as a wild card as well. We'll talk about that in the heat to come. 3.5 to go here in the lineup. Former World Junior Champ Cronulla's Jarvis Earl in charge and on his way to the next round here at the Ballito Pro, the third stop on the Challenger Series. Good set of numbers, seeing him move forward. And it's looking like it's going to be at the expense of the South Africans here. We're not seeing a late charge from either Daniel Emsley or Tidley Island. As we're coming down to 3 minutes to go, Emma.
Yeah, time is ticking. Seems like, Jarvis has been able to build a bit, but the South Africans we haven't quite seen being able to build. Maybe a bit of pressure, as you see, the other guys like Carlos and people going to the air, dropping bigger scores.
Yeah, 2 minutes 45 to play. And on your screen there, Levi Slauson. Been a spicy last 2 seasons for him. Really surfing on point and looking to see how he can campaign here at the Ballito Challenger stop. Just looking at the one thing is it is quite consistent in the lineup here, Emma. When we've got 2 swells running, the tide is filled right in. What's happening now is the tide's just starting to turn over. The wind is increasing, the tide's starting to run out. So this lineup is going to fracture up a little more and more over the next hour.
Yeah, and I think the peak's going to change a bit. We saw in the last heat, the guys were finishing waves on the other side of the rock.
Well, no complications, no complaints from the conditions from Jarvis Earl. He has been on the front foot, so to speak, attacking here on his backhand, 7.67 and a 7.33. Not seeing any problems with him moving on to day 2 of the Ballito Pro. Here's Tidley Island on the search for 7.37. It is possible to get a number in one wave. 2 bigger turns, a little bit more intensity. Just bowled out on that last one for the young Durban surfer. But, is he going to... Well, let's discuss. Are we going to replace a score, perhaps? A 3.33 replaced? Maybe with that one turn, yes.
Yeah, maybe with that one turn. That first turn was great. It was a bigger wave. It's just unfortunate he keeps coming unstuck on the closeout turn.
Well, here's the experience of Carlos Munoz. He's managed this heat. He's going to be protecting that second place position as well, holding the priority. He won't just pull the trigger for nothing now with 1 minute to go. He'll be just watching the lineup carefully. He'll be leaning an ear to the beach announcers. Where does the score for Tidley Island go? Is it even a threat? We don't surmise so. But he'll just hold on to that priority now as we're down to 45 seconds. Jarvis Earl, Carlos Munoz, dealing with the conditions well here this afternoon. Looking forward to picking Greg Emsley's brain as to where the 2 South Africans went wrong in this current heat.
Coach Greg with the feedback.
Yeah, he's going to leave that athlete area. He's going to come up here. He's going to get red in the face. He's going to get intense with some thoughts and perspectives, and that's okay. We love that. We love that input. Here's a last roll of the dice for Daniel Emsley. It's a smaller insider. He'll just click it, and it will be incomplete. And that is the story of the round of 80, heat number 6, Emma. It's going to say goodbye to 2 South Africans.
Unfortunately, it is hard. But there's still a couple more events for the rest of the year, and they put on a good show.
Well, there's your results, folks. Round of 80, heat 6. Jarvis Earl, good scores, pair of 7s. 7.67 and a 7.33. And Carlos Muñoz, who went to the air repeatedly, gets his numbers, and he's on his way to the next round. It's goodbye to Tidley Ireland and Daniel Emsley. And talking of Emsleys, we'll be calling in Greg Emsley to the booth as we get ready for the following heat. Stay with us. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
It's a good afternoon from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The KwaZulu region playing host to the third Challenger Series stop of 2024. Welcome to the second to last heat of the opening round of men. Kixeliers alongside Greg Emsley for the call as we get tucked into this one. Levi Slauson comes here ranked 14th on the Challenger Series. He'll be taking on Kyle Costa from the northeast of Brazil. Tali Wiley saw him as a wild card at Bells. He'll be looking to find some numbers at the Challenger Series level in 2024 with his visit here to South Africa. And of course, Hakim Javes also showcased as a wild card in Peniche. Let's see how it all unfolds here as we join a lineup a little ruffled by the afternoon onshore, but that's no problem for many of the world's best, as we see a smooth opener there for your surfer from Lisbon, Portugal. And welcome back to the booth, Greg Emsley, former championship tour surfer. We saw a deep frown on your furrowed brow there earlier on, just watching your nephew Daniel Emsley.
Yeah, it was a strong heat, that previous one. We did see Jarvis all just clinical, just big turns. The waves are heavier than when you're down at the beach than what you're seeing on the screen. Those black rocks to the left of the screen come up very quickly. So if you end up a bit wide, those guys are doing turns and the water doesn't stop. It keeps washing you towards those rocks. So you're hearing the surfers saying that you're seeing a couple of creased noses, a couple of scratched fins and chipped fins. They're going for it. So Jarvis all was solid, but yeah, what a heat. It was a strong heat.
Yep, a lot of energy in the lineup, enough to get Carlos Muñoz repeatedly into the air in that previous heat. Let's see how turns versus going to the air in this left to right across your screen northeast breeze plays out in this heat number 7 this afternoon. Of course, mid-afternoon here, people in and around the contest area. It is a surf festivity. It is a 2-week surf carnival brought to you by O'Neill, pretty much. The Junior Rippers kicks it all off. Of course, all the families and friends from around the country making the trip here. And it really is a carnival festival atmosphere around Ballito.
It's beautiful, such good beach weather. And we see up and riding surfer in blue, that's Costa.
Yep, we saw the Brazilian, a quick start for a 5.83, so good positive start for him. That's already wave number 2. Speeding across your screen, Levi Slauson two-turn combo, nice and firm and strong. Greg Emsley nods next to me here. He liked that. So, yeah, good start here. The Brazilian and the American straight into it.
Yeah, it's a very attacking beach break style. Looking at it, I'm sort of thinking to myself, you could be a bit further out and get those chip-in waves. But then sitting on the beach and watching the conditions, that previous heat, Carlos Muniz actually got a lot of his waves slightly closer in, that doubled up and just attacked. And watching this replay, covering lots of distance, nice sharp surfing and just clean surfing, strong turns, a well put together first wave there from Levi Slauson.
Well, in the same vein of World Junior success, was Levi Slauson here campaigning furiously at the Sambas on World Juniors last year, made the final against Jarvis Earl. And, well, let's have a look at little in and out for Kyle Costa. While the judges just play a little catch-up, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last beat, former World Junior champion, Jarvis Earl.
Jarvis, you are surfing consistent heats with good pacing. What's your strategy out there? You did it in the JQS, you did it in the QS 1000, and you now threw a heat here in the Challenger Series. What's been your heat strategy?
Yeah, I usually try to start off with just try to build a house and get a couple going and then try to build from there. But it's been a pretty tricky playing field, all over the place and hard to read. So kind of just whatever the ocean throws at me and I try to go for it.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit because you've already been here for a whole week. You're acclimatized. What's been your favorite thing in Ballito outside of the surfing this week so far?
Yeah, I love it here in Ballito. Probably just hanging with my mates. I'm staying with Reef Hazelwood and been hanging with Geordie Lawler a lot, just down at the beach surfing. And then it's really good food here, so I've been loving the food. But yeah, it's been a good week so far.
Have you had a bunny chow yet?
I actually haven't tried one yet, but that's definitely on the books to try to tick off. So hopefully I can find one in the next few days.
Well, well done. A really solid win there in round one, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the Challenger Series here in Ballito this week.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Looking good, Jarvis Earl. White set of ivories as well. You'll sink those into a bunny chow in the coming days, much like co-commentator Paul Evans did yesterday. For those of you who don't know, bunny chow is a traditional food dish here. Yes, it is the name of a surfboard model that Geordie Smith made famous. But the bunny chow, Greg, you had a bunny chow while you've been in Ballito?
Not yet.
Okay,
it's going to happen. As soon as I need to roughen up my edges, I'll have a bunny chow.
We love it. Here's the surfer from Victoria, Tully Wiley. Let's see where the Aussie takes this campaign. Of course, we did see him in Bells. Gets that wild card invite. So he's mixed it up at championship tour level already this year, Greg. Always, even if you don't get far as a wild card, you walk away with a lot of experience, and you take that to the Challenger Series campaign.
I like Tully's approach. He's very surfs very critically. He always attacks vertical. It's either he's doing that or he's doing nothing. So he's got that backhand approach, heavy hitting surfer.
And we're looking at Levi Slauson as we slip under 22 minutes. A little bit fractured and broken. Just again, noticing that tide's starting to drop out. Is just starting to buckle things a little bit. And you made an important point earlier, Greg, is there's some bigger waves that range on the outside, but then there's these ones that double up on the inside. Well, just not enough there for Kyle Costa to bring that landing to peace. But as you mentioned, a couple of sort of double ups on the inside sandbar that really do give a launch pad.
Definitely, they come right in, and there's that little double wave in the front. It sort of bends in at the surface, and it's got a much cleaner line on it, a cleaner face, because it's hidden from that wind, and it gives the guys an opportunity to get that clean speed. Carlos Muniz was a perfect example of that. He just covered distance, so much speed, and you could see he was on attack mode. And I think those waves are out there. There's lots of those opportunity, but these sort of waves are coming at you. There's lots of power in them. You're going to have to attack, and attack hard.
Just after 3 p.m. local time here. You see that wind there. It's allowing our surfers very effortlessly to just get some air underneath the concaves, flip that tail out and over towards the beach. I think that will be the theme for the remaining 2 heats here. This is the second to last heat of the opening round. Meanwhile, a couple of numbers just starting to shuffle. We'll just let everything simmer in. It's been rapid fire here this morning for day one of competition. Meanwhile, Levi Slauson does his version of hucking the tail. And so, as the judges catch up numbers, Greg, a couple of big impact turns we think will still fetch some numbers in the next 20 minutes. And someone's going to do an absolute Hail Mary air. You know it's going to happen before this heat is concluded.
Well, you've got the wind for it, the wind coming in from the left of your screen towards the right. So the surfer's mostly riding those right-handers. So there's those launch pads out there ready to go. And check this replay. I love this wave. Clean air rotation, but I love the finish. Up over and spins the tail and just a clean finish. So it gets the variety, tune-turn combo, and extending on the lead, and then Slauson as well. Getting a nice clean air, but for me, Kyle Costa, he's taken this heat by the horns, in my opinion. He's just, I think he's going to back that first 5.83 up with a good score.
Well, the Brazilian in blue only needing a low range 3, and there it all locks in. So numbers settling now from that last flurry of rides. And Kyle Costa, now your new heat leader. 6.67, Greg, nicely put together. You mentioned just defining cleanly over that last section as well, just to sort of put the frosting on the cake.
Yeah, there's a lot of bump out there. There's a lot going on. It's easy to do a turn, get a little wobble here, there, but to put together variety and then get that good clean finish, you're going to get a good number.
Well, you see the averages for Kyle Costa, the Brazilian, in the 6s, almost starting to move towards 7s on that last ride. Everybody else kind of grinding it out, thudding into the lip. So you've got to get a little bit of open face speed. Can Tully Wiley bring something? And, here's Levi Slauson as well. He pushes that one out. That little wave bottomed out a lot harder than what our viewers might. Have a look how that sand is regurgitating around him. Quite a bit of power on the sandbar here, as is normal here in Ballito.
It's got a nice, powerful look out there this afternoon. The swell's definitely, stronger than what we saw when we came this morning. It's a little ground swells filled in. We see this replay, heavy landing. It looked almost a little bit a bit sore. But these surfers are obviously trained to land hard and know how to exit. But
flicking through Greg Emsley's book of South African words, Einar means sore, and we'll drop a few cultural bombs on you through the week as we go. We've alluded to the bunny chow, the hollowed out bread loaf full of curry of your choice. Of course, mutton curry is the preferred one. Last slam there in the lip for Tully Wiley. You spoke about him being strong and solid. But the vertical approach there, just not letting him wriggle clear of that exploding lip, Greg.
Yeah, so Tully, I look at these waves and I think of his surfing. He's going to probably have to hammer through a few waves to get the scores that he's wanting. Because he goes so hard and so critical, he is going to be incomplete on a few. But he'll find his waves that give him those opportunities.
Well, here's Levi Slauson flexing. That was nicely done. 2-turn combo. And that's going to be a ching-ching payout for Levi Slauson. He's definitely going to drop the 4.27. And Greg just merging into scream. Joaquim Chavez as well, the Portuguese surfer. So rapid fire. And you've got a feeling that Levi Slauson right there may just be now starting to set himself apart and solidifying on that second place position.
Strong surfing from Levi and set up 2 major turns on that wave and really got the first turn, a deep bottom turn, strong off the top, complete maneuver. He didn't have to rush too much, but then arriving at the second section just in time to push that tail and really push it hard and get that bit of flair. And let's check this out. So watch this first turn, vertical, so straight up in the lip and then just whoops up over that second section, clean exit. So 2 good combos on that.
6.9 requirement to perhaps steal the lead for Levi Slauson off Kyle Costa. Let's see if that happens. Thinking the power and the speed of that 2-turn combo, do you reckon we're seeing a lead change?
I think it's going to be close. I still look at Kyle Costa's variety. He did have air and the big maneuver, But it's there. It's 2 turns. The judges will discuss it. It's a slight point of difference.
Well, the question to ask back, Greg, is was Levi Slausen's 2-turn combo the best wave of the heat? Because if it is, then that's going to be the sort of the neighbourhood score that we're looking for.
My answer.
You still thinking Kyle Costas is better? Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Just a little bit better, though.
Yeah, okay, all right. You like the variety to the air and then the softer turn over the section. I'm loving the nuggety 2-turn combo. I'm thinking the judges might go low 7. So there we are. I'm purposely entering not an argument, a point of discussion with you, Greg.
Well, let's have an argument.
Let's have an arm wrestle. Just under 15 minutes to go. 30-minute heats on offer here in opening round of competition. Of course, that is the norm here at the Challenger Series. 4 surfers to go home. 3rd and 4th will pack their bags. Right now, Taliwali and Hakim Jarvis, who've both been showcased as wildcards at the championship to a level already this year, are down in that 3rd and 4th, and we are still waiting for, is that number in?
It is.
It is 5.7. You win the argument. That's why you're the surf coach, Greg Emsley. So far from the best wave of the heat. So the judges appreciating that variety of heat leader, Callum Costa. I had to make an argument out of it. I like the nuggety power 2-turn combo of Levi Slausen. Perhaps, if anything, the score slightly dampened. It wasn't a really big wave. It was a medium size on the inside bank. But you know what? All good for discussion.
It was. I did think it was going into the 6s. I thought it would be just under Car's wave.
So you were right, but you were kind of wrong.
No, I was still right.
We love it. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us, folks. It's been an energized day 1 of competition. Of course, our waiting period starting yesterday, but energy rolling through the lineup here as surfers deal with these opening rounds. Stay with us. That Northeast is with us, but so is our ad break. We'll be back on the other side of it to conclude heat number 7.
Respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to Ballito in South Africa. World Surf League's Challenger Series now at its 3rd stop. With us for the remaining heats of opening day of competition. We'll walk through the athlete area here. Luel Philippe coming up next in his encounter. He'll take on the Northeast wind here in Ballito. It's a good afternoon. Gig Saliers and Greg Emsley breaking it down. Rapid fire has been the theme here, with the lift and energy on the incoming tide today. First full day of competition. Of course, our waiting period starting yesterday. Had a lay day, but Surfline, our forecast partners, spot on. Nice lift and energy this afternoon. And we've seen a couple of pretty exciting heats for the opening round of competition here, Greg, on both women's and men's draws.
It's been exciting. It's been a good day of surfing, a good opening day of surfing, and a good little stepping stone into the rest of the week.
Kyle Costa, heat leader, back to the air beautifully. See how much loft he got on that. Got it out ahead almost too much into the flats. So just that soft edge of white water, not enough cushion for the landing. Meanwhile, where can our Portuguese surfer go in this remaining 10.5 minutes? And wrestling with the completion of that. Did he make that, Greg? Let's ask that question quickly. No.
No.
Okay, all right. Kind of rode out and then wrestled with it. See where the judges go. I'm not going to get into another conflict of argument with Greg Emsley. It's just not worth it.
We'll agree. I think we'll agree on that one.
We're agreeing on that one. Yeah. Okay, so we're saying not a make. All right. Okay, we're glad we settled on that. Just under 10 minutes to go here in the penultimate heat of today's action. Of course, round of 80 on the men's draw. Got through opening round of women's as well. A couple of, we'll talk about it in the post-show, a couple of surfers you thought may get through. I think back to the start of today, Yolanda Hopkins, kind of expected her to get out of the starting gates. She's already packing her bags and thinking about the US Open of surfing in a couple of weeks' time. And, well, that's the beauty of this, you can't script it all. There's always going to be a little twist in the road, and you can't win every event, right? I mean, well, Cole Hulschman kind of did last year, but you can't get a 10,000s out of every single Challenger Series stop.
Surfing, it's got to be one of the toughest sports when you consider, the best surfer doesn't always win, and you can have everything right. Your boards can be perfect, and I have it countless times. People come to me, what more must I do? I've got good boards, I've been training, I've done everything right, I haven't been partying, and why can't I get through a heat? And it's like, just have patience, it will turn around. You're going to get to a point where suddenly you can't put a foot wrong for a few contests, and you don't know why.
If you use a machine gun, you'll eventually hit the target. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep shooting.
You got to keep shooting. And it's that sort of those sort of sports. It is a tough sport. It's a ruthless tour, basically. Yeah.
Not easy, the Challenger Series, but this is where the sifting and refining and campaigning happens to come year end. Top 5 women, top 10 men will be part of the championship tour in 2025, and buckets of talent to sift through here. 4-man heats, 2 advance each time, and we'll narrow the field down till eventually we get to the round of 16. We're going to the man-on-man format. We start emulating the championship tour template, and that's what we're doing here, refining future championship tour surfers.
Yep, it's a stepping stone to the championship tour, and it's I love the championship tour, but what I love about the Challenger Series is the new names that show up, and possibly someone I've just heard of, not much, and then I see them surfing. I'm going, hang on, I've got another favourite surfer here, another someone I want to watch, and then you keep a keen eye, and they just pop up so quickly. There's so many exceptionally good surfers.
Yep, the qualifying Series 7 regions around the globe, just sifting the talent quickly to the top of the regional QS rankings, and that is the gateway through to this year, the Challenger Series. We love it all, and there's no doubt that there was much discussion in the last few years, but there's absolutely no doubt the sport of surfing at every tier of competition, the level has risen incredibly. Our Portuguese surfer not quite stitching it together, Joaquim Chaves. Saw him in Peniche as a wild card, and he is currently down here in 4th, trying to unlock Ballito this afternoon. Well, it's a tougher set of conditions this afternoon, Greg. It's the outgoing tide, I think, now as well is just starting to crumple up the lineup a little more.
Crumple it up, and it's just bottoming out that inside finishing section a touch more. Almost that last wave of Chavez was like below sea level on the landing, so very difficult. As he landed, you see his board hit a bit of turbulence. He was trying to fight it, but quite a lot going on that wave. And so if you can get a clean wave with a couple of clean turns, it's going to be a real asset out there.
6 minutes to go. Next heat in preparation for the final heat of the afternoon's proceedings. No real changes to any numbers on our screen. In fact, it's been a very quiet last number of minutes. That was nice. Little sideways loft in the air for Levi Slauson. And just as he puts that second turn in place, he starts to knock on the door of what Kyle Costa was starting to do. That one fell apart, Greg. An opportunity perhaps squandered there by Levi Slauson, because that air was great.
Yeah, it was looking strong. He is on 2 good scores. So Levi Slauson is in a very strong position in second place.
Well, here's our heat leader, working his way through a couple of pockets, in and out. Not going to capitalize on that with a little over 5 now to play. But Kyle Costa still has the single best ride of the heat, a 6.67. How do you like that one, Greg?
That was lofty, and the judges will take it for what it is. They'll still score the one maneuver. They might go, you know what, straight lofty air, and he played a little bit in the air. It looked good, but yeah, obviously, if he had finished it, it would have been a lot easier to give him the points.
Yep, as I was saying, just that highlight score, the 6.67, was a great combo from Kyle Costa. We'll get that on the recap in a little bit. But still waiting for that number for Levi Slauson. Does he improve on the 5.6 with a single air? There's a question we can debate about. Want to go into that debate, Greg?
I think it can. It will definitely, 100% the judges will be talking about it, looking at the replays and going, well, one major maneuver. If you didn't look at, if it was just one section, you didn't look at the fall off, what would we be scoring it, That's how I would sort of see it. And you've got to score each maneuver for what it is. Ultimately, we want our surfers to go as hard as possible on every turn, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm a little surprised personally. I thought the 2 wild cards were going to, we've seen these, Tali Wiley and Jakob Chavez. We've seen them, sort of campaign at the championship to a level. Greg Emsley next to me is getting a little excited about something. We're waiting for that score still. There's a little alley-oop rotation. That one's not going to change the scorecard too much for our heat leader. And what are you seeing, Greg?
Well, I'm seeing that last score coming in for Levi was a 6-point ride. So that air was basically seen on its own as 6 points. And we discussed that. I quite like that.
Well, here's a heat recap. This is the man that's pretty much been in the lead the whole way, the Brazilian from Fernando Noronha. And he was quick to go to the air, and he was quick to put a couple of combos together. And Greg, well, he's kind of owned the heat the whole way. Tali Wiley, by the way, you spoke of his vertical attack. Hasn't quite served him well.
No, it's almost like 2 surfers are getting the waves, and 2 surfers in every heat are getting a bit lost in the lineup. It's quite odd because there is lots of waves, and this combo, I really loved it. It's been the best number of the heat, just clean up and over for the finish. And again, vertical on this turn. You thought this could have been a bit more. It was a great wave put together, but then we saw that single solid aerial coming from Levi Slauson getting that 6-point ride.
Yeah, well, the beauty of the recap there, that previous 2-turn combo, that last turn was a little bit wrangled by the white water, so perhaps that's what held that one short. But Greg, you were 100% speculatively right. That single air for Levi Slauson firms up his second place position here, 6.07 to the air. And if he had completed that last maneuver, Greg, could he perhaps even gone into the lead?
Definitely, because it would have probably been a 7+, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A little over 2 minutes to go. It's been a big day of competition here. Looking forward to breaking it all down a little later on. But as we slip under the 2-minute warning, no change to top left of screen. Kyle Costa from Fernando Noronha, the Northeast Islands just off the Brazilian coast. Of course, they've played host to a number of amazing qualifying series events over the years. He is leading over American Levi Slauson. There's your grid, all the activity, 12 waves in the lineup for the heat leader. It's been rapid fire. Sometimes it's caught the judges where they just have to get a lot of accounting done to catch up. But Levi Slauson saving his best for last in the campaign. Waves 7 and 8 coming in at his best scores. And just, it's been a heat that both Tali Wiley and Jakob Chavez are just going to want to forget.
Yeah, and you see how close our surfers are together in the lineup, and you're wondering, well, how come Kyle and Levi are getting the good waves? A meter difference with these little chip-ins make you can just be that much out of position.
And tail drop floater for Tali Wiley at the end there. He's got to that, but hold on, it's not over yet. He's just charging back out. did he improve on one of his counting scores? I mean, right now, a pair of 4s for Taliwali. He's got to go better than a 4.67 to nudge anything in the right direction, and then the clock is against him as well, Greg.
Yep, it's you've got to control from the start at the moment. It's just too tough conditions to try and fight back right at the end.
Well, as you would expect, Brazil always producing talent. This time, this man on screen, Caio Costa, has done very little wrong. 6.67 and a 5.83's firmed up his lead as we get down to 10 seconds to go. Is there going to be any final roll of the dice here? Taliwali still waiting for that tail drop float for the score. Not thinking it's going to break the bank open. And the clock is done here. So we'll just wrap up these numbers. And Greg, as I say, just back to all credit to the Brazilian on screen.
Yep. And he found those waves, found the sections, surfed each section for what it was. He got the variety, clean surfing, clean finishes. And from start to finish, he just structured a very good heat.
Relatively unknown as well to us, just 21 years of age. Caio Costa here at Ballito. And we know how well Ballito has treated Brazilian surfers over the years. A number of Brazilians have held up the trophy here in South Africa. And, well, everything done right here for this man who surfed a textbook heat, Greg.
Absolutely, and you talk about that. We do see Ballito getting perfect point break luck, but when we have the onshores and shifty sandbars like that, a bit of bounce here and there, it's actually very similar to the waves in Brazil. So the Brazilians feel right at home here in those sort of conditions, dumpy, but they can attack those waves very quickly, and they get a lot of those sort of beach break conditions back home in Brazil.
Official result, Caio Costa from Brazil and Levi Slauson are on their way to the next round. We'll bring in Paul Evans for the call as we tee up for the final heat of the day's proceedings. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Quaducuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to Ballito, into the studio as well. We've got a great looking heat. Our last heat of the day going to hit the water, but we've also got a very special guest joining myself, Paul Evans and Greg MZ in the booth. One of our favourite characters from the Challenger Series, Carlito. ¿Qué tal?
Pura vida, Paul. Man, so happy, stoked to be here with Greg too. How to say, it's been a while since the last time I was in the booth, so yeah, I'm a little excited and emotional.
How'd your heat go earlier? You surf well, mate?
Yes, man, I made it. I was so stoked. I was the first heat. It's very nervous. You travel so long and stay away from family and stuff, and you were like, oh, you're gonna do it. So yeah, I went in attack mode and tried to boost airs. The air wind is epic, and then the waves are constant compared to the other days. So
Yeah, love it. And South Africa's a place, a lot of our surfers enjoy the various, obviously the waves are a key ingredient, brilliant waves in this country, but something about the place, something else is pretty unique and special to a lot of people, and they're always stoked to come back.
see, it's amazing. The food has grown too. The place has grown a lot. You see a lot of buildings too, a lot of people, and it's always nice to have that vibe. Where all the families come to the beach and hang out, and all the kids asking for autographs. It's pretty amazing,
Yeah, and just in terms of how you went in Australia in your year in general, how are you feeling in yourself? You're feeling pretty confident about getting a result here and then going on from there?
See, of course, I've been trying to enjoy, surfing. I really trying to get that love back, so because after the injury I have, it's been a little hard, to compete. And yeah, I guess in Australia I did very good. I think I didn't make any hits, but I tried my best and I felt I was surfing a little better. So I come with a lot of, hungry in this event, and then I just been training a lot, so hopefully I can put it together.
We're stoked to see you back, mate. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, the young Brazilian Costa, standing by for a chat with Mike Fruit.
Your first time in Ballito, first time in the Quadacuza region, and you got a heat win. That must feel really good.
Yeah, I'm super happy. The conditions are really good. I really like the conditions. Strong wind and little bumps. And yeah, I'm very happy to advance my heat and enjoy my time,
Earlier in the week, I know you've been here for a couple of days. My son and a lot of the groms around here saw you free surfing and doing those big alley-oops in the free surf. How are you enjoying your time here in Ballito?
Yeah, my first time here, and I really like that place. Great people and great grounds. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here, and my first win in the challenge, and that's it.
Well, fantastic. I'm really stoked for you, and we look forward to what you have in store for us in the rest of the Challenges series and this event in Ballito. Enjoy your time and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Queria também mandar um abraço para minha família, para minha namorada, tá dando a torcida. E é isso, vamos com tudo para a próxima. Valeu. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Thanks, Mike. Live Action will pick up Vincent here, just tagging this thing with speed and venom. And he's given it a couple of nice whippy hits. Gets the finish as well to tidy things up all the way down on the inside. You go all that way for a finishing turn. The completion crucial. So this one firing up already with past 5 gone of the half-hour time slot. We will see Winter Vincent on your screen taking on Luel Felipe, the experienced Brazilian. And that's something of a signature turn from him, arriving late in the lips, tapping out the tail. Also out in the water, the highly rated Australian Moffat and Leopold Etienne of France, by way of Guadeloupe. He's out there too, and he's a powerful surfer. So a great-looking quartet going out looking to do damage on these running right-handers. Then the odd left-ridden, but it's really about these rights and about finding opportunities. And just, Greg, we saw in that last heat, saw sort of 2 different stories, really. 2 surfers finding the flow and getting rhythm, and 2 sort of starved and way off it.
It's been the story of the afternoon. It's Carlos's heat was like that as well. Carlos was almost getting those ones slightly closer in that gave that stretched out wall, and he was just flying at top speed and throwing the kitchen sink at every single section. It was just freaking epic. And it's a fine line, but you can get a bit lost in the small lineup.
Moffat just hitting it, one quick turn for him, quick section, good enough to tag it though. Meanwhile, Leopold, and he'll open up by getting that little rung. He'll just get caught with some white water on the face. He's a big lad, still pretty young. Throws a bit of spray, plenty of power. I believe he's just been in Indo getting barreled with a couple of his mates, so preparing himself to come to South Africa. Might get some barrels later on in the week, but not really right now. It's about sections, and in Carlos's case, big air sections.
See, throw big airs. I feel like the waves and the wind make it like a little hard to read the ocean. If you're from here, you manage to know where the waves break. I think I come many years here, and you always have different phases. Sometimes you very small, sometimes massive, sometimes barrels. So you never know what you're gonna get. But I guess the more time you spend coming here, you get more experience, and you make it a little easier. Also, when I was in home, I was looking for a place that looked similar to this. So I just know that I have to be underneath and just catching anything possible. So I think that's what happened. Some of the guys, boom, Winter, boom. This guy is surfing really good. I saw him in the 1000, and I compete against him in snapper too, doing big airs. New blood from Australia.
Yeah, making it really easy, isn't he? Right there, smooth, just going through the gears, just gliding through the turns rather than having to force it. Nicely done from him. Let's see where that number goes for him. He's already got 4 locked in. Look at a bit of a tumbly lip section, just crumble on the outside. Meanwhile, looks like Leopold Etienne is in the spot here, and he'll go. Leopold with a steep opening section. Doesn't like the look of it. He won't commit to a maneuver. Prefer to get in the lineup, try and regain a bit of control. I mean, we've been talking all day, Carlos, about the level of surfing here. It's obviously just the first day, but on the Challenger Series, and just recently with your experience from the Championship Tour, how different is the kind of surfing level between the two? It feels like there's a lot of crossover. There's so many quality surfers on this tour.
See, how do you say, it's different because I guess you have to be more tactile. In CT, you go talent against talent. And here, sometimes you go against hunger, and how do you say, hunger, and everybody is surfing in a high level. Everybody wants to get the same that you want, and I don't think the CT is different, but it's more like you come like you against me. It's a little bit more mellow.
Yeah, it's brutal out there. 4 surfers in the water with so much at stake. Everyone going at it hard. Here goes Luel Felipe, and just blowing that tail and reversing out the landing. And he's got a ton of experience going back a long, long way in terms of qualifying. Meanwhile, Moffat. And hitting that tight pockets. He's so good when he doesn't have a lot of room to swing. They get critical turns done at speed with control. Moffat giving that a couple of cracks there. So it looks like everyone's got a start in this. Still waiting for some numbers to fire in. But Greg, it's been a pretty enjoyable one in the first 10 minutes.
It's enjoyable. I like what I've seen. And what Carlos is saying there, it makes you think. He talks of the difference being the hunger. I suppose once you on the championship tour, you've arrived. You've got a lot of person-on-person heats, often maybe better waves. You maybe have more patience. The Challenger Series, it's about attack, 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 and you need to be hungry. That was a really clean landing from Luel Felipe. Just really the one turn, but the judges will score it for what it is.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Able to swing around there and just flare it up. Bit of excitement, adding something extra, sort of surfing up the scoring potential of the wave. Good stuff from Luel. Winter Vincent, meanwhile, with priority and the lead. Score to come in for him. 5.67 was the last number that's dropped for him. Under 19 to go in this one. Moffat chasing them down with a couple of 4s. We'll wait for that number to come in for the previous to last of Dylan, also Luel. Let's see where Finn Chuck reverse gets him in terms of the context of our scoring here. And plenty of wind kind of whipping up. Had a couple of days of light winds. Whenever you're looking at a glassy ocean, it looks a little bit more inviting in terms of surfing. So we were off yesterday, decided to walk away from it. And throughout the afternoon, it looked kind of smooth. And you're thinking, we've seen events run in worse surf. Then this morning, we saw a bit of wind on it. And we're thinking, okay. But actually, throughout the day, there's been extra power, extra energy come through. So pretty good call overall here, Greg.
Definitely. And I think a good first day of surfing. And for the first round, it's a day that provides opportunities for everyone. So no one's sitting out there and saying, well, the wave didn't come to me. Or they've had plenty of opportunities. The playing field's there for them. That's what I really liked. But this heat on paper, what a last heat of the day. This is a gnarly, this is really, I think this last 18 minutes or so, it's going to really liven up. It's a hectic heat.
Yeah, Carlos, I just want to ask you about conditions and stuff. When you got an event, obviously everyone's looking at the forecast, but how much do you dive into that? Because I guess it's something you can't do a whole lot about, right? And you constantly kind of updating and see, maybe it's looking better. I mean, how far ahead are you actually looking? Or do you just kind of come down in the morning and see?
I really don't like to think too much in the future, I hear and check maybe because I guess now with Surfline it's easy to kind of use that into the advantage, the direction, the wind and stuff. Like, you can kind of understand a little bit the beach better. And yeah, but I just go with the flow. At the same, we're gonna have the same conditions, you know, in 30 minutes. So
I thought you might say that.
Yeah,
Just go with the
of
flow,
course.
mate.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
definitely had you down as a go with the flow kind of guy. Tell you what, the flow from Winter Vincent's looking really nice. It's so smooth. It's really polishing those turns, Greg.
Yeah, I need to just take some time. Maybe we'll go on YouTube this evening. He's got a different approach on his bottom turn. It's really smooth, but he gets vertical very quickly without you even knowing it. And then that transition from going vertical into that rotation, he just livens it up. It's super quick.
Hang on, mate. Are you suggesting we do commentary homework tonight after work? You said we're going to go on YouTube do homework.
Yeah, exactly.
No, we don't do that. We won't. No.
Extra time.
Well, hopefully he can show us one more wave and then we've done our homework.
Yes. We've got football on tonight, mate. I've got a couple of games of the Euros.
Okay, I'm just
where
just
Winter is from? In Australia.
I'm not sure whereabouts Noz actually. Well, do you know what we do? I think we do need to do a little bit of homework. We'll update that.
He looked like he's copying good technique of surfing, you know, so he probably comes from a place where the surfers are very good. Winter.
I think he's from the Gold Coast of Australia.
There we go.
I might be wrong, but he's got that style, you know, and I'm fairly sure he's from the Gold Coast. And I believe, actually, it's coming back to me. I think he's got quite a good coaching crew. And he's very polished. Dylan Moffat up and riding on this one, and also very strong off the top, and gets the finish as well.
So both like to use Mayhem's oars, huh?
It looks like he is on that Mayhem, so looking very, very polished. So just getting back to Winter Vincent, he's just a very polished surfer, clean. And we'll get that info shortly on where he is from. But that last ride of Dylan Moffat sitting with a couple of 4-point rides. He got the 2-turn combo on that. But hopefully he can break that 4-point sort of line, get into the fives. And then Winter Vincent, Julian Wilson, I believe, does a bit of coaching with him.
Ah, really?
Yeah, you can see that smooth style.
See.
Yeah.
Just in general, in Australia, I think the lawyers, the policeman, the bombersman, everybody surfs. So
absolutely,
the highs, even the guy, you know, that pick and clean everything is super surfer, you know. So I think it's a good advantage over the other surfers, you know, like they have become better now with the Olympics too, and the team that they have behind, you know, Beat Durbish and other people that I see around there. They look like the level is going higher quickly, you know.
Yep. There is a stat of one surfboard per household in Australia minimum. There's something along those lines.
I like it. Here goes Vincent right now, the Aussie. Great first turn. Wetting so much rail. Just burying that thing, whipping it around, dynamic, fast. And as ever, polished. Really nice body position from him. It's just the one turn, though. So under the 14-minute mark right now, it is the young Australian, Winter Vincent, leading. This one is compatriot Dylan Moffat. He's in second place right now. Philippe and Etienne are chasing it down. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the rest of Heat 8 with Greg and Carlos. We've got the post-show too. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Very well, welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're looking at Winter Vincent, Dylan Moffat still in the lead, under 12-minute mark in this. Ballito, of course, where commentators not only do homework after work in the evenings, but even during heats, during ad breaks. And I'm very happy to announce some of the brightest minds in surfing have been hard at work here during the break. Greg Emsley, we're going to clear something up.
Yeah, so I just ran out of the studio onto the beach. Winter had a wave and he was close to the shore break. I said, "Hey, Winter, where you from?" He said, "Queenscliff Beach, Manly." I said, "Thank you, I got it wrong." So, yeah, that was cool. He took the time quickly to tell me where he's from, and that's cool.
Shout out to the crew watching at home. If they are watching him, they'll be pretty stoked with the way he's going so far. And this will caught up with numbers. 10.14 is his combined total. Meanwhile, here goes Leopold Etienne. Good section for him. Gives it the treatment on the first turn, then it gets real small, real quick. Just about recovers the stumble, and then just kind of headbutts his way through the section to get out the back. Leopold with not a lot to get excited about thus far. His high score 3.83. And Carlos with under 11 minutes to go, and he's still sitting on the 3 as a high score. Starting to sort of get, I don't want to say panic, obviously, because he's got experience, but he's starting to think, I really need to find something.
See, of course. I mean, the beach over here has different sections, and you know, I think the tide has gone a little low, so you know, you will, if you run down the beach, you will find better sections. And at this point of the heat, you know, you sometimes feel like that nervous in your stomach. Oh, I'm doing everything wrong, but you just gotta focus and go for that one big punt, because you don't have to do like a combination maneuver. You know, you do one big turn and you're back in the game. So hopefully he can put it together. If he's from the Caribbean side, I guess he's from Guadeloupe. There's Charlie Martin, Tim Bissot, a lot of good surfers, Gatian de la Ye, you know, so they surf this type of conditions, you know, in the Caribbean, and I think he can put it back together, you know. I guess I have never seen him before in the Challenger, so I guess he's a little nervous maybe, you know.
See some sets stacking up on the outside here. 9.45 to go in this. It's still the Australian 1-2 at the moment. And a late takeoff there from Luel Felipe, the Brazilian, opens up on the rail. And then that wave just gets sort of tuned in half by the double up. Normally double up's a good thing. You kind of get extra power and you get steep section, but that one just took it all away from him, Greg. And you mentioned some of those waves that do split in two in this part of the beach. You kind of want to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, when you're seeing those sort of set waves coming across your screen from right to left and the surfers sort of heading towards the left, those ones seem to hit that little bit of a funny section towards the left. They're split in half. There's a bit of bump there. The wave sort of straight in front of us between sort of where we saw on the screen red, between red and we've got surfer in, is that green?
Green.
Yeah, between red and green. That's a zone where you get that double up that comes back. And on that double up, you've got that cleaner wall. You found a few of those, and it gives you a bit of space to really get clean speed and attack that big hammer, possibly 2 turns on some of them.
Exactly, yeah. You gotta be careful, yeah, too, in that place where you're saying there's some rocks there waiting for you. I was very close in a few. I was like, oh my God, I hope I don't hit.
Yeah, there is that rock, that first rock shelf. But then if you go wider, you've got those bigger rocks that you're going to ride into as well in front of the surfer's lane. So you've got to choose which patch of rocks you're going to attack.
Exactly. Not in the middle, because you go straight to it.
Few challenges in the lineup for our surfers. You saw Moffat with one stretched out in front of him and just, okay, he sort of shouted at the wave a little bit as he went underneath. He was just a bit annoyed that one ran away. He would have loved just to put himself some more scoreboard pressure, really, in that second position right now. He's vulnerable on the 4s. Chasing him down, Philippe doesn't need a big number, he needs a high 3. Etienne looking for a high 4, so those numbers very gettable, really. One turn waves will do it if that turn's good enough. 7.45 to go in this. We're looking to see the next move from surfers like Winter Vincent, who does have first priority. He's also got the lead, and he won't be resting where he is either. He's got a decent total in the context of this, but he's not way out in front by any stretch. And everyone well within grasp, particularly in terms of the time it takes to get a couple of waves. Leo Paul is a couple of 3s from him. Leaves him a little way back, and he'll want to try and fire up as well. Spin just to the right of his shot then and get out the way. Moffat will have a little look as well, and that one just fading and going into a bit of a hole. So a couple of these waves standing up on a sort of traditional part of the peak where you think it might look good, and then just sort of flattering to deceive Greg, and the wave having second thoughts and fizzling out a little bit.
It seems like this dropping tide's maybe eaten it a little bit up. It was enjoying that pushing tide through the early afternoon or late morning, early afternoon, kept a bit of power in. It seems like it's just lost a little bit with that tide going out, and it's become a very tricky lineup. It's just, playing a bit hard to get for the last heat of the day. Opportunities are a little bit scarce. You see that wave breaking further out. That's probably killed some of the energy out on that on that outer bank, and you see that one now fading and then reforming. So definitely tricky out here right now.
Moffat quick in and out for him, not the way he was after. You saw him looking to try and hope a section would stand up. Doesn't provide for him. He'll think on as we'll go. Just over 6.5 minutes. And Carlos, we were just talking a little earlier with Emma actually about some of the crews you see on tour and the squads and people supporting each other. Who are you hanging with? Who are you travelling with? Who's in your crew, mate?
Mate, I think my time was very quick on the city, so I was just start getting to go with Barton Lynch and some of the with Kelly too a few times, and I was just getting my feet there and I was out, So.
And what about here on the challenges? Who are you rolling with?
Right now I'm going by myself. I'm a very hermit guy.
Nice.
I really positive with everybody, but sometimes I get a little like this, I want to concentrate and do my thing. I like to share too, but, just if people invite me.
Well, you're cruising with us now.
Exactly. I have a big family, though, all over the place, so, yeah, I'm very, very happy, just to learn and, open mind to see everybody and see what they're doing and stuff, to use it and try to put it in my game too,
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And obviously places like South Africa as well. You've been travelling here, the vibes, just soaking it all up. Trying to bring that in your heats. Doing that so far in this one. Vincent up and swinging again.
That board is looking very good under his feet.
It's clean, that board. That was just such clean rails. In the Open, the QS 1000, he was riding it. Waves were smaller. It might have been epoxy. It was a black epoxy board, and it looked really good, and I quite like the white board now because it's that's a great turn from Moffat, but it seems like he was really mixing it up as we see the recap here. A couple of strong
nice
turns.
flow.
Like you said, that Carlos, that board's just looking amazing, and I'm pretty sure that's probably a standard PU he's riding.
He looks like, I think he was using a black sheep model, Mayhem, and I saw him very quick though, doing a lot of punts too, big airs in the 1000.
Yeah.
I think he did the right call, to use this board because the wind has increased a lot, compared to the other days when it was a little smaller.
And there's a bit more power in the wave today as well.
Exactly. I think he can attack those chunks and not think about the board maybe too light.
Brilliant squad on the beach, ready to go out and get some practice waves in. There's still 3 minutes and 40 to go in this. Leopold Etienne of France, they're going to get out of fourth on that rail and just sort of swung around a little too quick, lost the fins and goes down. It's been a frustrating heat for him. And that frustration will continue right now. He's having a bit of a shocker. The good news is he's not loads back in terms of second place, Moffat. We are going to get score coming in for him though. Just see that one turn. He tacked the lip, gave it quite a bit of back foot, didn't we? So let's see where numbers go for Dylan Moffat as we wait for that to come in. Otherwise, we're all caught up with scores. And an improvement from Vincent, 5.87 for him. So just turning the screw a bit. We mentioned the fact that we'd definitely be looking to add, just building with the quality. 5.87 is going to feel great with just 3 minutes to go.
Strong position, and that sort of scoreline looking strong. When you went out there, did you have a scoreline in your mind on where you wanted to be, like a total, like a 10 points, or did you not really think about that?
No, I didn't think about it. I was just trying to go in any possible wave that I could, because I know sometimes the best waves are the ones that nobody wants. I was watching kind of that, so some of the waves that I got, the people didn't want to take it, so I took it, underneath. And I think that strategy worked for me. The guy in red, I got very good backside turns, so, I have to study that too today later on. And yeah, I think I'm so stoked that I make it, through. I like about Winter right now that he's staying in the same area, when he's paddling. Yes, he knows where the waves are coming, and yeah, he's been attacking in the right place.
Good call, and I suppose why would he move if it's working for him and he's in the lead? He might as well stay there and hopefully keep building on it. We did also see a wave there from Dylan Moffat.
Is your heat leader, Winter Vincent, using his priority, finds another meaty section. He'll go and try and hit that hard, blow out the tail, he'll go down. That'll be incomplete for him. And I'm going to come in for Dylan. We're waiting for one judge. Chance of improving maybe slightly, but it could come down to very slim margins of 4-6 in. So he matches his high score, just under. So a slight improvement, just nudges up that requirement, about a third of a point for Luel Philippe now. 4.34 is all Luel needs. This is Leopold Etienne. He's looking for 5.34, and he's looked a long way from those kind of waves for a while. He's just been frustrated. He's had waves that just kind of swing in and then suddenly disappear. Other ones run away from him. He's not had the rub of the green at all. But thinking about Luel Philippe's situation, he got priority last minute. We've talked about his experience. He only needs a 4.34 color. So that's one good turn, two nice link together turns, and you're well on your way.
Exactly. If I was Dylan Moffat, I would be putting pressure on him, even that he has priority. Try to play that game, for put a little extra pressure. And yeah, Luis Felipe can get that score very easy. Dylan Moffat has to be careful. Also, the guy on green, if he find a wave right now in this last 30 seconds, he can turn the heat, So Dylan Moffat is in the hot seat. He's been fighting with the ocean though too to get the good waves.
Yeah,
that tide that split the two waves is like hard, in your mind too. Like, oh, you don't know who to block. It's hard.
You can see, Moffat there, it's exactly as you mentioned, he has headed over towards Leopold and possibly realising now he's not going to get there anyway. We're going to count down here. We're not going to see another wave ridden. We are still due a number for Moffat. Good chance that he'll actually improve as well. Won't be the number he needs for first, though, so it won't affect the overall positioning. And an Australia 1-2 with Winter Vincent. That guy on screen with polish and flow and style looking very good indeed. And good value for first place position. His buddy Dylan Moffat in second. About to rally a little bit more, dig a little deeper. But in the end, a little bit of a flurry. He got that 5 at the end as well, actually, Dylan. Just improving his numbers overall. And that'll wrap up an opening day of competition at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Carlos, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure having you to come in here, give us your insights. It's been cool to hang out with you, and wish you well for the rest of the event, mate.
Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I'm stoked to be with you, Greg, and with you, Paul. Thank you, everybody that is watching the contest, and, pura vida, everybody in Costa Rica and all over the place, all over the world. Thank you for supporting me, and to my family and my wife, my kids back in home. I miss you guys, and I love you guys, so hopefully I can do very good here. I'm going to take that power.
It's been great having Carlos in to talk us through the action. Of course, we're not done yet. We've got loads of great talking points from a big day of competition. We've got the Corona Post Show. That's coming up on the other side of the break. We'll have highlights, all the important moments, right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food, and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team-building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, KwaDukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to KwaDukuza today.
Good morning, Tofu. You're looking at this thing and you're like, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. A little bit of fear definitely pushes the boundaries.
Everyone screaming in the channel.
You would be a liar if you said you weren't scared of this wave.
Stoker, Jack.
When you see a 10, you know right away.
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport.
Welcome to the Corona post-show opening day competition at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2024. And some big talking points from a crucial day of competition. Obviously, this day it's all about staying alive. Instant elimination for surfers that can't make it through, and delight for surfers that get their campaign on a roll here in South Africa. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the day in the Corona post-show. Greg MC, Gig Cilliers. How are we doing, chaps?
Good.
Feeling good?
Great.
Fresh?
Fresh. Long day.
Sprightly. Gigs, what did you make of the day, mate? Give the day a score out of 10.
Oh, big day of 4.83. No, I'm joking. No, listen, a big day. We had to get going on it. It's a big field here at the third Challenger Series stop. And, you know, we had that day off yesterday. The Surfline forecast, pinpoint accurate. We got plenty of energy. And I remember Greg and I were calling heats this afternoon going, these guys are getting rattled by some push-unders on virtually no swell on the forecast. So, yeah, good energy in the lineup. Good performances on both men's and women's opening rounds.
Yeah, very different sort of day as well. Thinking about the ocean, the last couple of days, it's been sort of similar to what we're looking at in the morning throughout the whole of the rest of the day with some glassy conditions. Today we started off, it was pretty small and hard to find waves, and then it really ramped up throughout the day. More of that in a sec. Let's get some fresh insights from the lineup. Winner of the last heat, the young Australian who surfed brilliantly out there. Winter is standing by for a chat.
Tell us, how did you adapt from 10-foot perfect barrels at Nias in Indo to onshore big ramps here in Ballito?
Oh, it was tricky. I had to come here about a week early, battled the jet lag as well. But, you know, take it as it comes. I got some amazing waves over at Nias, some of the waves of my life. And, yeah, just so stoked to get the heat win here.
What kind of board were you riding in the conditions this afternoon? The swell did jack up right through the day. Did it change your board choice? And tell us what you were riding in that heat that got you the first round win.
Yeah, actually, I did the QS leading up to this, and I was on a small driver 3.0. And it actually picked up a lot today, so I had to switch to a 511.5, which is a bit bigger. And probably should have been on a bigger board. It's got so much push out there, and hopefully it gets a little bigger and we can do some big turns.
And then lastly, do you want to give a shout out to Rob Bain and the crew at Queenscliff Board Riders back home?
Yeah, we'd love to give a shout out to everyone at home. Bainey, Mick Kane, my coach and manager, and then all the QBC boys and all my friends tuning in. Thanks, guys.
We look forward to seeing you at the rest of the event, and well done on your round 1 win. All the best for the rest of the event.
Cheers. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, Mike. Wow. Caney and Bainey, strong squad. He's got a good crew.
Absolutely.
We were really impressed by just the polish he was able to show in his surfing as well. You think about younger surfers that you don't know as much about. Looking so smooth out there, Greg.
Oh, the polished surfing, I just love it. I'm a fan, complete fan. Just that bottom turn, top turn combo is just so smooth. It's almost like it reminds me a little bit of Frankie Alba also, what he used to do with that free surfing, how quickly he would get vertical. But just there's something in it, that style. It's been nurtured. It's very good. Winter Vincent's definitely going to keep an eye on him.
I like it. All right, let's remind ourselves some of our storylines from today. There were some big talking points. Talking about that young talent, that emerging next generation out of Europe as well. And it was the young surfer from the Basque Country, Kai Odriozola, in a tough heat. Another former winner out in the water from this tour in the form of Hiroto Ohara. How about this for flaring up, stomping those rotations, just taking it all in its stride, literally, Gigs.
Yeah, Paul, Greg and I were calling this heat, and it was exactly that theme on the Challenger Series, young talent taking on seasoned campaigners. And Greg, Hiroto Ohara did strong work on the rail, but the air game certainly from Odriozola really just put it in. Huckabee also was part of the discussion for a while there.
Huckabee was surfing well. He had the right approach, going for those big airs, but Kai Odriozola was just calm and collective, and just kept hammering away with great scores. And Ohara also just smashes every section that comes his way, holds back on absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the afternoon saw that tide push, and definitely a strong discussion between two power combo turns and then surfers going to the air. We saw that theme played out quite a few times this afternoon. But you know what? Fair playing field, great day of entertainment. And I don't think there was a controversial result on either the men's or the women's opening rounds. I think everything was a fair call.
Plenty of time left for that, mate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, it's still early,
We've
right?
got a big week ahead of us. We've been having a discussion all day really about the overlap between Challenger Series and CT. A couple of surfers who recently managed to get wildcards in the CT over in Brazil. In our women's division, the round of 48 that we ran this morning, the likes of Sophia Medina and Tina Hinkle. And they put on a bit of a show out here, maybe just bringing a little bit of extra quality from surfing at the very highest level. This was the early work from Tina.
Yeah, just strong surfing. And I mean, it was trickier this morning. It was much quicker, shorter waves. And you just had to get those two-turn combos. You saw Sophia, she had her dad on the beach, Charlie, and they were very structured. You could see there was a plan, and she stuck to it, and that was a great turn early on.
Yeah, Greg, we spoke about the mornings, slightly thinner energy in the lineup, but definitely comparable to the beach breaks. We brought a little bit of Saquarema over to the opening round heats this morning.
All right, well, another great heat from our surfers from Brazil out there representing, of course, just 5 spots available from the Challenger Series. So an important result here in Ballito, absolutely crucial, and solidified your top 5 position. Of course, we're a long way away from that. Let's get into top 5 moments of the day. And we've picked through and taken some of the highlights. And in terms of your result in the heat, sometimes it comes down to the time that you get your score rather than just what the overall number is. And we love a buzzer beater. It feels like Ballito sort of primed for that as well, particularly today with that short paddle out. And our 5th moment was the surfer out of the Basque Country, the goofy Ariane Ochoa. She needed a number. She got one right here.
Well, Paul, 3rd place with literally a minute to go. She pulled this corner out. She hammered it twice. And she's got a strong support squad on the beach as well. Of course, the African-based property development company Grit getting behind her along with Seth Hulley from Oakley. And, well, that South African squad, we're just pretty stoked on that. But some good surfing from Mafilda Lopez as well, Greg.
Yeah, she put on a great display. We did talk about her possible ankle injury, and she got this overhead wave with one massive turn. And this went into the 7s, and at this stage there weren't many waves of this size, and she picked that one and just focused on one solid major hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, we couldn't ignore Geordie Lawler in the discussion, coming off a heated win at Narrabeen. And he looked sharp in the lineup this morning in Ballito.
Yep, he's definitely carrying that confidence, very sharp. And a couple good results through this event. If he can just knuckle down and get towards the back end, he's going to be very close to qualifying after the win in Sydney.
Well, this morning it was also Sierra Kerr that would just change up the formula a little bit. We hadn't seen many airs, and she salvaged the seat, just went to the air, just kind of put a pair of fives and around that zone together, and she did really well. And, well, of course, Josh Kerr was pretty happy. They'll go back and regroup and get ready for another day of competition.
Jarvis Earl, just super vertical backhand. Always great to watch the goofies go at it. And there's some newness right there. No question at all about what time it was. 12 o'clock.
That was just incredible. It's just such great vertical surfing. And, I mean, you can't be more committed on turns than what Jarvis was on those couple of turns.
Today, pretty good. We had waves. Can't complain too much about that. But we feel it might get better. Should we dive into the Surfline forecast? Let's have a look at it, see what we've got coming up in store. Of course, Carlos Munoz, he doesn't like to check the forecast too much. We like to geek out on it a little bit more. And we've been waiting for this swell. We've been thinking it's going to fill in gigs. And we'll check out the Surfline forecast and see where exactly this swell's coming from and how optimistic are we. This is prime time in South Africa about getting a little bit bigger, more cleaner quality lines in here to Ballito.
Well, based on Surfline's forecast for today, they were absolutely spot on. Lift and energy. You see the roaring 40s down there, repeated south swells. We've got some big southwest busters coming up the east coast of South Africa later in the waiting period. We are expecting a strong lift in swell towards finals day, and on the weekend perhaps we should see some solid overhead waves. Greg, we're getting excited about this.
Yeah, there's a few things that a few boxes that I can tick. There is westerly, there's a lot of storms, there's a lot of swell out there. What I like is that we're going to be going into those low tide mornings, and that will coincide with the odd little northwesterly that could just open up a few options. It just depends on how much sand we got on that bank.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. It's offshore every morning this time of year. It's kind of a formula, and we just know that katabatic drainage. Oh, you've been waiting for that.
When you talk like that.
Cold air from the mountains behind us.
Yeah,
we've got a formula.
So I reckon the conditions are taken care of. The ocean's going to deliver for us. What about our surfers? What are we expecting in terms of performances? Today we had some airs, almost kind of a tube as well go down. But what are we expecting from our surfers, and who, in terms of personnel, are we expecting to put their hand up and make a statement, get themselves, maybe people already in that contention, maybe people haven't had a result yet. Who do we fancy here in Ballito?
Ooh, under the bus, here we go. Look, I think that I'm enjoying the push from the young Australians. I mean, we saw Winter Vincent there, Jarvis Earl looking strong. I'm looking forward to seeing George Pittar, Dylan Moffat still in the draw. So I'm looking. I'm calling an Australian win this year. Why not?
I think the winner is going to be Stahl. When I say that, it's amazing how the surfers have surfed tough waves today. They've done airs, but cleanly and stylishly. It seems like a bit of Stahl's come back into the sport. Some really good-looking Stahl's in the surfing today.
Well, we're expecting some big performances. Of course, we've got loads more days of competition yet to run before we're crowning champions. We've got another 6 days or so of contest. What we haven't got is any more time in today. It's been a good day. Maybe a little bit of refreshment, boys. I think we've all earned ourselves a Corona Zero. So it's time to say cheers to the boys. Thanks for a great day on the tools. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. call for a 7:30 start. We're going to send you out some highlights right now. Thanks for tuning in. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.